The break with Rome further consolidated royal power at home. Politically, the greater clergy, who were privileged landowners and franchise holders, became royal servants. The authority of the king over the church became the authority of the king in parliament. Financially, revenues which had previously gone to Rome were diverted to the English crown, first fruits, tithes, and monastic lands more than doubled net annual royal revenue, and the increment would have been considerably larger if monastic lands had not been alienated. Vast as it was, this windfall was immediately dissipated in a new military adventure. Henry's last major act, the wars against France and Scotland of the 1540s, was a costly affair, amounting to a staggering £2,135,000. To cover them, the English crown had to resort to forced loans and massive currency debasement, as well as to an acceleration in the alienation of monastic domains at drastically reduced rates. The immediate result was a swift regression in the political stability and authority of Tudor rule during the minority of Edward VI and the brief reign of Mary Tudor. In a rapidly deteriorating social context, characterized by serious rural unrest and repeated religious crises, the struggle for control of the court between territorial lords was renewed, and the last English toehold on the continent was lost to the French. Yet, the regression was only temporary and provided the stimulus needed to complete the process through which England was to recognize, and fully exploit, the advantages of its insular position at the main crossroads of world commerce. In the latter half of the century, the adventurism of Henry VIII was superseded by the realism of Elizabeth I, who promptly acknowledged the limits of English power. Since her country was no match for any of the real superpowers of Europe, Elizabeth sought to maintain England's independence by diplomacy and, even when Anglo-Spanish relations worsened, to allow the Cold War against Philip II to be conducted at sea, which was at least economical and occasionally profitable. Elizabeth's economizing behavior in war-making did not rule out military interventions on the continent. Such interventions continued, but their purpose changed to strictly negative aims such as preventing the Spanish reconquest of the United Provinces, or the installation of the French in the Low Countries, or the victory of the League in France. Elizabeth's overwhelming preoccupation was to preserve rather than change the continental balance of power, even if this meant buttressing the power of old enemies like France, because Hanover, the last day of France comes, it would also be the eve of the destruction of England. Nor did Elizabeth's realism and prudent behavior in war-making lessen the territorialist predispositions of the English state. Territorialism was simply redirected closer to home, where it completed the fusion of the several political communities into which the British Islands were still divided. Where relationships of forces made military conquest costly and risky, as in Scotland, fusion was pursued through peaceful means, namely, through the personal union which at Elizabeth's death would join England and Scotland. But where relationships of forces were favourable, violent means were resorted to without any restraint. A frontal advance against the leading monarchies of the mainland, threw its largest armies against the poor and primitive clan society of Ireland. The guerrilla tactics adopted by the Irish were met by policies of ruthless extermination. The war lasted 9 years before all resistance was pulverized by the English commander Mountjoy. By Elizabeth's death, Ireland was militarily annexed. But English expansionism was also redirected towards the oceans and the extra-European world. England from the start had been in the forefront in the introduction of the large warships equipped with firearms which, around 1500, revolutionized naval power in Europe. But it was Henry VIII's fruitless attempts to become a protagonist in the continental power struggle that turned the English navy into a respectable force. Elizabeth further expanded and rationalized the royal fleet, just in time to ensure security against the Spanish Armada. By the time the Armada was defeated in 1588, Elizabeth I was the mistress of the most powerful navy Europe had ever seen. This rapid expansion of English sea power would not have been possible without the contribution of English merchants, pirates, and privateers, who were often the same persons. These private forces raided the far-flung sea routes to foreign colonial empires, garnered fantastic booty, and attained a superiority in shipbuilding and seamanship that made them the true heirs of the Vikings. Elizabeth, maneuvering cautiously, disavowed them as need arose, while silently furthering their ends. This tacit support for the private use of violence by sea bore its fruits in the decisive Anglo-Spanish confrontation of 1588. In the battle against the Armada, Elizabeth could count for her defences on experienced private crews almost 5 times as numerous as her own, welded together in 100 actions, were the vanguard of the new maritime England, at their head Francis Drake, the embodiment of England's transition from the age of the freebooters to that of a great naval power. Elizabeth actively encouraged this transition, not just by expanding and rationalizing the royal fleet and by tacitly supporting piracy and privateering. Earlier than the Dutch, she revived the Genoese tradition of the men by establishing joint stock chartered companies, which became the main foundation of the later prodigious overseas expansion of English networks of trade and power. Also in this sphere, the initial contribution of the freebooters was decisive. As John Maynard Keynes has observed, the proceeds of the booty brought back by Drake in the Golden Hind enabled Elizabeth to pay off the whole of her foreign debt and in addition to invest about £42,000 in the Levant Company. Largely out of the profits of the Levant Company came the initial capital of the East India Company, the profits of which during the 17th and 18th century were the main foundation of England's foreign connections. Assuming an annual rate of return of 6.12% and a 50% rate of reinvestment of these returns, notes Keynes, the £42,000 of 1,580 were sufficient to generate the entire value of the capital of the East India Company, Royal African Company, and Hudson Bay Company in 1700, and something close to £4,000 million that constituted the entire stock of British foreign investments in 1913. Keynes's observations concerning the origins and self-expansion of English foreign investments do not tell how, historically, the domestic and systemic conditions of that expansion were reproduced over the 3 centuries to which the observations refer. The suggestion of a basic continuity of the process of worldwide expansion of English capital from Elizabeth's times through the 19th century is none the less valuable in view of the fact that this process was not the only feature of 19th century British capitalism that originated under Elizabeth. As Keynes himself notes in the passage just cited, less than 10% of Drake's booty was invested in starting the self-expansion of English foreign investment. The largest part was used by Elizabeth to repay her foreign debt. In addition, most of the £412 million worth of bullion coined in Elizabeth's reign was believed to be plunder seized from Spain. This recycling of plunder in buttressing the English government's finances initiated another great tradition of English capitalism, the tradition of sound money. Was a money of account, like countless others. But while every other money of account fluctuated, either being manipulated by the state or upset by economic conditions, the pound sterling, having been stabilized in 1560 to 1 by Elizabeth I, never thereafter varied, maintaining its intrinsic value until 1920 or indeed 1931. This is little short of a miracle. Pound alone among European currencies plows its straight furrow through an astonishing 300 years. This long-term monetary stability, Braudel goes on to say, was a crucial element in England's fortunes. Without a fixed currency, there would have been no easy credit, no security for those lending money to the sovereign, no confidence in any contract, and without credit there would have been no rise to greatness, no financial superiority. Braudel also points out that the story of the long-term stability of the pound sterling takes its course through a series of crises which could very well have changed it, in 1621, 1695, 1774 and 1797. Needless to say, similar considerations apply to Keynes's parallel story of the self-expansion of English foreign investment. And yet, after every crisis each story resumed its imperturbable course right up to the terminal crisis of Britain's 19th-century world order in the 1920s and 1930s. Like foreign investment and a stable metallic monetary standard, industrialism itself was no 19th-century novelty for English capitalism. This is John Neff's well-known but often disregarded thesis that the concept of an industrial revolution as an explanation of the triumph of industrialism is especially inappropriate in the case of Great Britain, because T gives the impression that the process was especially sudden, when in all probability it was more continuous than in any other country. In Neff's view, the portentously rapid expansion of English industry in the late 18th and early 19th centuries was matched by the equally rapid expansion in at least one earlier period, the century preceding the English Civil War. In this century, and especially in the latter half of Elizabeth's reign and in the reign of James I, the importance of mining and manufacturing in the English domestic economy increased as fast as at any other time in English history. Moreover, although the expansion of English industry proceeded more slowly in the century following than in the century preceding 1640, the diversification of industrial activities, the changes in industrial technology and the concentration of industrial capital that began in the Elizabethan age were as important a foundation of the later Industrial Revolution as any other. The rise of industrialism can be more properly regarded as a long process stretching back to the middle of the 16th century and coming down to the final triumph of the industrial state towards the end of the 19th, than as a sudden phenomenon associated with the late 18th and early 19th centuries. It is no longer possible to find a full explanation of the great inventions and the new factories of the late 18th century in a preceding commercial revolution which increased the size of markets. The commercial revolution, if that is the proper term to apply to a rapid growth in foreign and domestic trade during a period of 2 centuries, had a continuous influence reaching back to the Reformation upon industrial technology and the scale of mining and manufacturing. But so, in turn, the progress of industry had continually stimulated in a variety of ways the progress of commerce. The former progress was quite as revolutionary as the latter, and quite as directly responsible for the Industrial Revolution. Recast in the perspective developed in this study, the theses of Keynes, Braudel, and Neff jointly identify the Elizabethan age as a decisive turning point in the relationship between capitalism and territorialism in the European world economy. In our scheme of things, the reigns of Elizabeth I and James I correspond precisely to Braudel's age of the Genos, that is, to a phase of financial expansion of the European world economy and of escalating competitive struggles between the capitalist and territorialist organizations of that economy. This was the period in which the power of the Geno-Siberian capitalist-territorialist complex reached its height, but it was also a period of transition in systemic processes of capital accumulation from the Genos to the Dutch regime. The restructuring and reorganization of the English state which began under Elizabeth was an integral aspect of this transition. Like the formation of the Dutch state, they were an expression and a factor of the contradictions that eventually led to the demise of the Genos-Iberian complex. And although at this time the English state had neither the predispositions nor the capabilities necessary to challenge the rise of Dutch hegemony, the restructuring and reorganization of the Elizabethan age gave England a head start over all other territorialist states, the model nation-state France included, in the struggle for world commercial supremacy that began as soon as the Dutch regime itself began to be weighed down by its own contradictions. This head start was due first of all to the reorganization of state finances through which Elizabeth I tried to put some order in the monetary chaos left behind by her father. Henry's attempt to procure the means needed to finance the costly wars against France and Scotland of the 1540s through forced loans and massive currency debasement had backfired. While forced loans antagonized capitalist interests, the great debasement which between 1541 and 1551 reduced the silver content of the denominations in circulation from almost 93% to 33% resulted in unspeakable chaos. The currencies issued by the crown ceased to be accepted as a means of payment and of exchange, trade was disrupted and cloth production drastically curtailed, prices doubled or even tripled in a few years, hard currencies disappeared from circulation and the English rate of exchange in Antwerp deteriorated rapidly. Economic chaos and political instability fed one another, forcing the English crown to transfer to private hands and at bargain prices the great bulk of the agrarian property it had acquired from the monasteries, something like a quarter of the land of the realm, in order to make ends meet, or just to buy time and goodwill. As a consequence of this massive transfer, the English monarchy lost a major source of revenue independent of parliamentary taxation, while the power of the main beneficiary of the transfer, the gentry, increased dramatically. Elizabeth thus inherited a situation in which the English crown had to bargain continually with the gentry and other capitalist interests over the ways and means of its power pursuits. In such a situation, Elizabeth's prudence and parsimony in war-making were no doubt a means of relaxing or at least of preventing the further tightening of the constraints imposed on her freedom of action by this process. But they were also an expression of the tightness of these constraints. In order to regain some freedom of action, Elizabeth took more positive steps than simply adjusting to the situation. One such step was the stabilization of the pound in 1560–61, which set its silver content for centuries to come at the ancient right standard of 11 ounces 2 pennyweight in every 12 ounces. As Brodel underscores, this was no mere structural adjustment to the commands of the emerging capitalist world economy. On the contrary, it was an attempt to break loose from the constraints imposed on England's wealth and power by the cosmopolitan cliques that controlled and regulated the European monetary and trading system. At the very beginning of her reign, Elizabeth had been cautioned by the powerful merchant and financier, Sir Thomas Gresham, who was then operating out of Antwerp and who inspired the monetary stabilization of 1560–61, that only English merchants could save her from dependence on foreigners because English merchants must stand by you at all events in your necessity. As long as Antwerp functioned effectively as a truly international marketplace in which the English nation was in control of a special bourse for trade in commodities, Gresham continued to operate out of Antwerp and nothing much came of this advice. But as soon as the relationships between nations in Antwerp became intensely competitive following the crash of 1557–62, Gresham began building a bourse in London in imitation of Antwerp's commodity and stock exchanges with the declared intent of making England independent of foreign nations both in trade and in credit. Once the building of the bourse was completed, he again expressed the wish, in a letter written in 1569, that the Q Majesty in this time should not use any strangers but her own subjects whereof and all other princes mighty se what a prince of power she is. And the following year during a visit to the bourse Elizabeth blessed Gresham's undertaking by naming it the Royal Exchange. It took decades before the Royal Exchange could actually satisfy the financial needs of the English government, and it took more than 2 centuries before London could rival Amsterdam as a central money market of the European world economy. But the stabilization of the pound in 1560–61 and the subsequent establishment of the Royal Exchange, to paraphrase Max Weber, marked the birth of a new kind of memorable alliance between the power of money and the power of the gun. It marked the beginning of nationalism in high finance. In the late 14th and early 15th centuries, when high finance was born in the context and under the impact of intensifying interstate competition for mobile capital, its headquarters were located in select city-states, most notably in Florence, but its clientele and organization were cosmopolitan in structure and orientation. Alliance is too strong a word to describe the loose and unstable relationships that existed at this time between the leading organizations of high finance and any particular member of their diversified clientele. But the term describes fairly well the most important of these relationships, the papal connection that made the fortunes of the Medici. High finance was reborn in the 16th century as a system of expatriate cosmopolitan nations. The power of these organizations still stemmed from the intense competition for mobile capital that set the emergent states against one another. But in order to exploit this competition, and at the same time strengthen their own competitive position, the nations were drawn into true alliances with a particular state, the most memorable of these alliances being that of the Genoese with Spain and that of the Florentines with France. The main foundation of high finance at this time was thus an alliance between states that were in the process of becoming nations on the one side, and foreign nations which, for all practical purposes, had ceased to be states on the other. What Gresham proposed to Elizabeth at the onset of the financial expansion of the latter 16th century was to forge a new kind of alliance, a truly national bloc between the power of money and the power of the gun, an alliance between the English nation which was withdrawing from Antwerp and the English state. The crash of 1557–62 had revealed the fundamental weakness of both the English monarchy and English merchant capital in their respective spheres of action in the face of the overwhelming power of the Genoese, Iberian bloc. Gresham's assessment was that a closer mutual alliance would enable them to beat the competition in both spheres. When he wrote that such an alliance would enable Elizabeth to demonstrate her real power to all the foreign princes, Gresham no doubt also thought, though he did not express it, that the alliance would enable him to demonstrate his real power to all the foreign merchants. As Broadel points out, Gresham was convinced that the benefits of English trade and workmanship were for the most part appropriated by the Italian and German merchants and financiers who controlled the money and credit market in Antwerp. The trade expansion of the early 16th century had integrated England more firmly than ever in the European world economy. As a major cloth exporter, England was like a trading vessel moored to Europe. Her entire economic life depended on the mooring rope, the rate of exchange on the Antwerp market. Since rates of exchange were determined in markets controlled by Italian and German nations, the most important of which cooperated closely with the rulers of Spain and France, it was natural to perceive dependence on foreign markets for money and credit as the source of serious threats to England's sovereignty and security. And it was in response to threats of this kind, not wholly imaginary, though often exaggerated, that an aggressive economic nationalism came to characterize England's pursuit of power. The Italian merchant bankers were driven out in the 16th century, the Hanseatic merchants were stripped of their privileges in 1556 and deprived of the Stahlhof in 1595. It was against Antwerp that Gresham founded in 1566–8 what would later become the Royal Exchange. It was against Spain and Portugal that the stock companies were in fact launched, against Holland that the Navigation Act of 1651 was directed, and against France that the aggressive colonial policy of the 18th century was aimed. England as a country was tense, watchful, and aggressive, determined to lay down the law and enforce it both at home and abroad, as her position grew stronger. The long-term stability of the pound sterling and the self-expansion of English foreign investment were integral to this pursuit of national power both during its initial nationalist phase, when the main objective was to delink from the Antwerp-centered networks of high finance and long-distance trade, and during its later imperialist phase, when the main objective was to eliminate all obstacles to England's determination to lay down and enforce the law for the whole world. As Broadel concludes, after surveying the recurrent crises that punctuated the long-term stability of the pound in the 17th and 18th centuries, we should see sterling's history as the repeated result of the aggressive tension characteristic of a country fiercely conditioned by its insularity, by its efforts to break through to world status and by its clear identification of the enemy, today Antwerp, tomorrow Amsterdam, the next day Paris. The stability of the pound was a weapon in this battle. In this long war of position, which is what this battle really was, the stability of the pound was not the only weapon, industrialism was also. In this regard, let us recall that the rapid expansion of English industry during the financial expansion of the late 16th and early 17th centuries, which Neff describes as an important antecedent of the later Industrial Revolution, had itself an important if lesser antecedent in the transplant of the woolen cloth industry on English soil during the financial expansion of the latter 14th and early 15th centuries. As previously argued, this transplant had been the result, on the one hand, of Edward II's use of military force and control over raw materials to internalize within his domains the Flemish cloth industry and, on the other hand, of the spontaneous externalization of cloth production from Florence and other capitalist city-states in response to market signals and labor unrest. As such, this early expansion of English industry was a factor and an expression of an increasing structural differentiation between territorialist organizations, which tended to specialize in production, and capitalist organizations, which tended to specialize in high finance, with trade being undertaken by either kind of organizations depending on its relationship to the other two activities. Nevertheless, Not all production was externalized by capitalist organizations or was within the reach of territorialist organizations, nor did the actual expansion of production within the domains of territorialist organizations lessen their dependence on the assistance of capitalist organizations. Particularly significant in this respect was the retention by the city-states of the industries that had become most profitable in the conjuncture of the latter 14th and early 15th centuries, namely, the metal and armament industries, which remained centered in Milan, and the luxury industries, which expanded in several city-states. England was still too much in a backwater to compete effectively in these more profitable industries, not just with northern Italy, but even with other regions of the European world economy such as Flanders and southern Germany. England was thus specializing in the least profitable industries. Worse still, in order to convert the products of the cloth industry into the armaments and other supplies needed to fight the increasingly commercialized war with France, the ruling groups of England had to go through Italian merchant bankers who appropriated as commercial or financial profit a non-negligible share of the market value of English primary and secondary production. In the late 15th and early 16th centuries, the revival of the wool trade in the European world economy and the consolidation of royal power in England jointly imparted a new impulse to English commerce and industry. But on the eve of the financial expansion of the late 16th century, industrially, England was still in a backwater compared with Italy, Spain, the Low Countries, the South German states, and even France. Englishmen had almost nothing to teach foreigners in the way of mechanical knowledge, except in connection with the production of tin and the manufacture of pewter. The reversal of this position in the latter half of the 16th century is what makes Neff single out the Elizabethan age as the true turning point in the rise of British industrialism. But if we focus on the rise of industrialism not per se but as an instrument of capital accumulation, England's catching up with, and forging ahead of, other countries in coal mining, metallurgy, and other large-scale industries is not the really significant trend that emerged in the Elizabethan age. In itself this trend was a reaffirmation in new forms of the same pattern that had already emerged in the previous financial expansion of the European world economy, the pattern, that is, through which England took over and specialized in low value-added activities while the main centers of capital accumulation retained and specialized in high value-added activities. But in the Elizabethan age this was not all that was happening. The most significant aspect of English industrialism in this age was that it was beginning to take over high value-added activities which then, as in the previous financial expansion, were the luxury and armament industries. Fear of social disorder made Elizabeth even less inclined than her Tudor predecessors to give indiscriminate encouragement to a process of industrial expansion which already had a considerable momentum of its own because of England's natural endowments combined with a steady inflow of Dutch, French, and German entrepreneurs and personnel seeking refuge from continental religious quarrels or just a profitable investment. If anything, her main preoccupation was to restrain the expansion and to minimize its socially disruptive effects. The Statute of Artificers of 1563, which extended guild regulation to the whole country and effectively confined the expansion of the cloth industry to the towns, was the main instrument of this action. Besides luxury industries, like silk, glass, or the manufacture of fine paper, the only industries that were actively encouraged were those related to armaments, with the result that, by the end of Elizabeth's reign, English-made cannon was in demand throughout Europe. This kind of industrial policy was far more reasonable than later critics and historians have been willing to acknowledge. For one thing, as Polanyi has argued with specific reference to the regulatory thrust of this period, a slowing down of the rate of change may be the best way of keeping change going in a given direction without causing social disruptions that would result in chaos rather than change. Equally important for our present purposes, the redirecting of industrial expansion from cloth to the luxury and armament industries shows that Elizabeth and her advisors had a better sense than many of our own contemporaries of the relationship that links industrial expansion to the expansion of national wealth and power in a capitalist world economy. For in a capitalist world economy, industrial expansion translates into an expansion of national wealth and power only if it is associated with a breakthrough in high value-added activities. Moreover, the breakthrough must be sufficient both to enable capital to accumulate faster in the industrializing than in competing states and to reproduce in the industrializing states social structures supportive of its self-expansion. The expansion of English industries during the Anglo-French Hundred Years' War led to no such breakthrough. English balance of payment problems were aggravated, English servitude to foreign capital deepened, English troops were driven out of France, and the English state was thrown into complete chaos. The expansion of English industries in the century following the dissolution of the monasteries, in contrast, did make significant inroads into high value-added industries. But these inroads were not sufficient to enable capital to accumulate in England faster than in competing states, most notably than in the newborn United Provinces, nor, indeed, to reproduce a supportive social structure. As a result, it took another century before the national union of capitalism and territorialism initiated under Elizabeth began its irresistible rise to world dominance. The dialectic of capitalism and territorialism. The long gestation lag that separates the restructuring and reorganization of the English state in the late 16th century and its subsequent rise to dominance in the European world economy was due primarily to the fact that a critical ingredient was still missing from the synthesis of capitalism and territorialism engineered by Gresham and Elizabeth: commercial world supremacy. Throughout the 17th century this remained the prerogative of Dutch capitalism. And as long as it did, no amount of industrial expansion and monetary stability could help England to become the master rather than the servant of systemic processes of capital accumulation. Just as Venice's industrial expansion in this same period was associated with the subordination of the old Venetian city-state to the declining Genoese regime of accumulation, so England's industrial expansion was associated with the subordination of the newborn English nation-state to the rising Dutch regime. The fundamental subordination of the English state to the rising Dutch regime is best illustrated by the outcome of the Anglo-Dutch trade dispute which erupted in the early 1610s when the English government banned the export of undyed cloth. The aim of this ban was to compel English producers to complete manufacture at home in order to increase the value added of English textile production and set English trade free from the constraints imposed on its expansion by Dutch commercial intermediation. As Jonathan Israel explains, Dutch superiority in dyeing and dressing was, not only a means of siphoning off a large part of the profits of England's own output but also a means of undermining English trade with the Baltic generally. In very supple words, the English prohibition was a gigantic gamble, moreover, that failed abysmally. For shortly afterwards Holland retaliated by banning all imports into the United Provinces of foreign dyed and dressed cloth. The effect on England was devastating. The collapse of English cloth exports to the Dutch provinces, and a large part of their German hinterland, could only be partially compensated for by increased sales of finished cloth in the Baltic. The inevitable result was a paralyzing slump, and widespread distress at home. By 1616, with the recession deepening, James I's ministers were ready to give in. They actually capitulated a year later without having persuaded the States General to withdraw their ban on English finished cloth. The attempt to move up the value-added hierarchy of textile production and to bypass the Dutch entrepot thus backfired and the English economy entered a long depression which intensified domestic political instability and social tensions. As we shall see presently, the taproot of this instability and social tensions lay elsewhere. But their catastrophic if emancipatory development in the middle decades of the century was deeply conditioned by the continuing primacy of commercial over industrial capitalism in the European world economy at large. Dutch capital could appropriate the profits of English workmanship not because of its superiority in industrial productiveness as such but because of its centrality in world commercial intermediation. Dutch superiority in dyeing and dressing, which played such a critical role in the above dispute, was itself primarily a reflection of Amsterdam's role as central entrepot of world commerce. For the rich trades, and for the finishing industries on which the rich trades depended, the stockpiling of the world's commodities in a central storehouse, was a factor of decisive importance. Dutch superiority in dyeing, bleaching, grinding, and refining was hard to challenge when it was the Dutch who had the stockpiles of dyestuffs, chemicals, drugs, and rare raw materials on which all these processes depended. Thus, there was a high degree of interdependency between the Dutch commerce in high-value commodities and Dutch industry, each continually reinforcing the other. In this relationship of mutual reinforcement, Dutch world commercial supremacy was the decisive ingredient. It was comparatively easy for English manufacturers to finish their cloth with sufficient technical proficiency to be able to sell it directly and competitively in Baltic markets. But once the chips were down and their finished cloth was excluded from the Dutch commercial entrepot, technical proficiency and competitiveness in manufacturing were to no avail. Conversely, as long as Amsterdam remained the central entrepot of world commerce, the place, that is, where Baltic, Mediterranean, Atlantic, and Indian Ocean supplies met and turned into one another's demand, it was comparatively easy for Dutch merchants and manufacturers to become technically proficient and economically competitive in whatever industrial activity was critical to the enlarged reproduction of Dutch commercial supremacy. But as soon as Amsterdam's role as the central warehouse of world commerce began to be successfully challenged by the rise of competing entrepôts, as it was in the early 18th century, Dutch industrial primacy, such as it was, waned as rapidly as it had waxed. England was the main protagonist and the eventual victor of the struggle to divert traffic from Amsterdam. The seeds of this victory were sown in the Elizabethan age. But its fruits could be reaped only after appropriate domestic and systemic conditions had come into existence. Domestically, the main problem left behind by Elizabeth was the fragility of the incorporation of the British Islands into a single territorial organization. This greatly hampered the ability of the English monarchy under the Stuarts to pursue with the necessary determination the interests of England's commercial classes at a time of rapidly escalating interstate conflicts. Quarrels between king and parliament over taxation and over the use of resources eventually came to a head under the impact of a Scottish military invasion of England and a Catholic rebellion in Ireland. The struggle to seize control over the English army that now had to be raised to suppress the Irish insurrection drove Parliament and King into the Civil War. English absolutism was brought to crisis by aristocratic particularism and clanic desperation on its periphery, forces that lay historically behind it. But it was felled at the center by a commercialized gentry, a capitalist city, a commoner artisanate and yeomanry, forces pushing beyond it. As Anderson notes, the vagaries of English foreign policy undermined Stuart rule from the start. However, these vagaries were not due just to the subjective limitations of successive court administrations in a fractured and increasingly turbulent domestic environment. They were due also to an objective difficulty involved in identifying England's national interest in a period of transition in the world economy from one system of rule and accumulation to another. Was Spain's collapsing empire still England's principal enemy, or was it Holland and France, England's rivals in the coming struggle to appropriate the spoils of the Iberian Empire? In the 2 decades preceding the English Civil War, it was all but impossible to decide whether England's national interest was best served by joining competitors in destroying Iberian power, or by letting them bear the costs alone, and seek instead some advantage in the struggle to come through diplomatic and other means. By the time the English Civil War had completed, the process of nation-state formation left unfinished by Elizabeth I, the neutralization of Iberian power and the establishment of the Westphalia system had eliminated all objective difficulties in the identification of England's national interest. The bitter experience of the trade dispute with Holland of the 1610s was not lost in the collective memory of the commercial classes, which were brought to prominence by the revolutionary upheavals of the 1640s. And as soon as domestic circumstances permitted, these classes moved fast to challenge Dutch commercial supremacy. In 1651 the Venetian ambassador had reported that merchants and trade were making great strides, as government and trade are ruled by the same persons. These rulers first offered union to the Dutch, on terms which would have given English merchants free access to trade with the Dutch Empire and transferred the entrepot trade from Amsterdam to London. When the Dutch government refused, war was declared. The Dutch wars broke the Dutch hold on trade in tobacco, sugar, furs, slaves, and codfish, and laid the foundation for the establishment of English territorial power in India. English trade to China also dates from these years. Capture of Jamaica in 1655 provided the base for the slave trade on which English merchants were to wax rich. In the making of an English commercial empire, the deployment of military means was supplemented and complemented by the deployment of diplomatic and contractual means. Protection of the Portuguese against the Dutch and support for their independence from Spain prepared the ground for the Anglo-Portuguese alliance, which would in due course transform Portugal and its empire into a de facto British protectorate. Thus, Charles II's marriage to Catherine of Braganza, apparently a condition of his restoration, made important additions to England's possessions and connections. With Catherine came Bombay, direct trade with Portuguese West Africa and with Brazil. With her also came Tangier, England's first base in the Mediterranean. The foundations were thus laid of that empire of outposts out of which came the continental inland expansion of the next 2 centuries and the incorporation in the British-centered capitalist world economy of the continents of America, India, Australia, and Africa. In the short run, however, England's most important gain was the takeover of the so-called triangular Atlantic trade from the Dutch, which soon became for England what Levant trade had been for Venice and Baltic trade for Holland, its mother trade. As Eric Williams argued in his classic study, the circuit of trade through which British manufactures were exchanged for African slaves were exchanged for American tropical products, and American tropical products were exchanged for British manufactures, boosted at a critical conjuncture the effective demand and the capital resources required by the take-off of the British Industrial Revolution. Although triangular Atlantic trade did indeed provide English manufacturers with one of their most protected and most rapidly expanding outlets, its most important and specific contribution to the expansion of England's networks of trade, accumulation, and power was to promote the transfer of Europe's entrepot trade from Amsterdam to English port cities. Once again, entrepot trade and all the advantages that went with it, including industrial competitiveness, followed control over the most strategic supplies of world commerce. And just as in the late 16th century control over Baltic supplies of grain and naval stores had brought entrepot trade to Holland, so in the early 18th century control over Atlantic supplies of tobacco, sugar, cotton, gold, and, above all, of the slaves who produced the bulk of these supplies, was instrumental in diverting traffic from Amsterdam to English entrepôts. There was nonetheless a fundamental difference between the establishment of Dutch commercial supremacy in the late 16th century and the establishment of English commercial supremacy in the early 18th century. Whereas Dutch commercial supremacy was based on a strict adherence to a capitalist logic of power, English commercial supremacy was based on a harmonious synthesis of the territorialist logic of power with the capitalist. It is this difference more than anything else that accounts for the fact that, historically, English governmental and business institutions were in a position to carry systemic processes of capital accumulation much further than their Dutch predecessors did or could ever have done. From the very start, the Dutch commercial empire formed and expanded through the investment of the profits of Baltic trade and of the inverted fiscal squeeze imposed on imperial Spain through piracy and privateering in highly selective and parsimonious territorial acquisitions. The conquest and incorporation of territory in the domains of the Dutch state and of its chartered companies were limited to what was absolutely essential to the profitable expansion of Dutch business. Through this strategy of power, the Dutch carved out of the far-flung Iberian territorial empire, first a small and secure homeland in the Netherlands, a fortified island as Braudel has called the United Provinces, and then a highly profitable empire of commercial outposts stretching across the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. The main advantage of this strategy lay in its flexibility. It kept the ruling groups of the United Provinces free from the responsibility, troubles, and commitments involved in the acquisition, governance, and protection of large territories and populations, and assured them a steady cash flow which they could put to whatever use was most profitable or useful at any given time or place. The obverse side of this freedom of action and superior command over mobile capital was of course dependence on the entrepreneurship and labor of foreign countries endowed with superior territorial and demographic resources. In commenting on the failure of Dutch corporate business in the New World in comparison with its success in the Indian Ocean, Braudel reports the malicious claim of a Frenchman according to whom the leaders of the United Provinces had noticed the extraordinary labors and the considerable expense which the Spanish had been obliged to devote to the establishment of their commerce and government in countries hitherto unknown. They therefore determined to have as little as possible to do with such undertakings. In other words, Braudel adds, they much preferred to seek out countries which could be exploited rather than settled and developed. The claim was malicious because colonization of suitable regions was specifically envisaged in the 1621 Charter of the Dutch West India Company. Controlled by the territorialist rather than by the capitalist component of the Dutch dominant bloc, that is, by the party of Orangists, Calvinists, Zeelanders and Southern Netherlander immigrants, rather than by Amsterdam's merchant elite who controlled the VOC, the WIC soon became involved in efforts to conquer all or parts of Brazil. Even the WIC, however, showed little patience with the Brazilian undertaking. As its costs escalated over and above commercial profits, the company abandoned territorial conquest and colonization in the Americas in favor of greater specialization in commercial intermediation. Facing bankruptcy, in 1674 the WIC was reorganized as a slave trading enterprise with profitable sidelines in contraband trade with Spanish America and in sugar production in Suriname. This combination brought the Dutch back to playing the more congenial role of intermediaries who externalized as much as they could of production costs, while concentrating on acquiring exclusive control of the most strategic supplies of long-distance trade. Just as the most strategic supplies of Baltic trade were grain and naval stores, and those of Indian Ocean trade were fine spices, so the most strategic supply of Atlantic trade were African slaves. By stepping in to rationalize previous Portuguese practices in the procurement, transport, and marketing of African slaves, the WIC thus pioneered the Atlantic triangular trade. As noted above, however, it was English rather than Dutch enterprise that eventually benefited more from this infamous commercial traffic. In the Atlantic, as in the Indian Ocean, the Dutch had stepped into Iberian shoes. But in contrast to what happened in the Indian Ocean, where it took more than a century for the English East India Company to overshadow the performance of the VOC and even longer to drive it out of business, the Dutch hold on the key supplies of Atlantic trade was never firm, and it was comparatively easy for the English to step into Dutch shoes as soon as domestic and systemic circumstances permitted. This different performance of Dutch relative to English enterprise in the Indian Ocean and in the Atlantic was closely related to a crucial difference between the two arenas of commercial expansion. As Braudel has observed, the ease with which the merchant capitalism of Europe could lay siege to the markets of the East and use their own vitality to maneuver them to its own advantage, was due to the fact that these markets already formed a series of coherent economies linked together in a fully operational world economy. Braudel's observation echoes Max Weber's remark that it was one thing to undertake commercial expansion in regions of ancient civilization with a well-developed and rich money economy, as in the East Indies, and an altogether different thing to do so in sparsely populated lands where the development of a money economy had hardly begun, as in the Americas. Probably well aware of this difference, the Dutch capitalist class concentrated on the Indian Ocean rather than the Atlantic as the most likely arena to replicate their Baltic fortunes, and thus strengthen and enlarge the role of Amsterdam as the central entrepot of world commerce and finance. As we know, the gamble paid off handsomely. The extraordinary and early success with which the Dutch moved to reorganize the Indian Ocean trading system, in order to seize and enforce their control over the supply of fine spices, centralized in Amsterdam a traffic which in the 16th century was still being disputed by several entrepôts, Antwerp, Venice, Lisbon, and Seville. More important, that success made VOC shares the blue chip that contributed more than any other to the fortunes of the Amsterdam stock market. The enlarged reproduction of Dutch capitalism was thus based on the vitality of Asian markets. But it was also based on the one-sided determination with which the Dutch capitalist class through the VOC used that vitality to maneuver Asian markets to its own advantage. The WIC was a different kind of enterprise. It was launched almost 20 years after the VOC, more to attack the power, prestige and revenues of Spain and Portugal than to bring dividends to its shareholders. Initially, it succeeded in doing both things at the same time. Thus, when Petain captured the Mexican silver fleet in 1628, the WIC could declare one of the very few bumper dividends of its history, while dealing a serious blow to the finances of Imperial Spain already strained by the war effort. But as soon as sea war turned into a land war aimed at the conquest of sizable Portuguese territories in Brazil, the company ran into trouble. Having regained their independence from Spain, the Portuguese reconquered their Brazilian territories, while the escalation of the costs of colonization and land warfare over and above commercial profits weakened irremediably the economic and financial position of the WIC. On its reorganization in 1674, the WIC was modeled more closely on the image of the VOC. But notwithstanding this reorganization, the WIC never came close to replicating the successes of the VOC. The difficulties encountered by the Dutch in replicating through the WIC in the Atlantic what they had achieved through the VOC in the Indian Ocean were symptomatic of the limits imposed on Dutch commercial expansion by capitalist rationality itself. Under the circumstances of the time, capitalist rationality in state and war-making meant a relentless subordination of territorial expansion to money-making. Strict adherence to this principle had made the fortunes of the Dutch in both the Baltic and Indian Ocean trade. But it had also set an insurmountable spatio-temporal limit to the expansion of those fortunes. This limit was the absolutely and comparatively narrow territorial and demographic base of Dutch power. Throughout the first half of the 17th century, a narrow territorial and demographic base was no problem at all for Dutch commercial expansion. Superior control over mobile capital could be easily and effectively converted into the means of protection and into the labor that were necessary to acquire and retain control over a small territorial home base. In what was a freer European market for military labor than had ever existed before, or would ever exist thereafter, the good reputation of the Dutch as solvent employers provided them with practically unlimited supplies of labor. Thus, of the 132 companies that in 1600 constituted the Dutch army, only 17 were actually Dutch, the others were English, French, Scots, Walloon, and German. In domestic industry and ancillary trades, the labor supply was not just unlimited but almost a free good. The capture and sack of Antwerp by Spanish troops in 1585, the displacement of Antwerp by Amsterdam as the central hub of world commerce, and the transformation of the territories that were in the process of becoming the United Provinces into a secure refuge, jointly contributed to generating a massive migration of traders and artisans from the southern to the northern Netherlands. As a result, the population of Amsterdam grew from 30,000 in 1585 to 105,000 in 1622, and Antwerp's textile industry was transplanted almost en bloc to Leiden. With the military and industrial domestic requirements of labor power being met abundantly by supplies from neighboring countries and territories, Dutch labor could be mobilized in overseas enterprises. Every year between 1598 and 1605, the Dutch on average sent 25 ships to West Africa, 20 to Brazil, 10 to the East Indies, and 150 to the Caribbean. And between 1605 and 1609, the foundations of the Vox trade empire in the Indian Ocean were laid through the establishment of colonies, factories, and trading ports. During the truce of 1609-21 in the war with Spain, the Dutch further consolidated their naval supremacy in the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. And when hostilities against Spain resumed, the previous outbreak of the 30 Years' War enabled the Dutch to count on their Swedish, French, and German allies to neutralize Spanish military might on land, so that they could continue to concentrate on naval warfare, following the dictum land war brings hunger, sea war brings plunder. The capture of the Mexican silver fleet by the WIC in 1628 dealt a final blow to the already strained Genos-Iberian connection and left the Dutch as the only arbiters of European high finance. Iberian dependence on Dutch-controlled trade networks became greater than ever. By 1640, Dutch ships carried 3/4 of the goods delivered in Spanish ports, and by 1647 or 1648, possibly before the Peace of Munster, they carried most of Spain's silver. The triumph of the Dutch capitalist logic of power over the territorialist logic of Spain could not have been more complete. Yet, it was precisely at this moment of triumph that the winning logic began to show its limits. For as soon as its triumph was institutionalized by the Westphalia treaties, the energies and resources of territorialist states were set free from their previous mutual engagement in Europe and could be deployed to challenge the commercial and naval supremacy of the Dutch. And just as in the preceding period of struggle the Dutch had effectively mobilized their superior command over mobile capital to neutralize Iberian territorial supremacy, so now the English, the French, and the Iberians themselves were freer than ever to mobilize their superior command over land and labor to undermine Dutch commercial supremacy. This supremacy was most vulnerable in the Atlantic, where it could not be reproduced simply by controlling trading ports as it could in the Indian Ocean. In Atlantic trade, control over production areas was at least as important as control over trading ports, and in order to establish and retain control over production areas, command over a labor surplus mattered more than command over surplus capital. The large supply of young, unmarried males who were still available in the United Provinces at this time, a supply that included Germans, French, Scandinavians, and Baltics, was for the most part absorbed by the Navy, the merchant marine, and the Vach. Few were left for the Dutch to compete effectively with the English indenture system and with the French engage system in settling Atlantic production areas. Nor was Holland torn apart by the kind of violent religious and political quarrels which, in the middle of the 17th century, were leading to the spontaneous or coerced transplantation across the Atlantic of non-negligible fractions of the English and French populations. The same strict adherence to the capitalist logic of power that had made the Dutch triumph over Iberian territorialism now prevented the Dutch from competing effectively in the struggle for commercial supremacy in the Atlantic. The failure of the Brazilian venture had been an omen of far worse things to come. The worst thing of all came with the Navigation Acts of 1651 and 1660, through which the English Parliament tightened its control over English colonies and bestowed on the English fleet the monopoly of trade with those colonies. In the Anglo-Dutch wars that followed, the Dutch reaffirmed their naval superiority but could do nothing to prevent the English from enforcing the Navigation Acts and thereby building up a commercial empire of their own in competition with the Dutch. Yet the days of Dutch commercial supremacy were far from over. The highest rates of profit were still realized in Asian trade, and the centrality of Amsterdam as commercial and financial entrepot was only beginning to be eroded. But the wheel was turning. Increasingly, the higher rates of profit realized by the Vach in the low-volume, Indian Ocean spice trade were more than compensated by the larger mass of profit realized by English enterprise in high-volume lines of business, not just in Atlantic trade, but also in East Indian piece goods trade. Worse still for the Dutch, whether profitable or not, whether English, French, or Iberian, the expansion of high-volume Atlantic trade and of the settlement and colonization that went with it began bringing into the open the latent labor shortage that threatened the vitality of Dutch enterprise. The number of Dutch seamen who were available for service in the Navy and in ocean voyages began to decline in the years following the Treaty of Utrecht. This was no accident. In the course of the War of Spanish Succession, the Treaty of Methuen had granted England privileged access to the Portuguese domestic and colonial markets and to the rapidly expanding supplies of Brazilian gold, and the Treaty of Utrecht had granted it exclusive control over the slave trade with Spanish America. The golden age of English Atlantic expansion had begun, and as other territorialist states endeavored to keep up with England, the European demand for seafaring labor started to outpace supply. The almost 30 years of peace between the European great powers that followed the end of the War of Spanish Succession moderated the ensuing labor shortage somewhat, particularly for the Dutch, who were involved only marginally in the expansion of Atlantic trade and colonization. But when in around 1740 the European interstate struggle suddenly escalated, the shortage became acute, particularly for the Dutch who had a narrow domestic and colonial demographic base. As Staver-Enoes deplored. Ever since the year 1740, the many naval wars, the great increase of trade and navigation, particularly in many countries, where formerly these pursuits were little attended to, and the consequent great and continual demands for able seamen, both for ships of war and for merchantmen, have so considerably diminished the supply of them, that, in our own country, where there formerly used to be a great abundance of mariners, it is now, with great difficulty and expense, that any vessel can procure a proper number of able hands to navigate her. Even the Vak came to be affected by this acute shortage of seafaring labor. In the 17th century, its commercial successes had attracted a large flow of Dutch immigrants to the East Indies. But in the 1740s, the general and open shortage of seamen had negative repercussions on the Vak as on all branches of the Dutch commercial empire. "I am afraid to say how things are with us," wrote Vak's Governor-General Baron van Imhoff in 1744, "for it is shameful, everything is lacking, good ships, men, officers, and thus one of the principal props of the Netherlands' power is trembling in the balance." 1740 is of course the year which, following Braudel, we have taken as the point in time in which the phase of material expansion of the Dutch-centered capitalist world economy turned into a phase of financial expansion. Although the flight of Dutch surplus capital from Dutch to English investment became massive only at this time, the transfer had already begun some 30 years earlier towards the end of the War of Spanish Succession. The war had shown beyond a shadow of a doubt that the rise of English power by sea and of French power by land had created conditions under which the Dutch had no competitive edge of their own in the European power struggle. The competition that pitted English and French power against one another left the Dutch with plenty of room for maneuver in preserving their political independence and economic freedom of action. But it also translated into a major inflation of Dutch protection costs and of the Dutch national debt. By the end of the War of Spanish Succession, the national debt of the Dutch Republic was almost 5 times what it had been in 1688. The outstanding debt of the province of Holland was 6 to 8 times what it had been in the 1640s. And since in the meantime tax revenue had at most doubled, the province was rapidly approaching a situation of financial exhaustion. The costs involved in defending simultaneously a land and a sea frontier had become prohibitive for the small Dutch state. At the same time, the War of Spanish Succession had sharpened further the competitive edge of the English in the struggle for commercial supremacy in the Atlantic and for control over a greater share of entrepot trade. There was nothing that Dutch capital could do to stop the English from fully exploiting this competitive advantage at the expense of the Dutch themselves. But it could, and promptly did, lay a claim on a share of the future incomes generated by English commercial and territorial expansion by investing in the English national debt and in English stock. The tendency of Dutch capital to shift its bets from Dutch to English investment was strengthened by the dynastic connection that was established between England and the United Provinces in 1689 with the accession of William of Orange to the English throne. Under William III, Anglo-Dutch relations had become closer and more friendly than they had been for a long time. Equally important, the sound money tradition initiated under Elizabeth was reaffirmed at a time of rampant inflation. Private creditors were put in control of the management of the public debt through their incorporation in the Bank of England, pretty much in the same way as they had been in Genoa through their incorporation in the Cassa di San Giorgio, and the silver standard of the English pound was de facto converted into a gold standard, taking advantage of the newly acquired privileged access to Brazilian gold supplies. There was little else that a creditor could ask for, and so in the 1710s Dutch surplus capital eagerly began jumping off the overcrowded Dutch boat to jump on the English one in the hope of a free ride to the expanding Atlantic trade and colonization. Already by 1737 the Dutch were thought to hold as much as £10 million of the English national debt, more than 1/5 of the total, and an amount large enough to make the English government worry about the possibility that a reduction in the interest rate on the national debt might induce a flight of Dutch capital, with disastrous consequences for English finances. By then, however, the competitive position of the Dutch was rapidly becoming hopeless even in the spheres in which it had been strongest, as Staverinius and Vak's Governor-General, Baron van Imhoff, were to complain. More than ever, investment in English stock and government securities constituted the best bet for Dutch surplus capital. For returns on investment in Dutch securities were lower, while investment in securities of other states was much riskier. Far from being diverted from England, after about 1740 the flow of Dutch capital into England suddenly greatly increased. In 1758, Dutch investors were said to hold as much as a third of the Bank of England, English East India Company, and South Sea stocks. In 1762, a well-informed Rotterdam banker estimated that the Dutch held a quarter of the English debt, which then stood at £12 million. The moment of greatest expansion of Dutch investment in English securities was during the 7 Years' War of 1756–63. Since this war was a decisive turning point in the struggle for world commercial supremacy between England and France, there is some truth in Charles Wilson's contention that without the contribution of Dutch capital England's eventual victory over France might have been more difficult than it actually was. Yet for the most part, the Dutch simply assisted in the completion of a long historical process which they had neither initiated nor could stop, as much as they might have wanted to in view of the fact that the English victory marked the demise of the Dutch from the commanding heights of the capitalist world economy. As we have been arguing, the proximate origins of this long historical process lay in the formation in the latter half of the 16th century of a new kind of governmental and business organization. This was the English nation-state as restructured by the alliance of English merchant bankers, who, in the first half of the century, had been a subordinate component of the cosmopolitan ensemble of nations that regulated the European monetary and trading system out of Antwerp and other continental marketplaces, and Elizabeth, who, at mid-century, had inherited a government bankrupted by the failed attempts of the Tudor dynasty to regain England's prominence in European politics. This alliance was one of several combinations of capitalism and territorialism that emerged out of the obsolescence of city-states as the main centers of capital accumulation of the European world economy and of continual interstate competition for mobile capital. Throughout the 16th century, the most important and powerful among these combinations were the loose alliances between capitalist nations and territorialist states that characterized both the Geno-Siberian and the Florentine, French blocs. Towards the end of the century, however, the power of these loose alliances was increasingly undermined by their mutual competition and hostility, as well as by the emergence of more compact and leaner national blocs formed in antagonistic opposition to the financial and political dominance of the Geno-Siberian complex. The Dutch and the English were the most important among these. Although both blocs were formed by the union of a capitalist with a territorialist component, the Dutch state was far more capitalist in structure and orientation than the English state, which nonetheless was from the start and remained through the 17th and 18th centuries far more capitalist in structure and orientation than any of the other territorialist states of Europe. In the 17th century, the more strictly capitalist structure and orientation of the Dutch state endowed Dutch capital with a decisive competitive advantage in the struggle to appropriate the spoils of the disintegrating Iberian territorial empire. But as soon as the territorialist states themselves followed the Dutch path of development by becoming more capitalist in structure and orientation and by throwing their lot in overseas commercial expansion, as they did from the late 17th century onwards, the exceedingly lean structure of the Dutch state was transformed from a decisive competitive advantage into an insurmountable handicap. In the ensuing struggle for world commercial supremacy, competitive advantage shifted to the territorialist states that were in the process of internalizing capitalism. It was at this point that the English state, which had carried this internalization further than any other territorialist state and had redirected but not lost its territorialist predispositions, came out on top. As Kane and Hopkins have pointed out, the plunder perpetrated by the East India Company following its military victory at Plassey in 1757 did not start the Industrial Revolution, but it did help Britain to buy back the national debt from the Dutch. Our analysis fully supports this contention, but adds a new twist to it. Plassey could not and did not start the Industrial Revolution for the simple reason that what goes under that name was the third and concluding moment of a historical process that had begun centuries earlier. All three moments of this historical process were periods of rapid industrial expansion in England, at least by the standards of the times in which each of the expansions occurred, and of financial expansion in the capitalist world economy at large. The first moment consisted of the rapid expansion of the English textile industry that occurred during the Florentine-led financial expansion of the late 14th and early 15th centuries. The second moment consisted of the rapid expansion of the English metal industries during the Genoese-led financial expansion of the late 16th and early 17th centuries, and the third moment, the so-called Industrial Revolution, consisted of the rapid expansion of the English textile and metal industries during the Dutch-led financial expansion of the 18th century. As Neff has underscored, this third moment drew on a repertoire of industrial and business techniques which had been built up in the second moment, and in all probability, the same could be said of the second moment in relation to the first. Nevertheless, our thesis has been that the main historical link between the three moments of English industrial expansion were systemic rather than local. That is to say, each moment of industrial expansion in England was integral to an ongoing financial expansion, restructuring, and reorganization of the capitalist world economy, in which England was incorporated from the very start. Periods of financial expansion were invariably moments of intensifying competitive pressures on the governmental and business institutions of the European trade and accumulation system. Under these pressures, agro-industrial production declined in some locales and rose in others, primarily in response to the positional disadvantages and advantages of the locales in the changing structure of the world economy. And in all three financial expansions, gifts of history and of geography made England a particularly suitable locale for one kind of industrial expansion or another. The ruling groups of England were not passive recipients of these gifts and of the recurrent spurts of industrial expansion that accompanied them. By forcibly destroying the Flemish cloth industry, Edward III gave a big push to the expansion of English textile production during the first financial expansion, in an attempt to move England up in the value-added hierarchy of the European world economy. Elizabeth I tried to do the same, but by slowing down expansion in the textile industries and encouraging it in the armaments and luxury industries. Neither Edward's expansive policy, nor Elizabeth's selectively restrictive policy, however, could do much to overcome the fundamental subordination of English industrialism, first to Italian and then to Dutch capitalism. What eventually enabled England to overcome this subordination and to become the new governor and organizer of the capitalist world economy was not the new spurt of industrial expansion that took off during the Napoleonic Wars. Rather, it was the previous redirection of English energies and resources from industrialism to overseas commercial and territorial expansion. The century-long pause in English industrial expansion after 1640 was in part a reflection of the changed conjuncture in the European world economy after Westphalia. But it also reflected the concentration of English energies and resources on the task of transferring control of entrepot trade from Dutch to English hands so as to turn a major obstacle to the expansion of English wealth and power into a formidable weapon of that expansion. As long as Amsterdam was the central entrepot of world trade, it was easy for Dutch business to outcompete in high value-added industries even the producers of more industrialized states like Venice or England. But once England, already the most industrialized state of the European world economy, turned into the central entrepot of world trade, and on a scale never seen before, the competitiveness of English business became unbeatable in a much wider range of industries than Dutch business ever was. It was at this time that, retrospectively, Elizabeth I's investment of plunder seized from Spain in the stabilization of the pound and in the launching of joint stock companies chartered to promote overseas commercial and territorial expansion appeared as the best investment she could have ever made. Although for almost a century the money so invested seemed to many to have been a waste in the face of insurmountable odds in competing with the Dutch, in the 18th century Elizabeth's foresight was fully vindicated. The reaffirmation and consolidation under William III of the tradition of sound money established by Elizabeth kept English surplus capital invested in the English national debt and, in addition, brought in Dutch capital in the most decisive moments of the interstate power struggle. And when the burden on the English budget and balance of payments of the interest paid to domestic and foreign investors might have become excessive in the face of rapidly escalating protection costs, an offspring of the £42,000 of booty invested by Elizabeth in the Levant Company, the English East India Company, started to bring returns in the form of plunder and tribute from India, which no other investment of comparable size, industrial or otherwise, could ever have generated. Here lies the true historical significance of the Plassey plunder. As England replaced Amsterdam as the central entrepot of world trade, English industries began generating far greater cash flows than they could profitably reabsorb, so that there was neither the need nor the room for the Plassey plunder in their prodigious expansion of the late 18th century. But there was plenty of need and room for the Plassey plunder, and for the steady stream of imperial tribute of which it was only an advance, in British high finance. By buttressing Britain's credit rating at a critical juncture of the European power struggle and, in addition by freeing Britain once and for all from its dependence on, and subordination to, foreign capital, imperial tribute from India and other colonial sources finally made Gresham's dream come true. The British state and British capital could show the whole world what kind of power each derived from their union in a cohesive national bloc. That the main foundation of the power of this national bloc was imperial is surely something that would have neither surprised nor indeed displeased Gresham, let alone Elizabeth I. When at the end of the Napoleonic Wars the president of the Board of Trade, Huskisson, maintained that the re-establishment of the gold standard suspended during the wars would make Britain the Venice of the 19th century, he was appealing to a metaphor of unsurpassed governmental and business success. Although the Venetian Republic had recently been erased from the map of Europe, its almost millenary history of political stability in good and bad times and of harmonious fusion of governmental and business reason still evoked in the minds of Huskisson's contemporaries an image of success in state-making and money-making at the same time that no city-state, least of all chaotic Genoa, or nation-state, least of all extravagant Spain, could match. To mention Genoa or Spain, or even the Dutch quasi-nation-state, as models for Britain to replicate in the century ahead would have been truly bad publicity for the policies advocated by the Board of Trade. And yet, by the end of the Napoleonic Wars the British state and British capital had developed features that alongside a Venetian lineage betrayed the less reputable lineages of 16th century Genoa and Spain. For more than a century the Bank of England had replicated the main features of the Casa di San Giorgio. But it was above all during the wars with France in the late 18th and early 19th centuries that the Geno-Siberian lineage rose to prominence in the strategies and structures of British governmental and business institutions. For one thing, Britain's tendency to spend on war out of all proportion to its tax revenue, to throw into the struggle with France and its allies the decisive margin of ships and men, meant that the nation was mortgaged to a new class in its society, the rentiers, the fund holders, for an annual sum, 3 times the public revenue before the Revolutionary Wars. This massive subordination of the state to strictly moneyed interests in itself made Britain resemble a combination of Spain and Genoa much more than Venice. More importantly, massive wartime deficit spending and the geographical distribution of this spending endowed the city with a network of foreign business connections that made it the heir of the 16th century cosmopolitan Genoese nation. The rise of funded wealth and the domination of flows of money and goods by contracts and licenses issued in London placed a heavy strain on the Bank of England's resources. The inability of the bank to cope with the situation forced the British government to turn more confidingly to the private banks and those merchants of London that began to be known as merchant bankers. Merchant bankers in particular became absolutely critical to the management and regulation of Britain's wartime expenditures. Nearly the entire cost of war was to be met abroad. In gold or supplies the proceeds of loans or taxes must be at the disposal of Great Britain and her allies in the field. Only merchants through their foreign correspondents were able to perform this service. They could meet payrolls in Flanders out of Mexican dollars coming in payment for calico delivered in Spain. They could assemble cloths from Yorkshire, sabres and muskets from Sheffield, and horses from Ireland, and deliver them in Trieste for an Austrian campaign. And as they would contract for the employment of the government's money, their aid was invaluable in providing it. With the bankers they made up groups to bid in the public loans, and when successful had the entire proceeds at their disposal. The business of foreign remittance, merged in that of domestic. Both became continuous with the movement of merchandise upon contract or commission in a market in which war demand was the decisive factor. And this was knit up with the movement of the exchanges, the circulation of paper money, and all with the rise and fall of the funds. There is much déjà vu in this passage. The Genoese merchant bankers whose fares enabled Philip II to wage his endless wars in the latter half of the 16th century would have found themselves perfectly at home in the space of flows described here by Leland Jenks. Also in this respect, the structure of British business which emerged from the Napoleonic Wars resembled far more closely the 16th century structure of Genoese business than that of Venetian business at any time in its history. There were, of course, important differences between the 16th century Genoese and the 19th century British spaces of flows. Apart from the greater scale and complexity of the British space, the Genoese space was external and the British space was internal to the imperial networks of power that each serviced in war and peace. The Genoese space was external to the Spanish Empire, at first in the mobile Besanzone fairs, and then in the Piacenza fairs. The center of the British space of flows, in contrast, was in London. It coincided with the center of the British Empire. This difference reflected the fact that the Genoese regime was based on a relationship of political exchange between two autonomous organizations, the Genoese capitalist nation and the Spanish territorialist state. The British regime was instead based on a relationship of political exchange between the city and the British government. Both belonged to the same nation-state, the United Kingdom. There was also a difference of function between the Genoese and the British cosmopolitan business networks. Both were formed in the service of war. But whereas the Genoese network went on to service war throughout its career, the British network went on to service Britain's 100 years peace. Braudel seems to suggest that the Genoese network might have done the same had Spain succeeded in its imperial ambitions. This much is implied in two of his many rhetorical questions. Even supposing that Charles V had had his way, would not capitalism, which was already established in the key cities of the New Europe, somehow have managed to escape unhurt? Would the Genoese not have dominated the transactions of the European fairs in just the same way by handling the finances of Emperor Philip II, rather than those of King Philip II? We shall never know what combination of historical circumstances might have propelled and sustained the self-expansion of Genoese business networks under a Pax Hispanica that never was. We do know, however, that in the 19th century the change of function of the analogous British networks from the servicing of war to the servicing of peace occurred through a major restructuring of operations. And we also know that in this restructuring, Britain's role as the workshop of the world played a critical role. As Stanley Chapman recounts, the ascent of the Rothschilds to the dominant business organization in the city did not originate in the city itself through the handling of British public finances. Rather, it originated in the most dynamic of Britain's industrial districts through the handling of the overseas procurement of inputs and the overseas disposal of outputs. Far from being in contradiction with one another, the workshop and the entrepot functions exercised by Britain in the 19th century were the obverse and mutually reinforcing sides of the same process of world market formation. This process has been the fount and matrix of our times and will constitute the subject matter of the opening section of Chapter 4. Before we proceed, however, let us pause to unveil the logic that seems to underlie the recurrence of systemic cycles of accumulation and the transition from one cycle to another. Reprise and preview. Joseph Schumpeter once remarked that, in matters of capitalist development, a century is a short run. As it turns out, in matters of development of the capitalist world economy, a century does not constitute even a short run. Thus, Immanuel Wallerstein borrowed Braudel's notion of a long 16th century as the proper unit of analysis of what in his scheme of things is the first stage of the capitalist world economy. Eric Hobsbawm similarly speaks of a long 19th century as the appropriate time frame for the analysis of what he envisages as the bourgeois liberal stage of historical capitalism. In a similar vein, the notion of a long 20th century is adopted here as the appropriate time frame for the analysis of the rise, full expansion, and eventual supersession of the agencies and structures of the fourth systemic cycle of accumulation. As such, the long 20th century is nothing but the latest link in a chain of partly overlapping stages, each encompassed by a long century, through which the European capitalist world economy has come to incorporate the entire globe in a dense system of exchanges. The stages, and the long centuries that encompass them, overlap because, as a rule, the agency and structures of accumulation typical of each stage have risen to preeminence in the capitalist world economy during the phase of financial expansion of the preceding stage. From this point of view, the fourth systemic cycle of accumulation is no exception. The process through which the governmental and business institutions typical of this cycle and stage were created was part and parcel of the process through which the governmental and business institutions of the preceding cycle and stage were superseded, a supersession which began during the Great Depression of 1873–96 and the concomitant financial expansion of the British regime of capital accumulation. Figure 3.4 makes explicit the dating scheme that we have adopted in our discussion of the first three systemic cycles of accumulation and expands it to include that portion of the fourth cycle that has materialized to date. The main feature of the temporal profile of historical capitalism sketched here is the similar structure of all long centuries. These constructs all consist of three distinct segments or periods: a first period of financial expansion, in the course of which the new regime of accumulation develops within the old, its development being an integral aspect of the full expansion and contradictions of the latter; a period of consolidation and further development of the new regime of accumulation, in the course of which its leading agencies promote, monitor, and profit from the material expansion of the entire world economy; a second period of financial expansion, in the course of which the contradictions of the fully developed regime of accumulation create the space for, and are deepened by, the emergence of competing and alternative regimes, one of which will eventually become the new dominant regime. 3.4 Long centuries and systemic cycles of accumulation. Borrowing an expression from Gerhard Mansch, we shall designate the beginning of every financial expansion, and therefore of every long century, the signal crisis of the dominant regime of accumulation. It is at this time that the leading agency of systemic processes of accumulation begins to switch its capital in increasing quantities from trade and production to financial intermediation and speculation. The switch is the expression of a crisis in the sense that it marks a turning point, a crucial time of decision, when the leading agency of systemic processes of capital accumulation reveals, through the switch, a negative judgment on the possibility of continuing to profit from the reinvestment of surplus capital in the material expansion of the world economy, as well as a positive judgment on the possibility of prolonging in time and space its leadership/dominance through a greater specialization in high finance. This crisis is the signal of a deeper underlying systemic crisis, which the switch to high finance nonetheless forestalls for the time being. In fact, the switch can do more than that. It may transform the end of material expansion into a wonderful moment of renewed wealth and power for its promoters and organizers, as to different extents and in different ways it has done in all four systemic cycles of accumulation. However wonderful this moment might be for those who benefit most from the end of the material expansion of the world economy, it has never been the expression of a lasting resolution of the underlying systemic crisis. On the contrary, it has always been the preamble to a deepening of the crisis and to the eventual supersession of the still dominant regime of accumulation by a new one. We call the event, or series of events, that lead to this final supersession the terminal crisis of the dominant regime of accumulation, and we take it to mark the end of the long century that encompasses the rise, full expansion, and demise of that regime. Like all previous long centuries, the long 20th century consists of three distinct segments. The first starts in the 1870s and goes through the 1930s, that is, from the signal crisis through the terminal crisis of the British regime of accumulation. The second goes from the terminal crisis of the British regime through the signal crisis of the US regime, a crisis which we can locate around 1970. And the third and last segment goes from 1970 through the terminal crisis of the US regime. Since, as far as we can tell, the latter crisis has not yet occurred, To analyze this segment means in fact investigating the present and the future as part of an ongoing historical process which presents elements both of novelty and of recurrence in comparison with the closing phases of all previous systemic cycles of accumulation. Our primary concern in this historical investigation of the present and of the future will be to provide some plausible answer to two closely related questions. What forces are in the process of precipitating the terminal crisis of the U.S. regime of accumulation, and how soon should we expect this terminal crisis to occur and the long 20th century to end? What alternative paths of development will be open to the capitalist world economy once the long 20th century has come to an end? In seeking plausible answers to these questions, we shall avail ourselves of a second feature of the temporal profile sketched in Figure 3.4. This is the speed up in the pace of capitalist history already mentioned in the introduction. Although all the long centuries depicted in Figure 3.4 consist of three analogous segments and are all longer than a century, over time they have contracted. That is to say, as we move from the earlier to the later stages of capitalist development, it has taken less and less time for systemic regimes of accumulation to rise, develop fully, and be superseded. There are two ways of measuring this. The first is to measure the duration of the long centuries themselves. What we call the long 15th-16th century encompasses almost the entire length of Brodel's and Wallerstein's long 16th century plus the century of the parallel Italian and Anglo-French Hundred Years' Wars, during which the Florentine-led financial expansion reached its apogee and the strategies and structures of the future Genos regime of accumulation were formed. It goes from the great crash of the early 1340s to the end of the age of the Genos some 290 years later. This is by far the longest of the three full long centuries depicted in Figure 3.4. The long 17th century, which goes from the signal crisis of the Genos regime in around 1560 to the terminal crisis of the Dutch regime in the 1780s, is only about 220 years long. And the long 19th century, which goes from the signal crisis of the Dutch regime in around 1740 to the terminal crisis of the British regime in the early 1930s, is even shorter, a mere 190 years. Another way of gauging the speed up in the pace of capitalist history is to compare the periods of time that separate successive signal crises. This method has two advantages. First, the dating of signal crises is far less arbitrary than that of terminal crises. The latter occur in periods of dualism of power and of turbulence in high finance. It is not easy to choose among the successive crises that mark the transition from one regime to another the true terminal crisis of the declining regime. Signal crises, in contrast, occur in periods of comparatively stable governance of the capitalist world economy and as such are easier to identify. A measurement that involves only signal crises is therefore more reliable than one that involves both signal and terminal crises. Moreover, by comparing the periods of time that separate successive signal crises, we do not double count periods of financial expansion and we gain one observation. Since the long 20th century has not yet ended, capitalist history thus far spans only three long centuries. But since the signal crisis of the U.S. regime of accumulation has already occurred, we have four signal crisis to signal crisis periods. These periods measure the time that it has taken successive regimes to become dominant after the signal crisis of the preceding regime and to attain the limits of their own capabilities to go on profiting from the material expansion of the world economy. As we can see in Figure 3.4, this time has decreased steadily from about 220 years in the case of the Genos regime, to about 180 years in the case of the Dutch regime, to about 130 years in the case of the British regime, to about 100 years in the case of the US regime. While the time taken by successive regimes of accumulation to rise to dominance and attain their maturity has been decreasing, the size and organizational complexity of the leading agencies of these successive regimes has been increasing. The latter tendency is most clearly perceived by focusing on the containers of power that have housed the headquarters of the leading capitalist agencies of the successive regimes, the Republic of Genoa, the United Provinces, the United Kingdom, and the United States. At the time of the rise and full expansion of the Genos regime, the Republic of Genoa was a city-state small in size and simple in organization, and which held very little power indeed. Deeply divided socially, and poorly dependable militarily, it was by most criteria a weak state in comparison with and in relation to all the great powers of the time, among which its old rival Venice still ranked fairly high. Yet, thanks to its far-flung commercial and financial networks, the Genoese capitalist class, organized in a cosmopolitan nation, could deal on equal terms with the most powerful territorialist rulers of Europe, and turn the relentless competition for mobile capital between these rulers into a powerful engine for the self-expansion of its own capital. At the time of the rise and full expansion of the Dutch regime of accumulation, the United Provinces was a hybrid kind of organization which combined some of the features of the disappearing city-states with some of the features of the rising nation-states. A larger and far more complex organization than the Republic of Genoa, the United Provinces contained sufficient power to win independence from Imperial Spain, to carve out of the latter's seaborne and territorial empire a highly profitable empire of commercial outposts, and to keep at bay the military challenges of England by sea and France by land. The greater power of the Dutch state relative to the Genoese enabled the Dutch capitalist class to do what the Genoese had already been doing, turn interstate competition for mobile capital into an engine for the self-expansion of its own capital, but without having to buy protection from territorialist states, as the Genoese had to do. At the time of the rise and full expansion of the British regime of accumulation, Britain was not only a fully developed nation-state and, as such, a larger and more complex organization than the United Provinces had ever been, it was also in the process of conquering a world-encompassing commercial and territorial empire which gave its ruling groups and its capitalist class an unprecedented command over the world's human and natural resources. This enabled the British capitalist class to do what the Dutch had already been able to do, turn to its own advantage interstate competition for mobile capital and produce all the protection required by the self-expansion of its capital, but without having to rely on foreign and often hostile territorialist organizations for most of the agro-industrial production on which the profitability of its commercial activities rested. Finally, at the time of the rise and full expansion of the U.S. regime of accumulation, the United States was already something more than a fully developed nation-state. It was a continental military-industrial complex with sufficient power to provide a wide range of subordinate and allied governments with effective protection and to make credible threats of economic strangulation or military annihilation towards unfriendly governments anywhere in the world. Combined with the size, insularity, and natural wealth of its own territory, this power enabled the U.S. capitalist class to internalize not just protection and production costs, as the British capitalist class had already done, but transaction costs as well, that is to say, the markets on which the self-expansion of its capital depended. This steady increase in the size, complexity, and power of the leading agencies of capitalist history is somewhat obscured by another feature of the temporal sequence sketched in Figure 3.4. This is the double movement, forward and backward at the same time, that has characterized the sequential development of systemic cycles of accumulation. As we have emphasized in the discussion of the first three cycles, each step forward in the process of internalization of costs by a new regime of accumulation has involved a revival of governmental and business strategies and structures that had been superseded by the preceding regime. Thus, the internalization of protection costs by the Dutch regime in comparison with, and in relation to, the Genoese regime occurred through a revival of the strategies and structures of Venetian state monopoly capitalism which the Genoese regime had superseded. Similarly, the internalization of production costs by the British regime in comparison with, and in relation to, the Dutch regime occurred through a revival in new, enlarged and more complex forms of the strategies and structures of Genoese cosmopolitan capitalism and Iberian global territorialism, the combination of which had been superseded by the Dutch regime. As anticipated in Chapter 1 and argued further in Chapter 4, the same pattern recurred with the rise and full expansion of the U.S. regime, which internalized transaction costs by reviving in new, enlarged, and more complex forms the strategies and structures of Dutch corporate capitalism which had been superseded by the British regime. This recurrent revival of previously superseded strategies and structures of accumulation generates a pendulum-like movement back and forth between cosmopolitan imperial and corporate national organizational structures, the first being typical of extensive regimes, as the Genos and the British were, and the second of intensive regimes, as the Dutch and the US were. The Genos and British cosmopolitan imperial regimes were extensive in the sense that they have been responsible for most of the geographical expansion of the capitalist world economy. Under the Genos regime, the world was discovered, and under the British it was conquered. The Dutch and the US corporate national regimes, in contrast, were intensive in the sense that they have been responsible for the geographical consolidation rather than expansion of the capitalist world economy. Under the Dutch regime, the discovery of the world realized primarily by the Iberian partners of the Genos was consolidated into a system of commercial entrepôts and joint stock chartered companies centered in Amsterdam. And under the US regime, the conquest of the world realized primarily by the British themselves was consolidated into a system of national markets and transnational corporations centered in the United States. This alternation of extensive and intensive regimes naturally blurs our perception of the underlying, truly long-term tendency of the leading agencies of systemic processes of capital accumulation to increase in size, complexity, and power. When the pendulum swings in the direction of extensive regimes, as in the transition from the Dutch to the British, the underlying trend is magnified. And when it swings in the direction of intensive regimes, as in the transitions from the Genos to the Dutch and from the British to the US regimes, the underlying trend appears to have been less significant than it really was. Nevertheless, once we control for these swings by comparing the two intensive and the two extensive regimes with one another, the Genos with the British, and the Dutch with the US, the underlying trend becomes unmistakable. The development of historical capitalism as a world system has been based on the formation of ever more powerful cosmopolitan imperial blocks of governmental and business organizations endowed with the capability of widening the functional and spatial scope of the capitalist world economy. And yet, the more powerful these blocks have become, the shorter the life cycle of the regimes of accumulation that they have brought into being, the shorter, that is, the time that it has taken for these regimes to emerge out of the crisis of the preceding dominant regime, to become themselves dominant, and to attain their limits as signaled by the beginning of a new financial expansion. In the case of the British regime, this time was 130 years, or about 40% or less than it had been for the Genos regime, and in the case of the US regime it was 100 years, or about 45% or less than for the Dutch regime. This pattern of capitalist development whereby an increase in the power of regimes of accumulation is associated with a decrease in their duration, is reminiscent of Marx's contention that the real barrier of capitalist production is capital itself and that capitalist production continually overcomes its immanent barriers only by means which again place these barriers in its way on a more formidable scale. The contradiction, to put it in a very general way, consists in that the capitalist mode of production involves a tendency towards absolute development of the productive forces, regardless of the social conditions under which capitalist production takes place, while, on the other hand, its aim is to preserve the value of existing capital and promote its self-expansion. It is that capital and its self-expansion appear as the starting and closing point, the motive and purpose of production, that production is only production for capital and not vice versa. The means, unconditional development of the productive forces of society, comes continually into conflict with the limited purpose, the self-expansion of capital. Capitalist mode of production is, for this reason, a historical means of developing the material forces of production and creating an appropriate world market, is, at the same time, a continual conflict between this historical task and its own corresponding relations of social production. In fact, this contradiction between the self-expansion of capital on the one side, and the development of the material forces of production and of an appropriate world market on the other, can be reformulated in even more general terms. For historical capitalism as a world system of accumulation became a mode of production, that is, it internalized production costs, only in its third stage of development. And yet, the principle that the real barrier of capitalist development is capital itself, that the self-expansion of existing capital is in constant tension, and recurrently enters in open contradiction, with the material expansion of the world economy and the creation of an appropriate world market. All this was clearly at work already in the first two stages of development, notwithstanding the continuing externalization of agro-industrial production by the leading agencies of capital. Accumulation on a world scale. In both stages, the starting and closing point of the material expansion of the world economy was the pursuit of profit as an end in itself on the part of a particular capitalist agency. In the first stage, the great discoveries, the organization of long-distance trade within and across the boundaries of the far-flung Iberian Empire, and the creation of an embryonic world market in Antwerp, Lyons, and Seville, were to Geno's capital mere means of its own self-expansion. And when in around 1560 these means no longer served this purpose, Geno's capital promptly pulled out of trade to specialize in high finance. Likewise, the undertaking of carrying trade among separate and often distant political jurisdictions, the centralization of entrepot trade in Amsterdam and of high value-added industries in Holland, the creation of a worldwide network of commercial outposts and exchanges, and the production of whatever protection was required by all these activities, were to Dutch capital mere means of its own self-expansion. And again, when around 1740 these means no longer served this purpose, Dutch capital, like Geno's capital 180 years earlier, abandoned them in favor of a more concentrated specialization in high finance. From this angle of vision, in the 19th century British capital simply repeated a pattern that had been established long before historical capitalism as a mode of accumulation had become also a mode of production. The only difference was that, in addition to carrying, entrepot, and other kinds of long-distance and short-distance trade and related protection and production activities, in the British cycle extractive and manufacturing activities, that is, what we defined earlier as production in a narrow sense, had become critical means of the self-expansion of capital. But when in around 1870 production and related trade activities no longer served this purpose, British capital moved fast towards specialization in financial speculation and intermediation, just like Dutch capital had done 130 years earlier and Geno's capital 310 years earlier. As we shall see, the same pattern was repeated 100 years later by U.S. capital. This latest switch from trade and production to financial speculation and intermediation, like the three analogous switches of earlier centuries, can be interpreted as reflecting the same underlying contradiction between the self-expansion of capital and the material expansion of the world economy, which in our scheme corresponds to Marx's development of the productive forces of society. The contradiction is that the material expansion of the world economy was in all instances mere means in endeavors aimed primarily at increasing the value of capital, and yet, over time, the expansion of trade and production tended to drive down the rate of profit and thereby curtail the value of capital. The idea that all expansions of trade and production tend to drive down the rate of profit and, therefore, to undermine their main foundation was not Marx's but Adam Smith's idea. Marx's version of the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall was in fact aimed at demonstrating that Smith's own version of the law was too pessimistic concerning the long-term potential of capitalism to promote the development of the productive forces of society. In Smith's version of the law, the expansion of trade and production is inseparable from a continual increase in competition among its agencies, an increase which raises real wages and rents and drives down the rate of profit. Marx followed Smith in assuming that the expansion of trade and production is inseparable from a continual increase in the competition among its agencies. Nevertheless, he conceived of this increase in competition as being associated with an increase in the concentration of capital which restrains the growth of real wages and opens up new opportunities for commercial and agro-industrial expansion notwithstanding the fall in the rate of profit. To be sure, in Marx's scheme this tendency then becomes the source of even greater contradictions. But in the meantime capital accumulation has promoted a far greater expansion of trade and production than Smith thought possible. For our present purposes, Smith's version of the law is more useful in explaining the inner dynamic of systemic cycles of accumulation, whereas Marx's version is more useful in explaining the transition from one cycle to another. As Paulo Silos Labani has pointed out, Smith's thesis of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall was sketched in a passage which both Ricardo and Marx accepted in full and which anticipated Schumpeter's thesis on innovations. The establishment of any new manufacture, of any new branch of commerce, or of any new practice in agriculture, is always a speculation, from which the projector promises himself extraordinary profits. These profits sometimes are very great, and sometimes, more frequently, perhaps are quite otherwise, but in general they bear no regular proportion to those of other old trades in the neighborhood. If the project succeeds, they are commonly at first very high. When the trade or practice becomes thoroughly established and well known, the competition reduces them to the level of other trades. The level to which profits are reduced may be high or low depending on whether business enterprises are in a position to restrict entry into their spheres of operation through private agreements or through governmental regulation. If they are not in a position to do so, profits will be as low as is considered tolerable in view of the risks involved in the employment of capital in trade and production. But if they can restrict entry and keep the market undersupplied, profits will be significantly higher than their tolerable level. In the first case, the expansion of trade and production comes to an end because of low profits. In the second case, it is brought to an end by the predisposition of capitalist business to keep the level of profits as high as possible. Smith formulated this thesis with specific reference to trade expansions occurring within a given political jurisdiction. But the thesis can be easily reformulated with reference to the expansion of a trading system that encompasses multiple jurisdictions, which is what John Hicks did in his theoretical account of the mercantile expansion of a system of city-states. As Hicks suggests, a profitable trade continually provides the incentive for the routine reinvestment of profits in its further expansion. Nevertheless, in order to extract a greater volume of material inputs from suppliers, the agency of expansion must offer them a better price, and in order to sell more at the other end, it must take a lower price. Hence, as a growing mass of profit seeks reinvestment in trade and production, the gap between the selling and the buying price tends to diminish and the rate at which trade can expand slows down. Historically, major trade expansions have occurred only because an agency or an ensemble of agencies found ways and means of preventing or counterbalancing the curtailment of profit margins that inevitably ensues from the investment of a growing mass of money in the purchase and sale of commodities along established channels of trade. As a rule, the most important has been one kind or another of trade diversification, the very characteristic endeavor of the merchant, as Hicks put it, to look for new objects of trade and new channels of trade, the activity which makes him an innovator. Trade diversification forestalls the narrowing of profit margins because the surpluses that are being reinvested in the further expansion of trade do not go to increase the demand for the same kind of inputs from the same kind of suppliers or do not result in a larger supply of the same kind of outputs to the same customers. Rather, expansion proceeds by bringing into the trading system new kinds of inputs and outputs or new units either as suppliers or as customers, so that a growing mass of profits can be invested in the expansion of trade and production without exercising any downward pressure on profit margins. As Hicks emphasizes, diversified trade is not just a combination of simple trades. Innovations in the objects and channels of trade transform the very structure of the trading system, so that returns to the reinvestment of profits in the further expansion of trade, instead of diminishing, may well rise. Just as it is by no means the case that in the settlement of a new country the best land will be the first to be occupied, so is, by no means necessary that the first of the opportunities for trading to be opened up should be those which prove to be the most profitable. There may be more profitable opportunities from going further afield which will not be discovered until the nearer opportunities have been explored. By pushing further and further in space the boundaries of the trading system, in other words, the agencies of expansion create the conditions for the discovery of the more profitable opportunities that lie further afield. Historically, This spatial widening of the boundaries of the capitalist world economy occurred primarily under the Genos and British regimes. Thanks to the geographical expansion experienced by the capitalist world economy under these two extensive regimes, the number, range, and variety of commodities in which capital could be invested without narrowing profit margins suddenly multiplied, and the conditions were thereby created for the great commercial expansions of the early 16th and mid-19th centuries. The profitability of trade and the urge to plow profits back into the expansion of trade can nonetheless increase even if the margin between selling and buying prices is narrowing. As the volume of trade grows, new divisions of labor develop among and within trading centers with a consequent reduction in the costs and risks of their operations. Reductions in unit costs tend to keep profits high even if the margin between buying and selling prices is narrowing, and reduction in risks tends to make the centers willing to go on plowing profits back in the expansion of trade even if net returns are falling. Under extensive regimes, the economies that mattered most were external to the centers, that is, were due to the advantages they derived from belonging to a larger trading body. Under intensive regimes, the economies were mostly internal to the centers, that is, were due to the advantages they derived from themselves growing larger. Either way, some combination of external and internal economies is necessary for any major trade expansion to occur for any length of time. It follows that all material expansions of the capitalist world economy have been shaped by two contrasting tendencies. On the one hand, there was the underlying tendency towards the narrowing of profit margins under the impact of the routine reinvestment of a growing mass of profit in a spatial domain limited by the organizational capabilities of the agency of expansion. Whether visible or not, this tendency exercised a constant downward pull on profitability and hence on the forces of expansion. On the other hand, there was the tendency of costs and risks of operation to be reduced by the internal and external economies generated by the increasing volume and density of trade. This was the tendency that propelled the expansion forward in space and time by pushing up profitability. It is tempting to suppose, remarks Hicks, that there must be a phase in which one force is dominant, which must be followed by a phase in which the other is dominant, a phase of expansion followed by a phase of stagnation. Hicks is reluctant to yield to the temptation and warns us against too easy an identification of logical process with temporal sequence. Although a phase of stagnation may indeed follow a phase of expansion, it may also happen that after a pause new opportunities are discovered, so that expansion is resumed. In his scheme, stagnation is only a possibility. What is inevitable is that there will be pauses. According to this conceptualization, the material expansions of the world economy can be described by means of one or more S-shaped trajectories, each consisting of an A phase of increasing returns and a B phase of decreasing returns, the latter turning into stagnation as expansion approaches its upper asymptote. K. Hicks's preference is for conceiving of trade expansions as consisting of a series of conjoined S-shaped curves separated by more or less long pauses during which expansion slows down or ceases altogether. Whether the series of conjoined trajectories has itself an upper asymptote is a question about which Hicks is agnostic, as indicated by the bracketed question mark in Figure 3.6. 3.5 Idiotypical trajectory of mercantile expansions. 3.6 Hicks model of successive mercantile expansions. Hicks's hesitation in identifying logical process with temporal sequence is surprising in view of the fact that the world economy in its first form, when it embodied in a system of city-states, to which his conceptualization refers, never again experienced an overall material expansion after the financial expansion of the late 14th and early 15th centuries. When the capitalist world economy entered a new phase of material expansion in the late 15th and early 16th centuries, it was no longer embodied in a system of city-states, but in a system of nations that were no longer states, and of states that were not yet nations. And this system itself began to be superseded by a new organizational structure as soon as the material expansion turned into a financial one. Generally speaking, our analysis of systemic cycles of accumulation has shown that every material expansion of the capitalist world economy has been based on a particular organizational structure, the vitality of which was progressively undermined by the expansion itself. This tendency can be traced to the fact that in one way or another all such expansions were constrained by the very forces that generated them, so that the stronger these forces became, the stronger also was the tendency for expansion to cease. More specifically, as the mass of capital that sought reinvestment in trade increased under the impact of rising or high returns, a growing proportion of the economic space needed to keep returns rising or high was being used up. To borrow an expression from David Harvey, it was annihilated through time. And as the centers of trade and accumulation attempted to counter diminishing returns through the diversification of their business, they also annihilated the locational and functional distance that had been keeping them out of one another's way in more or less well-protected market niches. As a result of this double tendency, cooperation between the centers was displaced by an increasingly vicious competition, which depressed profits further and eventually destroyed the organizational structures on which the preceding material expansion had been based. As a rule, the turning point between the A phase of increasing returns and accelerating expansion, and the B phase of decreasing returns and decelerating expansion, was due not to a shortage of capital seeking investment in commodities as in Marx's overproduction crises, but to an overabundance of such capital as in Marx's overaccumulation crises. There was a surplus or excess of capital invested, or seeking investment, in the purchase and sale of commodities over and above the level of investment that would prevent the rate of profit from falling. And as long as a portion of this surplus capital was not crowded out, the overall rate of profit tended to fall and competition within and between locations and lines of business intensified. A portion of old capital has to lie unused under all circumstances. The competitive struggle would decide what part of it would be particularly affected. So long as things go well, competition affects an operating fraternity of the capitalist class, so that each shares in the common loot in proportion to the size of his respective investment. But as soon as it no longer is a question of sharing profits, but of sharing losses, everyone tries to reduce his own share to a minimum and to shove it off upon another. The class as such must inevitably lose. How much the individual capitalist must share in at all, is decided by strength and cunning, and competition then becomes a fight among hostile brothers. The antagonism between each individual capitalist's interest and those of the capitalist class as a whole, then comes to the surface, just as previously the identity of those interests operated in practice through competition. For Marx, as for Hicks, there is thus a fundamental difference between the kind of competition that obtains among centers of accumulation when overall returns to capital are rising or, if declining, are still high on the one hand, and the kind of competition that obtains when returns are falling below what has come to be regarded as a reasonable or tolerable level on the other. Substantively, the first kind of competition is not competition at all. Rather, it is a mode of regulating relationships between autonomous centers which are in fact cooperating with one another in sustaining a trade expansion from which they all benefit, and in which the profitability of each center is a condition of the profitability of all the centers. The second kind of competition, in contrast, is competition in the very substantive sense that an overaccumulation of capital leads capitalist organizations to invade one another's spheres of operation. The division of labor that previously defined the terms of their mutual cooperation breaks down, and, increasingly, the losses of one organization are the condition of the profits of another. In short, competition turns from a positive sum into a zero-sum game. It becomes cutthroat competition, the primary objective of which is to drive other organizations out of business even if it means sacrificing one's own profits for as long as it takes to attain the objective. These fratricidal competitive struggles were by no means a novelty of the 19th century, as Marx thought or seemed to think. On the contrary, they marked the very beginning of the capitalist era. Following Hicks and Brodel, we have traced their earliest round to the Italian Hundred Years' War. In the course of this long conflict, the leading capitalist organizations of the time, the Italian city-states, turned from the operating fraternity they had been during the preceding pan-Eurasian commercial expansion into hostile brothers struggling to offload on one another the losses involved in the disintegration of the wider trading system that had made their fortunes. The end of every subsequent material expansion of the European world economy was marked by analogous struggles. By the end of the trade expansion of the early 16th century, the city-states had ceased to be leaders in systemic processes of capital accumulation. Their place had been taken by cosmopolitan nations of merchant bankers who operated out of market cities such as Antwerp and Lyons. As long as the trade expansion was in its rising phase, these nations cooperated like a fraternity in the regulation of pan-European money and commodity markets. But as soon as returns to capital invested in trade turned sharply downwards, competition became antagonistic and the fraternity was dissolved. By the end of the trade expansion of the late 17th and early 18th centuries, the protagonists of the capitalist drama had changed once again. They were now nation-states and associated chartered companies. But the script was very much the same as in the earlier rounds of the intercapitalist struggle. Relationships that had been fairly harmonious in the first half of the 18th century deteriorated rapidly in the second half. Even before the Napoleonic Wars were over, Britain had centralized in its hands control over entrepot trade, and the East India Company had driven out of business all its competitors. The only novelty of the escalation of intercapitalist competition that marked the tapering off of the mid-19th century trade expansion was that for about 25 years cutthroat price competition between business enterprises occupied center stage, while governments remained behind the scenes. By the turn of the century, however, inter-enterprise cutthroat price competition began to be superseded by an intergovernmental armament race of unprecedented scale and scope. And between the outbreak of the First World War and the end of the Second, the old script of the Italian Hundred Years' War was played out once again over a much shorter period, but on a scale and with an abundance and frightfulness of means that earlier protagonists could never have imagined. Broadel's financial expansions were integral aspects of all these escalations in intercapitalist competitive struggles. In fact, they were the main expression and a factor of a deepening contradiction between the self-expansion of capital and the material expansion of the world economy. This contradiction can be described as a bifurcation in the logistic of trade expansion. In this representation, the curve before the bifurcation and the upper branch after the bifurcation jointly describe the expansion of the stock of money capital invested in trade under the assumption that all the profits of trade are routinely reinvested in the further expansion of trade. Under this assumption of a purely commercial or mercantile logic of expansion, a logic in which the expansion of trade is an end in itself so that profits are routinely reinvested in it, the rate at which the stock of capital increases over time represents also the rate of return on the stock of capital invested in trade, Adam Smith's rate of profit. 3.7 Bifurcation in the trajectory of mercantile expansions. The lower logistic, which consists of the same curve before the bifurcation and of the lower branch after the bifurcation, also describes the expansion of the stock of money capital invested in trade. However, it describes the expansion under the assumption that the reinvestment of the profits of trade follows a strictly capitalist logic, a logic, that is, in which the expansion of money capital rather than trade is the purpose of the reinvestment of profits. An agency that reinvests routinely the profits of trade in the further expansion of trade as long as the returns to the capital so invested are positive cannot be defined as capitalist by any stretch of the imagination. A capitalist agency, by definition, is primarily if not exclusively concerned with the endless expansion of its stock of money and, to this end, it will continually compare the returns that it can reasonably expect from reinvesting its capital in commodity trade with the returns that it can reasonably expect from holding cash surpluses liquid ready to be invested in some financial deal. In this connection, it is curious that capitalist agencies should have come to be defined in the conceptualizations of many followers of Marx and Weber as being characterized by non-rational and irrational inclinations to plow back profits into the businesses that generated them, particularly in plant, equipment, and wage labor, in disregard of the most elementary cost-benefit calculations and utilitarian considerations. This curious definition finds practically no correspondence in the actual experience of successful profit-making enterprises at any time or place in world history. It probably originates in Marx's facetious dictum accumulate, accumulate. That is Moses and the prophets, or in Weber's serious contention that the essence of the capitalist spirit is the earning of more and more money, so purely as an end in itself, that from the point of view of the happiness of, or utility to, the single individual, it appears entirely transcendental and absolutely irrational. The purpose of these statements in the contexts in which they were formulated does not concern us here. Nevertheless, it must be emphasized that as characterizations of the actual behavior of capitalist agencies of world historical significance, these statements are as false as Schumpeter's characterization of pre-capitalist territorialist agencies as being driven by non-rational and irrational inclinations towards forcible expansion without definite, utilitarian limits. Shortly before he uttered the dictum accumulate, accumulate, Marx himself pointed out that the love of power is an element in the desire to get rich. He then went on to observe, the progress of capitalist production not only creates a world of delights, it lays open, in speculation and the credit system, 1,000 sources of sudden enrichment. When a certain stage of development has been reached, a conventional degree of prodigality, which is also an exhibition of wealth, and consequently a source of credit, becomes a business necessity to the unfortunate capitalist. Luxury enters into capital's expenses of representation. This is no less true of today's U.S. capital as it was of 15th century Florentine capital. An agency of capital accumulation is capitalist precisely because it reaps large and regular profits by investing its stock of money in trade and production or in speculation and the credit system, depending on which formula endows that stock with the greatest power of breeding. And as Marx himself notes, the very expansion of capitalist production creates the conditions for the profitable investment of money in speculation and in the credit system. To the extent that the powers of breeding of the two formulas are continually and widely compared, to the extent, that is, that investment in trade is dominated by a capitalist logic, trade expansions are bound to end with a financial expansion. When returns to capital invested in the trade of commodities, though still positive, fall below some critical rate, which is what capital can earn in the money trades, an increasing number of capitalist organizations will abstain from reinvesting profits in the further expansion of trade in commodities. Whatever cash surpluses accrue to them will be diverted from the commodity to the money trades. It is at this point in time that the trajectory of world trade expansions bifurcates into two idiotypical branches, an upper branch that describes what the expansion of trade in commodities would be were it driven by a strictly mercantile logic, and a lower branch that describes what the expansion of trade would be were it driven by a strictly capitalist logic. Figure 3.7 thus tells us that in the A phase of mercantile expansions, capitalist and non-capitalist organizations are both induced by the increasing returns to, and diminishing risks of, investments in trade to plow back the profits of trade into its further expansion. It also tells us that both kinds of organization continue to reinvest the profits of trade in the expansion of trade in the B phase also, but only as long as returns, though declining, are still high. But as returns continue to decline, the organizations that are better positioned or more inclined to follow a purely capitalist logic of expansion begin to pull surpluses out of trade and to hold them in money form, so that the capital that they invest in trade no longer increases, whereas non-capitalist organizations continue to reinvest profits in the further expansion of trade as long as returns are positive. In a Smithian, Hickschian reading of this representation of trade expansions, the bifurcation occurs primarily as a result of restrictive arrangements in restraint of competition promoted and enforced by capitalist organizations in defense of profitability. That is to say, the bifurcation is an expression of the tendency of trade expansions to depress profits on the one side, and of the counter-tendency of capitalist organizations to raise profitability above what it would otherwise be by restricting entry and by keeping the market systematically undersupplied on the other. If the first tendency is predominant, the trade expansion comes to an end along the upper trajectory because profits are depressed to a barely tolerable level, but if the second tendency is predominant, the trade expansion is brought to an end along the lower trajectory because of the restrictions imposed on it by the successful attempt of capitalist organizations to keep profits higher than their barely tolerable level. The latter situation describes Hicks's dictum to which we have referred repeatedly in our historical analysis, that in the closing phases of trade expansions profits can remain high only on condition that they are not reinvested in the further expansion of trade. It may be plausible to suppose that within some particular political jurisdiction the classes of people who commonly employ the largest capitals, and who by their wealth draw to themselves the greatest share of the public consideration, as Smith characterized the big business of his day, have sufficient power to establish and enforce the kind of restrictive arrangements that are needed to keep the economy settled on the lower path of material stagnation. But in a world economy consisting of multiple political jurisdictions such a supposition is not at all plausible. Historically, no capitalist group has ever had the power to prevent capitalist and non-capitalist organizations operating under other political jurisdictions from raising purchase prices by stepping up world demand for inputs, or from depressing selling prices by stepping up world supply of outputs. Nevertheless, following Weber's lead, our analysis has shown that it is precisely the division of the world economy into multiple political jurisdictions competing with one another for mobile capital that has provided capitalist agencies with the greatest opportunities to go on expanding the value of their capital in periods of overall material stagnation of the world economy as fast as, or even faster than, in periods of material expansion. In fact, were it not for the power pursuits that over the centuries have fed interstate competition for mobile capital, our hypothesis of a bifurcation in the logistic of capital accumulation would make no sense at all. As in the imaginary world of theoretical economics, the overabundant supply of money capital created by diminishing returns in the buying and selling of commodities would drive down returns in financial markets too, thereby eliminating the incentive to divert cash flows from the commodity to the money trades. But in the real world of capitalism, from the age of the Medicis to our own day, things work differently. In every phase of financial expansion of the world economy, the overabundance of money capital engendered by the diminishing returns and increasing risks of its employment in trade and production has been matched or even surpassed by a roughly synchronous expansion of the demand for money capital by organizations for which power and status, rather than profit, were the guiding principle of action. As a rule, these organizations were not discouraged as capitalist organizations were by the diminishing returns and increasing risks of the employment of capital in trade and production. On the contrary, they struggled against diminishing returns by borrowing all the capital they could and by investing it in the forcible conquest of markets, territories, and populations. This rough but recurrent coincidence of the supply and demand conditions of financial expansions reflects the simultaneous tendency of returns to capital invested in the expansion of trade to fall and for competitive pressures to intensify on capitalist and territorialist organizations alike. This combination of circumstances leads some agencies to divert their cash flows from the trading to the credit system, thereby increasing the supply of loanable funds, and other agencies to seek through borrowing the additional financial resources needed to survive in the more competitive environment, thereby increasing the demand for loanable funds. It follows that the revenue maximizing and profit maximizing branches into which logistics of world economic expansion are assumed to bifurcate do not describe actual trajectories. Rather, they describe a field of forces defined by the coexistence of two alternative and mutually exclusive idiotypical paths of capital accumulation, the unity and opposition of which is the source of turbulence and instability in the world's system of trade and accumulation. A single path means that the profit-maximizing logic of capital accumulation and the revenue-maximizing logic of trade expansions coincide and sustain one another. The world economy can count for its expansion on the ever-growing volume of money and other means of payments that seeks investment in trade. And capital can count for its own self-expansion on the availability of an ever-increasing number and variety of specialized market niches in which a growing mass of commodities can be bought and sold without depreciating its value. The accumulation of capital along this single path is as firmly embedded in the material expansion of the world economy as a railway embankment in the earth. Under these circumstances, the pace at which the volume of trade and the value of capital both increase is not just rapid but steady as well. When the two paths bifurcate, in contrast, the logic of trade expansion and the logic of capital accumulation diverge, the accumulation of capital is no longer embedded in the expansion of the world economy, and the pace of both processes not only slows down but becomes unstable. The bifurcation creates a field of turbulence within which capital actually invested in trade is subjected to conflicting forces of attraction/repulsion from the two alternative paths that it could in principle follow, an upper path along which the value of trade and revenue would be maximized and a lower path along which the mass of profits and the value of capital would be maximized. The predisposition of non-capitalist organizations to break out of the constraints imposed on their pursuit of status and power by the slowdown in the expansion of trade continually tends to push the mass of borrowed capital invested in the purchase of commodities upwards, towards or above the upper path. The profitability of capital invested in trade and production is thereby depressed to a barely or less than tolerable level, while returns to capital invested in lending and speculation soar. The predisposition of capitalist organizations to withdraw cash surpluses from trade and production in response to falling profits and increasing risks, in contrast, continually tends to pull the mass of capital invested in commodities downwards, towards or below the lower path, so that the profits of trade and production rise and those of lending and speculation fall. In short, when capital accumulation enters a phase of financial expansion, its trajectory does not follow a steady path but becomes subject to more or less violent downswings and upswings which recreate and destroy over and over again the profitability of capital invested in trade. This instability of processes of capital accumulation may be merely local and temporary, or it may be systemic and permanent. In the pattern shown in Figure 3.8, the downswings and upswings in the amount of capital invested in trade are confined to the range of values enclosed by the revenue maximizing and the profit maximizing paths of expansion, and eventually bring the world economy back on a path of stable expansion. In the pattern shown in Figure 3.9, in contrast, the downswings and upswings are not confined to the range of values enclosed by the two idiotypical paths, and they do not bring the world economy back on a path of stable expansion. In this second pattern, instability is self-reinforcing and brings the expansion of the world economy, as instituted at that particular time, to a permanent end, even if in principle stable expansion could resume, as shown by the dotted lines in Figure 3.9. 3.8 Local turbulence. 3.9 Systemic turbulence. The distinction between these two patterns of instability can be taken as a specification of Hicks's distinction between mere pauses in the process of expansion of the world economy and an authentic cessation of expansion. In this specification, the pattern of Figure 3.8 corresponds to a pause. Turbulence is merely local, and as soon as it has been weathered, stable expansion can resume. The pattern in Figure 3.9 corresponds instead to an authentic cessation of expansion. Turbulence is systemic, and the world economy as instituted at that time is incapable of getting back on the track of stable expansion. Our investigation has been limited to financial expansions of the latter kind. In so delimiting our subject matter, we have followed in the footsteps of Braudle's selection of only a few financial expansions as the sign of autumn of major capitalist developments. In pointing to this recurrent phenomenon, Braudle focused on the switches from trade to finance of very specific capitalist communities, the Genos, the Dutch, and the English. This choice can be justified on two grounds. First, at the time of their switch from trade to finance, these agencies occupied a commanding position over the most important networks of long-distance trade and high finance, the networks, that is, that mattered most in the reshuffling of commodities and of means of payments across the entire space of the world economy, and, second, these agencies had been playing a leading role in epoch-making commercial expansions which were beginning to yield diminishing returns. Thanks to this position of command and leadership in the world trading and monetary systems of their respective times, these agencies knew better than any other agency when the time had come to pull out of trade in order to avoid a catastrophic fall in profits, and also what to do in order to gain rather than lose from the resulting instability in the world economy. This superior knowledge, rooted in position rather than in supernormal qualities of intellect and will, as Schumpeter would have liked us to believe, endows the actions of these communities at the time of their respective switches from trade to finance with a double systemic significance. For one thing, their switch from trade to finance can be taken as the clearest sign that the time to bring trade expansion to an end in order to prevent it from destroying profitability had really come. Moreover, the agencies in question were better positioned than any other to monitor and act on the overall tendencies of the capitalist world economy, that is, to act as intermediaries and regulators of the expanding supply of, and demand for, money capital. Whether right on time or not, when these agencies began specializing in high finance, they facilitated the encounter of demand and supply. They thereby simultaneously strengthened the tendency of capitalist organizations to divert cash flows from the purchase of commodities to the lending of money, and of non-capitalist organizations to obtain through borrowing the money needed for their pursuit of power and status. In this capacity, the communities of merchant financiers that occupied the commanding heights of the world economy registered tendencies which they had not created, and simply serviced capitalist and non-capitalist organizations in their respective pursuits. At the same time, superior knowledge of world market conditions and superior command over the liquidity of the trading system enabled these communities to turn the instability of the world economy into a source of considerable and secure speculative profits. They had no interest, therefore, in moderating instability, and some of them may have actually tried to exacerbate it. But whether they did or not, the leading agencies of financial expansions were never the primary cause of the eventual downfall of the system which they both regulated and exploited. Instability was structural and tended to gain a momentum of its own which was beyond the power of the governors of the capitalist engine to control. Over time, this momentum became too much for the existing organizational structures of the world economy to bear, and when these structures finally collapsed, the ground was clear for a new systemic cycle of accumulation to begin. The recurrence of systemic cycles of accumulation can thus be described as a series of phases of stable expansion of the capitalist world economy, alternating with phases of turbulence, in the course of which the conditions of stable expansion along an established developmental path are destroyed and those of expansion along a new path are created. As such, phases of turbulence are moments of retrenchment and increasing disorganization, as well as of redeployment and reorganization of world-scale processes of capital accumulation. The signal crises that announce the attainment of the limits of stable expansion along the old developmental path signal also the emergence of a new developmental path, as shown in Figure 3.10, by the emergence of a lower but rising dotted trajectory. 3.10 Metamorphosis Model of Systemic Cycles of Accumulation. The emergence of a new developmental path endowed with a greater growth potential than the old one is an integral aspect of the increasing turbulence experienced by the world economy in phases of financial expansion. It corresponds to Marx's thesis of a recycling of money capital from organizational structures that have attained the limits of their material expansion to organizational structures that are only beginning to realize their growth potential. As we saw in the introduction, Marx hinted at this recycling in his discussion of primitive accumulation, when he acknowledged the continuing significance of national debts as means of an invisible intercapitalist cooperation which started capital accumulation over and over again across the space, time of the capitalist world economy, from Venice in early modern times, through the United Provinces and the United Kingdom, to the United States in the 19th century. And he hinted again at a recycling of money capital from one organizational structure to another in his discussion of the increasing concentration of capital which invariably constitutes the outcome and resolution of overaccumulation crises. Concentration increases, because beyond certain limits a large capital with a small rate of profit accumulates faster than a small capital with a large rate of profit. At a certain point this increasing concentration in its turn causes a new fall in the rate of profit. The mass of small dispersed capitals is thereby driven along the adventurous road of speculation, credit frauds, stock swindles and crises. The so-called plethora of capital always applies essentially to a plethora of the capital for which the fall in the rate of profit is not compensated through the mass of profit, or to a plethora which places capitals incapable of action on their own at the disposal of the managers of large enterprises in the form of credit. Marx did not establish a connection between his observation concerning the recycling of money capital across the space, time of the capitalist world economy and his observation concerning an analogous recycling from the organizational domains of business enterprises incapable of action on their own to the domains of more powerful business organizations. Had he ever written the sixth volume of Capital, described in the original synopsis as volume on the world market and crises, he might have needed to establish precisely this connection. Be that as it may, Marx's two observations are most useful for our purposes when taken in conjunction as identifying the concentration of capital, via a financial expansion, as the key mechanism through which the end of a particular cycle of accumulation on a world scale is transformed into the beginning of a new cycle. In incorporating this hypothesis into our conceptual apparatus, we must bear in mind the different kinds of concentration of capital that have cropped up in our historical investigation of systemic cycles of accumulation. The verb to concentrate has two meanings relevant to our concerns: to come to or towards a common center, and to increase in strength, density, or intensity. Various forms of concentration of capital in one or both of these two senses occurred in all the phases of financial expansion of the capitalist world economy. And yet, only some forms became the basis of a new systemic cycle of accumulation. In the financial expansion of the late 14th and early 15th centuries, capital accumulation came to be concentrated in a smaller number of city-states, which grew in strength and density by diverting traffic in the commodity or in the money trades from competitors and by taking over the territories and populations of weaker city-states. This concentration of capital occurred within the organizational structures of the system of city-states. It increased the size and strength of the system's surviving units and, at least in the short run, of the system itself. It was not this first kind of concentration, however, that laid the foundations of the first systemic cycle of accumulation. These foundations were laid instead through a second kind of concentration. They were laid through the formation of a new organizational structure, which combined the strengths of cosmopolitan networks of accumulation with the strongest available network of power. Similarly, in the financial expansion of the late 16th and early 17th centuries, the diversion of traffic from the Lyons fairs and the subordination of Antwerp and Seville to the system of the Piacenza fairs, clearly constituted a form of concentration of capital towards and within the organizational domain of the Genoese nation at the expense of all other capitalist nations. And yet, once again, it was not this kind of concentration of capital within pre-existing structures that became the foundation of the second systemic cycle of accumulation. Rather, it was the concentration of capital that put in the hands of the Dutch merchant elite the means to sponsor the formation of a new kind of state, of a new kind of interstate system, and of a new kind of business organization. The concentration of capital that occurred during the financial expansion of the latter half of the 18th century was a far more complex process than in previous financial expansions, owing to the intrusion of territorialist organizations that had successfully internalized capitalism. An analogous tendency can nonetheless be observed by focusing on the leading business organizations of the Dutch cycle, the joint stock chartered companies. By the end of the century, the capital invested in such companies had come to be almost entirely concentrated in one of them, the English East India Company, most of the other companies having gone out of business. Although the territorial conquests of the English company did become a critical component of the foundations of the third systemic cycle of accumulation, the company itself did not. The organizational structures of Britain's free trade imperialism rested as much on the formation of a British Empire in India as on the progressive deregulation and eventual liquidation of the activities of the East India Company. Generally speaking, then, the historical record shows that in phases of financial expansion of the capitalist world economy, two different kinds of concentration of capital have occurred simultaneously. One kind has occurred within the organizational structures of the cycle of accumulation that was drawing to a close. As a rule, this kind of concentration has been associated with a final wonderful moment of revival of the still dominant but increasingly volatile regime of accumulation. But this wonderful moment has never been the expression of renewed capabilities of that regime to generate a new round of material expansion of the capitalist world economy. On the contrary, it has always been the expression of an escalating competitive and power struggle that was about to precipitate the terminal crisis of the regime. The other kind of concentration of capital that has occurred in phases of financial expansions of the capitalist world economy may or may not have contributed to the revival of the existing regime of accumulation. Either way, its main historical function has been to deepen the crisis of the system by bringing into existence regional structures of accumulation which further destabilized the old regime and foreshadowed the emergence of a new one. Once the old regimes collapsed under the weight of their own contradictions, the ground was cleared for new regimes to become themselves dominant, to reconstitute the world economy on new organizational foundations, and to promote a new round of material expansion of the capitalist world economy. The rising profile of the succession of systemic cycles of accumulation shown in Figure 3.10 designates the second kind of concentration of capital. Often less spectacular than the first kind, this second kind of concentration is the one that has been most significant in propelling the capitalist world economy from the depths of each and every systemic crisis outward and onward in space and time in a seemingly endless process of self-expansion. To tell the story of the long 20th century is largely a question of showing how and why the U.S. regime of accumulation emerged out of the limits, contradictions, and crisis of Britain's free trade imperialism as the dominant regional structure of the capitalist world economy, reconstituted the world economy on foundations that made another round of material expansion possible, and has reached its own maturity and, perhaps, is preparing the ground for the emergence of a new dominant regime. In Chapter 4, we shall focus first on the contradictions of the British regime that created the conditions for the emergence of the U.S. regime of accumulation. We shall then proceed to analyze the formation of the U.S. regime and the systemic cycle of accumulation that ensued from it. In the concluding section of the chapter, we shall examine the process through which the signal crisis of the U.S. cycle of accumulation was transformed into a new Belle Epoque in many ways reminiscent of the Edwardian and Periwick eras. Finally, in the epilogue we shall turn to sketch the regional structures of accumulation that have emerged in the course of the crisis of the U.S. regime and have become increasingly dominant in shaping the present and future of the capitalist world economy. 4. The long 20th century. The dialectic of market and plan. The strategies and structures of capital accumulation that have shaped our times first came into existence in the last quarter of the 19th century. They originated in a new internalization of costs within the economizing logic of capitalist enterprise. Just as the Dutch regime had taken world-scale processes of capital accumulation one step further than the Genos by internalizing protection costs, and the British regime had taken them a step further than the Dutch by internalizing production costs, so the US regime has done the same in relation to the British by internalizing transaction costs. The notion of an internalization of transaction costs as the distinguishing feature of the fourth systemic cycle of accumulation is derived from Richard Coase's pioneering theoretical study of the competitive advantages of vertically integrated business organizations, from Oliver Williamson's expansion of Coase's analysis, and from Alfred Chandler's historical study of the emergence and swift expansion of modern U.S. corporations in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. As Chandler has shown, the internalization within a single organizational domain of activities and transactions previously carried out by separate business units enabled vertically integrated, multi-unit enterprises to reduce and make more calculable transaction costs, that is, associated with the transfer of intermediate inputs through a long chain of separate organizational domains connecting primary production to final consumption. The economies thus created were economies of speed rather than economies of size. Resulted more from speed than from size. It was not the size of establishment in terms of the number of workers and the amount and value of productive equipment but the velocity of throughput and the resulting increase in volume that permitted economies that lowered costs and increased output per worker and per machine. Central to obtaining economies of speed were the development of new machinery, better raw materials, and intensified application of energy, followed by the creation of organizational design and procedures to coordinate and control the new high-volume flows through several processes of production. The economies of speed afforded by the internalization of transaction costs were not limited to manufacturing enterprises alone, nor indeed did they originate in them. Railway companies had pioneered most of the organizational innovations that were to revolutionize the structure of accumulation in the United States, and along with those innovations went a thorough reorganization of distribution through the rise of mass marketers, who internalized a high volume of market transactions within a single enterprise. Whereas the railroads and telegraph coordinated the flow of goods from the train and express company stations of one commercial center to another, the new mass marketers handled the myriad of transactions involved in moving a high-volume flow of goods directly from thousands of producers to hundreds of thousands of consumers. The integration of the processes of mass production with those of mass distribution within a single organization gave rise to a new kind of capitalist enterprise. Having internalized a whole sequence of sub-processes of production and exchange from the procurement of primary inputs to the disposal of final outputs, this new kind of capitalist enterprise was in a position to subject the costs, risks, and uncertainties involved in moving goods through that sequence to the economizing logic of administrative action and long-term corporate planning. Such an internalization gave the enlarged enterprise many advantages. By routinizing the transactions between units, the costs of the transactions were lowered. By linking the administration of producing units with buying and distributing units, costs of information on markets and sources of supply were reduced. Of much greater significance, the internalization of many units permitted the flow of goods from one unit to another to be administratively coordinated. More effective scheduling of flows achieved a more intensive use of facilities and personnel employed in the process of production and distribution, and so increased productivity and reduced costs. In addition, administrative coordination provided a more certain cash flow and more rapid repayment for services rendered. As the large and steady cash flows generated by this kind of concentration of business activities were plowed back into the creation of hierarchies of top and middle managers specialized in monitoring and regulating markets and labor processes, the vertically integrated enterprises came to enjoy decisive competitive advantages vis-a-vis single-unit enterprises or less specialized multi-unit enterprises. These advantages translated in a strikingly swift growth and diffusion of the new organizational structure. Almost non-existent at the end of the 1870s, these integrated enterprises came to dominate many of the most vital industries within less than 3 decades. Growth was not limited to the U.S. domestic market. U.S. corporations began to move to foreign countries almost as soon as they had completed their continent-wide integration. In becoming national firms, U.S. corporations learned how to become international. By 1902 Europeans were already speaking of an American invasion, and by 1914 U.S. direct investment abroad amounted to 7% of U.S. GNP, the same percentage as in 1966, when Europeans once again felt threatened by an American challenge. Expansion abroad further increased the organizational capabilities of U.S. managerial hierarchies, both at home and abroad, to monitor markets and labor processes in the lines and branches of business they targeted for occupation or had already occupied, and regulate them to their advantage. Even in industries in which techniques of mass production were crucial to business success, organization rather than technology came to constitute the real barrier to entry. The most imposing barrier to entry in these industries was the organization the pioneers had built to market and distribute their newly mass-produced products. A competitor who acquired the technology had to create a national and often global organization of managers, buyers, and salesmen if he was to get the business away from the one or two enterprises that already stood astride the major marketing channels. Moreover, where the pioneer could finance the building of the first of these organizations out of cash flow, generated by high volume, the newcomer had to set up a competing network before high volume output reduced unit costs and created a sizable cash flow. A competitor whose economies of speed permitted him to set prices low and still maintain a margin of profit. The spectacular domestic and transstatal expansion of U.S. multi-unit, vertically integrated business enterprises, and the organizational barriers to entry which they created, were associated with an equally spectacular growth of managerial hierarchies and bureaucratic structures. Once in place, these hierarchies and structures themselves became a source of permanence, power and continued growth. In Werner Sombert's phrase, the modern business enterprise took on a life of its own. Traditional enterprises were normally short-lived. On the other hand, the hierarchies that came to manage the new multi-unit enterprises had a permanence beyond that of any individual or group of individuals who worked in them. Men came and went. The institution and its offices remained. In Chandler's view, the development of managerial hierarchies marked the culmination of an organizational revolution that had begun in the 1850s with the railroads and, by the 1910s, had transformed out of all recognition the methods by which capitalist enterprises were managed and administered and the ways in which economic activities were structured. As a consequence of this organizational revolution, businessman of today would find himself at home in the business world of 1910, but the business world of 1840 would be a strange, archaic, and arcane place. So, too, the American businessman of 1840 would find the environment of 15th century Italy more familiar than that of his own nation 70 years later. To this we may add that the top managers of today's multinational corporations would find themselves more at home among the heeren of 17th century Dutch joint stock companies than in the family businesses that constituted the backbone of 19th century British capitalism. And so too the middle managers of the VOC of the late 17th century would find it easier to make a living and a career in today's multinationals than in the business world of 19th century England. For the emergence of the joint stock, vertically integrated, bureaucratically managed capitalist enterprise as the dominant unit of capital accumulation on a world scale has in more than one respect brought the business world back to the strategies and structures of the Dutch regime of accumulation. As already underscored in Chapter 1, analogies between the system of joint stock chartered companies of the 17th and 18th centuries and that of transnational corporations of the 20th century should not be exaggerated. Joint stock chartered companies were part governmental, part business organizations which specialized territorially to the exclusion of other similar organizations. As such, they were few in number and were integral to the consolidation and expansion of the territorial exclusiveness of the European system of sovereign states. The transnational corporations that emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, in contrast, were strictly business organizations which specialized functionally in a particular line of business across multiple territories and jurisdictions. As such, they have been incomparably more numerous than joint stock chartered companies ever were and have progressively undermined the centrality of the interstate system as the primary locus of world power. Important as this difference is as a measure of the evolution of the capitalist world economy over the last 300 years, it should not be allowed to conceal the fact that this evolution has not proceeded linearly, but through an alternation of opposite kinds of organizational structures, in which the corporate form of business has come, gone, and come back again. A pendulum-like movement of this kind in the evolution of historical capitalism as world system was first noticed 80 years ago by Henry Piron. In his survey of the social history of capitalism, which has inspired our conceptualization of systemic cycles of accumulation, Piron also observed a surprising regularity in the alternation of phases of economic freedom and economic regulation. The free expansion of mobile commerce gave way to the regulative spirit characteristic of the urban economy, which in turn was followed by the individualistic ardor of the Renaissance. This reached its height in the second half of the 16th century, when the pendulum once again began to swing in the opposite direction. Just as the regulative spirit of the urban economy followed on the freedom of the 12th century, so mercantilism imposed itself upon commerce and industry in the 17th and 18th centuries. The tendency towards economic regulation was destined to last only until the moment when, in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, the invention of machinery and the application of steam to manufacturing completely disorganized the conditions of economic activity. The phenomena of the 16th century were reproduced but with tenfold intensity. Once again, the belief is in individualism and liberalism alone. Under the motto laissez-faire, laissez-aller, the consequences of economic freedom were carried to an extreme, leading to a new swing in the opposite direction. Unrestrained competition sets to struggling with each other and soon arouses resistance, among the proletariat that they are exploiting. And at the same time that resistance arises to confront capital, the latter, itself suffering from the abuse of that freedom which had enabled it to rise, compels itself to discipline its affairs. Cartels, trusts, syndicates of producers, are organized, while states, perceiving that it is impossible to leave employers and employees to contend in anarchy, elaborate a social legislation. The secular swings through which Pyrrhon's alternation of phases of economic freedom and phases of economic regulation has materialized correspond broadly to our succession of systemic cycles of accumulation. The Genos regime swung the pendulum away from the highly regulative spirit of the capitalist city-states of the late 14th and early 15th centuries towards the comparative economic freedom of the system of capitalist nations which, in the 16th century, regulated the expanded European monetary and trading system out of select marketplaces, Antwerp and Lyons first, then the mobile Besançon fairs until they settled at Piacenza. The Dutch regime, in contrast, swung the pendulum back towards the direct involvement of governments in the promotion and organization of world-scale processes of capital accumulation, either directly or through the formation of joint stock companies chartered to exercise governmental functions by proxy in the extra-European world. The new swing engendered by the rise and full expansion of the British regime, which did indeed reproduce the phenomena of the 16th century with tenfold intensity, bears directly on the subject matter at hand, since it created the systemic conditions under which U.S. corporate capitalism first came into existence and then became the dominant structure of accumulation of the entire world economy. Contrary to Pyrrhon's suggestion, the Industrial Revolution of the late 18th century added a new momentum to the swing, but did not initiate it. After all, the Wealth of Nations, which later became the manifesto of the 19th century liberal creed, was published when the Industrial Revolution had hardly begun. And the main target of its call for free trade was not so much big government as the big business of the day, that is, primarily joint stock chartered companies. These companies, we are told, though they may, perhaps, have been useful for the first introduction of some branches of commerce, by making, at their own expense, an experiment which the state might not think prudent to make, have in the long run proved, universally, either burdensome or useless, and have either mismanaged or confined the trade. Ironically, and tragically for the peoples of Africa, the earliest beginnings of the 19th century free trade movement can be traced to the Atlantic slave trade. As previously noted, the WIC pioneered the triangular trade that boosted the slave trade to historically new heights, but could not forestall the entry of competitors as the VOC had been able to do in the East Indies trade in fine spices. By the late 17th century, an English company, the Royal African Company, had become the most powerful and most effective of all European companies formed exclusively for the African trade. But even this company could not compete effectively with leaner and more flexible business enterprises. By the beginning of the 18th century there were clear indications that the privileged joint stock company was no longer the best way to conduct the slave trade. In the next 30 years the countries principally concerned switched to competitive trading by private merchants and firms. By allowing the WIC to retain its monopoly the longest, the Dutch simply accentuated the tendency of their share of the trade to contract. The main problem for chartered companies was that in the Atlantic trade in general, and in the African trade in particular, it was difficult to enforce their monopolies. The procurement of slaves required the building and maintenance of expensive fortifications on the West African coast, which nonetheless were ineffective means in policing the coast against competition. The American colonists, whose entrepreneurship was essential to the expansion of Atlantic trade, constantly complained about the price and quantity of supplies, and the debts they owed for slaves bought on credit proved difficult or impossible to collect. Interlopers mobilized continually to obtain governmental recognition, which the French and English governments were only too ready to grant. The company's employees often embezzled goods, traded with interlopers, and neglected the corporate interest, and the competition between the companies chartered by different governments made these problems worse for each one of them. Free trade thus showed itself more efficient than monopoly. Yet monopoly had served some purpose in fostering an English slaving tradition and in accumulating the knowledge needed for a trade which more than most demanded skill and experience. At least the English slave companies were more effective than the French, and the English colonists, notwithstanding their complaints, were saved from the fearful shortage of labor which afflicted 17th-century Martinique and Guadeloupe. This early victory of free trade in the Atlantic prefigured the dynamics that were to bring about the subsequent deregulation and eventual demise of the system of joint stock chartered companies. In England, though not in Holland, joint stock chartered companies always walked a tightrope from which they could fall just as easily as a result of their successes as of their failures. If the considerable expenses incurred in opening up a new branch of commerce proved unprofitable, they simply went out of business, and that was it. But if the investments proved profitable, their life could be made miserable and even cut short by the threatened or actual erosion or revocation of their privileges which, as a rule, were vital to their very existence as part governmental, part business enterprises. The top-heavy and oligarchic structure of the Dutch capitalist class sheltered Dutch companies from the dangers of both kinds of fall. No matter how much it protested against the privileges of a successful company like the VOC, Dutch small business never stood a real chance of having those privileges revoked. But even a comparatively unsuccessful company like the WIC could rely on continuing governmental support in moments of need. The more broadly based and democratic structure of the English capitalist class, in contrast, exposed English joint stock companies to the constant danger of being deprived of their privileges once they had done the job of opening up a new branch of commerce. Thus, once the Royal African Company had established an English presence in the Atlantic triangular trade, the glorious revolution of 1688 emboldened interlopers, who flooded into the company's trade unhindered. Worse still, in 1698 the English Parliament recognized their position and entitled them to use the company's forts against a payment of 10% of their exports from England. Empowered to compete on more or less equal terms with corporate big business, private small business easily swept away the contest. It took much longer for the free trade movement to catch up with and promote the liquidation of corporate business in the East Indies. For a long time after its formation under Elizabeth I, the East India Company had led a rather precarious existence. The company did make significant early gains in setting up a number of factories and forts, and even capturing some territory from the Portuguese. Yet it barely survived the adverse conjuncture of the second quarter of the 17th century, when the majority of its shareholders began doubting whether it could go on trading at all in the face of overwhelming odds suddenly aggravated by an acute shortage of liquidity in the city. This was due primarily to the preemptive centralization of the most profitable East Indies trade in the hands of the VOC. Unable to wrest the spice trade from the VOC's control, the English East India Company was forced to specialize in the less profitable homeward and intra-Asian trade in piece goods. This industry was not only less profitable than the spice industry, it was also far more difficult to take over. The textile industry was hard to take over for very reason that it was not contained within a single network as in Europe. Different sectors and circuits governed the production and marketing of raw materials, the manufacture of cotton yarn, weaving, bleaching and preparation of fabrics, and printing. Processes which in Europe were vertically linked were organized in separate compartments. In fact, all India processed silk and cotton, sending an incredible quantity of fabrics, from the most ordinary to the most luxurious, all over the world. There can be little doubt that until the English Industrial Revolution, the Indian cotton industry was the foremost in the world, both in quality and quantity of its output and the scale of exports. This highly differentiated, decentralized, and proficient commercial industrial apparatus was probably the most extensive and complex instance of flexible specialization the world had ever seen. In order to turn this apparatus to its own advantage, the East India Company had no choice but to use local business networks. Necessary as it was, this adaptation to the decentralized structure of the Indian textile industry left the company exposed to the competition of other European companies, of European free traders, of Arabian and indigenous traders, and of Armenian and other diaspora merchants. This competition brought a constant downward pressure to bear on profit margins in the piece goods trade. And this downward pressure in turn was responsible for the precariousness of the company's existence throughout the 17th and early 18th centuries, as well as for its continual attempts to compensate for low profit margins through the expansion of its operations. Over time, however, this expansion moved the fulcrum of European business in Asia from spices to piece goods and from the Malay archipelago to the Indian subcontinent, and in so doing reversed the fortunes of the English vis-a-vis the Dutch in the East Indies. In the Herculean task involved in this reversal of fortunes, the English East India Company received little help from home. The granting of a charter to a rival company in 1698 certainly did not help, although the merger of the two companies in 1709 prepared the ground for the subsequent rise of the new company to the status of dominant European capitalist and territorialist agency in Asia. But throughout the 18th century the imposition of increasingly stiff duties on the homeward trade of the company, in protection of English industries still incapable of competing with Indian manufactures, must have been a major drag on the company's endeavors to establish its control over the supply of Indian piece goods. Be that as it may, what eventually turned the wheel of the company's fortunes was not help from home, but self-help on the battlefields of India. In response to the disintegration of the Mughal Empire, the size and scope of the company's military forces began to expand in the 1740s and to be reorganized along European lines. On the eve of Plassey, Indian battalions were formed and the company thus came to combine superior European techniques in the use and control of force with an extensive use of local manpower. It was this combination more than anything else that accounts for the success of the company in defeating all local competition in the struggle for the Mughal succession. Once the company had become a powerful company state, the road was clear, not just for the massive appropriation of tribute and its transfer, in D.K. Fieldhouse's words, to stockholders in Europe through the medium of unrequited exports. In addition, the road was clear for the tightening of the company's control over the Indian textile industry. The previous strategy of adaptation to the pre-existing decentralized structures of production and exchange was increasingly replaced by a strategy of forcible subordination of those structures to the centralized control of the company's managerial hierarchies. Although in the process the Indian textile industry lost much of its flexibility, and with it some of its competitiveness, the cash flows that accrued to the company from trade in piece goods grew in size and steadiness until about 1780, when expansion began to taper off. Success as governmental and business organization brought no comfort to the East India Company. On the contrary, success in replacing the Mughal court as the dominant redistributive organization of South Asia and success in driving the VOC out of business was immediately followed by a fiscal crisis and by a strong movement at home to deprive the company of its commercial privileges. A first portent of things to come was the tripling of the company's debt between 1798 and 1806 despite a huge accession of territory. Another, more ominous sign came a few years later when Birmingham and other provincial manufacturers began campaigning for the abolition of the company's monopoly of the India trade, which was indeed abolished in 1813. For about 20 years after the abolition, the company could compensate for the loss by exploiting more efficiently its continuing monopoly of the China trade. Although the tea trade with China had been a highly profitable subsidiary activity since the early 18th century, initially its expansion had been seriously constrained by the lack of demand for European goods in China and the consequent need to ship bullion to purchase tea. The English East India Company had inherited the age-old problem of a structural imbalance in West-East trade. As previously noted, the imbalance could be traced back to Roman times. The great discoveries and the European appropriation of American silver did not redress this imbalance. They simply enabled Europe through the intermediary of the Dutch regime of accumulation to run a larger trade deficit so that, in Louis d'Hermigny's words, China became the tomb of American treasure. When in 1776 the American Revolution cut England off from the supply of Mexican silver, the answer to the company's financial prayers was opium from India. Once the company began pushing sales of opium in China and monopolizing opium production in Bengal, the China trade quickly became far more profitable and dynamic than the trade in piece goods. This tendency was already underway before the abolition of the company's monopoly of trade with India. But once the Indian monopoly was abolished, the company's concentration on this line of business led to an explosive growth of shipments and to a reversal of the chronic balance of payments deficit with China. The Europeans, Eric Wolf comments wryly, finally had something to sell to the Chinese. Profitable as it was, this explosive growth did not help the company for long because it was afflicted by the same kind of contradiction that had undermined the fortunes of the Royal African Company a century earlier. In the early 18th century, the fostering of an English tradition in the African slave trade exposed the pioneering chartered company to the competition of a multitude of small unregulated businesses, which successfully challenged corporate privileges in the Atlantic marketplace and in the English Parliament. So in the early 19th century, the fostering of an English tradition in the China opium trade exposed the pioneering chartered company to the same kind of competition and to the same kind of challenges. Since the opium trade was under a Chinese imperial ban, the company had to use private European and Asian traders to smuggle the drug into China, concentrating its efforts on the monopolization of the supply and on the regulation of prices. But as the trade expanded, the informal activities of private European traders quickly outgrew the capabilities of the company to keep them under control, and free trade came to be perceived at home as a more effective means of national aggrandizement than monopoly. The abolition of the China trade monopoly in 1833 marked the beginning of the end of the English East India Company. Deprived of all its commercial privileges, the company's capabilities to perform its enlarged state and war-making functions effectively declined further, until it appeared to friends and foes alike as totally incompetent to govern the empire it had conquered. And when in the wake of the Great Rebellion of 1857 Parliament stepped in to nationalize that empire, few cared about the company's fate. What everybody in Britain cared about was that the empire in India be managed and exploited effectively and efficiently in the national interest. In short, joint stock chartered companies were business organizations empowered by European governments to exercise in the extra-European world state and war-making functions, both as ends in themselves and as means of commercial expansion. As long as the companies performed these functions more efficiently than the governments themselves could, they were granted trading privileges and protection more or less commensurate to the usefulness of their services. But as soon as they no longer did, the companies were deprived of their privileges, and their state and war-making functions were taken over by the metropolitan governments themselves. By so doing, the British government became the imperial government of India. The freeing of trade from corporate privilege and empire building in the extra-European world were thus obverse sides of the same process of supersession of the system of joint stock chartered companies. However, the liquidation of these companies was a strictly pragmatic decision which was reversed as soon as systemic conditions created the perception that joint stock chartered companies had become useful again. Thus towards the end of the 19th century, the British government and British business launched a whole new breed of joint stock chartered companies empowered to widen further the spatial scope of their networks of trade, power, and accumulation. Although a few of these companies did quite well, most notably, the British South Africa Company, the revival could not and did not bring back to life the old corporate system of chartered companies as leading agencies of the commercial and territorial expansion of the capitalist world economy. The advent of steam and machinofacture, so-called modern industry, had thoroughly reorganized world-scale networks of trade, accumulation, and power. And when the expansion of Britain's free trade imperialism attained its limits in the course of the late 19th century Great Depression, this reorganization gave rise to new kinds of corporate business in continental Europe and North America which overpowered joint stock chartered companies as primary agencies of capitalist expansion. Piron's remarks concerning the impact of modern industry on regulated economic activity echo Marx's thesis that the advent of steam and machinofacture initiated a seemingly endless chain of interrelated revolutions in the mode of production and exchange across the space-time of the 19th century world economy. A radical change in the mode of production in one sphere of industry involves a similar change in other spheres. This happens at first in such branches of industry as are connected together by being separate phases of a process, and yet are isolated by the social division of labor, in such a way, that each of them produces an independent commodity. Thus spinning by machinery made weaving by machinery a necessity, and both together made the mechanical and chemical revolution that took place in bleaching, printing, and dyeing, imperative. So too, the revolution in cotton spinning called forth the invention of the gin, for separating the seeds from the cotton fiber. It was only by means of this invention, that the production of cotton became possible on the enormous scale at present required. But more especially, the revolution in the modes of production of industry and agriculture made necessary a revolution in the general conditions of the social process of production, i.e., in the means of communication and transport. Means of communication and transport handed down from the manufacturing period soon became unbearable trammels on modern industry, with its feverish haste of production, its enormous extent, its constant flinging of capital and labor from one sphere of production to another, and its newly created connections with the markets of the whole world. Hence, the means of communication and transport became gradually adapted to the modes of production of mechanical industry, by the creation of a system of river steamers, railways, ocean steamers, and telegraphs. But the huge masses of iron that had now to be forged, to be welded, to be cut, to be bored, and to be shaped, demanded, on their part, cyclopean machines. This passage details the process through which, as Marx stated elsewhere, modern industry has established the world market, for which the discovery of America paved the way. The great discoveries, the penetration of the East Indies and Chinese markets, the colonization of the Americas and colonial trade, jointly created the conditions for the emergence of modern industry by giving to commerce and industry an impulse never known before. But once steam and machinery revolutionized industrial technology, industrial expansion itself became the main factor of integration of the markets of the whole world into a single world market. The formation of a single world market in its turn reacted on the extension of industry and endowed production and consumption in every country with a cosmopolitan character. To the great charge in of reactionists, has drawn from under the feet of industry the national ground on which it stood. All old established national industries have been destroyed or are daily being destroyed. They are dislodged by new industries, whose introduction becomes a life and death question for all civilized nations, by industries that no longer work up indigenous raw material, but raw material drawn from the remotest zones, industries whose products are consumed, not only at home, but in every quarter of the globe. In place of the old wants, satisfied by the productions of the country, we find new wants, requiring for their satisfaction the products of distant lands and climes. In place of old local and national seclusion and self-sufficiency, we have intercourse in every direction, universal interdependence of nations. The integration of the markets of the whole world into a single world market thus presented governments and businesses with unprecedented opportunities as well as with unprecedented challenges. The opportunities stemmed primarily from the scope of the worldwide social division of labor within which governmental and business activities were being integrated and through which external economies of all kinds could be reaped. Any governmental and business organization that found a secure market niche within this worldwide division of labor could count on the spontaneous cooperation of numerous other organizations in the procurement of a range and variety of affordable supplies which was incomparably wider than those that could be procured through national seclusion and self-sufficiency. The opportunities that stemmed from cooperation were none the less inseparable from the challenges that stemmed from competition over cash flows and material resources. This competition continually drove each and every organization integrated in the world market to shift its resources from existing input-output combinations to whatever other combinations promised to yield higher returns, as proclaimed by Alfred Marshall's principle of substitution. Any organization that fell behind in substituting more for less economical input-output combinations sooner or later would find itself at a disadvantage in competing with other organizations in the procurement of critical inputs and revenues. But as participants in the world market substituted more for less economical input-output combinations, they deprived one another of essential revenues or of essential material supplies and disrupted one another's production and consumption schedules. This deprivation and disruption in turn continually threatened to play havoc with the organizational integrity of governments and businesses, and thereby moderated their enthusiasm for too close an integration in the networks and circuits of the world market. Tension between the cooperative and competitive tendencies of processes of world market formation long preceded the emergence of modern industry. Indeed, our investigation has underscored that a tension of this kind has underlain the recurrence since the late Middle Ages of phases of material expansion of the capitalist world economy in which cooperative tendencies prevailed, and of phases of financial expansion in which competitive tendencies prevailed. But the emergence of modern industry added an entirely new dimension to this tension. The resources of a large number of governmental and business organizations came to be sunk more or less permanently in expensive and specialized industrial and infrastructural facilities, which were owned and managed separately but were nonetheless linked to one another by a complex chain of interconnected technical processes. No one of the mechanical processes carried on by the use of a given outfit of appliances is independent of other processes going on elsewhere. Each draws and presupposes the proper working of many other processes of a similar mechanical character. None of the processes is self-sufficing. Each follows some and precedes other processes in an endless sequence, into which each must adapt its own working. The whole concert of industrial operations is to be taken as a machine process, made up of interlocking detail processes, rather than as a multiplicity of mechanical appliances each doing its particular work in severalty. This comprehensive industrial process draws into its scope and turns to account all branches of knowledge that have to do with the material sciences, and the whole makes a more or less delicately balanced complex of sub-processes. In short, with the emergence of modern industry, the relationships of complementarity which linked the fate of separate production units of one another became incomparably stronger than before and forced each and every unit to seek the cooperation of other units in order to ensure reliable sources of inputs and reliable outlets for outputs. And yet, this strengthening of complementarities was not associated with a weakening of competitive pressures. On the contrary, as Veblen himself points out, with the development of modern industry the sway of Marshall's principle of substitution became much stronger than it had ever been. The very integration and comprehensiveness of the industrial system magnified the gains and losses experienced by the owners of the sub-processes as a result of any disturbance in the industrial balance. Moreover, disturbances tended to become cumulative, seriously crippling some branches of industry while inducing the overexpansion of others. Under these circumstances, a strong tendency developed within business enterprises to control the conjuncture through an alert redistribution of investments from less to more gainful ventures. Those enterprises that were heavily committed to a particular sub-process and did not have the predispositions or the capabilities to mobilize the surplus capital owned by other units in the system could only endure the conjuncture. But those enterprises that controlled abundant cash flows and were free to dispose of them as they pleased could and did master the conjuncture. The economic welfare of the community at large is best served by a facile and uninterrupted interplay of the various processes which make up the industrial system, but the pecuniary interests of the businessmen in whose hands lies the discretion in the matter are not necessarily best served by an unbroken maintenance of the industrial balance. Especially is this true as regards those greater businessmen whose interests are very extensive. The pecuniary operations of these latter are of large scope, and their fortunes commonly are not permanently bound up with the smooth working of a given sub-process in the industrial system. Their fortunes are rather related to the larger conjunctures of the industrial system as a whole, the interstitial adjustments, or to conjunctures affecting large ramifications of the system. If this class of greater businessmen had no ulterior strategic objective besides profiting from the disturbances of the system, it was a matter of indifference to its members whether these disturbances helped or hindered the system at large. But if the purpose of their transactions was to gain control of a large portion of the industrial system, indifference to the effects of disturbances ceased as soon as control was achieved. When such control has been achieved, it may be to interest to make and maintain business conditions which shall facilitate the smooth and efficient working of what has come under his control, for, other things equal, the gains from what has come under his hands permanently in the way of industrial plant are greater the higher and the more uninterrupted its industrial efficiency. This contrast between a strictly pecuniary business logic, which is indifferent to disturbances in the industrial balance, and a technological business logic, which has an interest in uninterrupted industrial efficiency, has been widely held as describing the different responses of the British and of the German business communities to the challenges and opportunities posed by the 19th century reconstitution of the world market on industrial foundations. Thus, David Lowndes has contrasted the pecuniary rationality of British business with the technological rationality of German business. While British business tended to treat technology as mere means in the pursuit of maximum pecuniary returns to capital, German business tended to make the means the end. The significance of pecuniary approach is best appreciated when it is contrasted with the technological rationality of the Germans. This was a different kind of arithmetic, which maximized, not returns, but technical efficiency. For the German engineer, and the manufacturer and banker who stood behind him, the new was desirable, not so much because it paid, but because it worked better. There were right and wrong ways of doing things, and the right was the scientific, mechanized, capital-intensive way. The means had become the end. We do not need to make any special assumption about psychological differences between German engineers, manufacturers, and bankers on the one side, and their British counterparts on the other, in order to understand the divergence of their business rationalities in the latter half of the 19th century. This divergence is perfectly understandable in terms of the different positions of the two business communities and of their respective national governments vis-à-vis the ongoing process of world market formation. The pecuniary rationality of British business was primarily a reflection of the control wielded by the British state over the process of world market formation. The technological rationality of German business, in contrast, was primarily a reflection of the serious challenges that same process posed to the integrity of the newly formed German state. More specifically, the two rationalities were obverse sides of the double movement towards the extension and simultaneous restriction of self-regulating market mechanisms which Karl Polanyi has singled out as the one comprehensive feature in the history of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Like Veblen, Polanyi underscores the risks involved in undertaking production in a system of elaborate, specialized, and expensive industrial facilities. The advent of this kind of facilities completely changed the relationship of commerce to industry. Industrial production ceased to be an accessory of commerce organized by the merchant as a buying and selling proposition, it now involved long-term investment with corresponding risks. Unless the continuance of production was reasonably assured, such a risk was not bearable. Such a risk would be bearable only on condition that all the inputs required by industry be readily available in the quantities needed, where and when they were needed. In a commercial society, this meant that all the elements of industry had to be available for purchase. Among these elements, three were of outstanding importance: labor, land, and money. But none of these could be transformed into commodities because they were not produced for sale on the market. Labor stands for human activity, an entity inseparable from life itself, which in turn is not produced in order to be sold on the market but for altogether different reasons. Land stands for the natural environment of human life and activity, a gift of geography and history and, as such, something that present generations inherit rather than produce, and money stands for tokens of purchasing power, which, as a rule, come into being through the mechanisms of banking and state finance and, as such, are produced only metaphorically. In short, the commodity nature of land, labor, and money is purely fictitious. To subject the fate of these fictitious commodities, that is, of human beings, their natural environment, and means of payments, to the vagaries of a self-regulating market, is to invite social disaster. For the alleged commodity labor power cannot be shoved about, used indiscriminately, or even left unused, without affecting also the human individual who happens to be the bearer of this peculiar commodity. Robbed of the protective covering of cultural institutions, human beings would perish from the effects of social exposure, they would die as the victims of acute social dislocation through vice, perversion, crime, and starvation. Nature would be reduced to its elements, neighborhoods and landscapes defiled, rivers polluted, military safety jeopardized, the power to produce food and raw materials destroyed. Finally, the market administration of purchasing power would periodically liquidate business enterprise, for shortages and surfeits of money would prove as disastrous to business as floods and droughts in primitive society. Undoubtedly, labor, land, and money are essential to a market economy. But no society could stand the effects of such a system of crude fictions even for the shortest stretch of time unless its human and natural substance as well as its business organization was protected against the ravages of this satanic mill. And protected it was. As soon as the disruptive effects of the self-regulating market began to be felt, a powerful counter-movement aimed at restricting its operations developed. A double movement was thus initiated whereby the extension of the self-regulating market in respect of genuine commodities was accompanied by a counter-movement in defense of society which restricted the operation of market mechanisms in respect of fictitious ones. While on the one hand markets spread all over the face of the globe and the amount of goods involved grew to unbelievable proportions, on the other hand a network of measures and policies was integrated into powerful institutions designed to check the action of the market relative to labor, land, and money. While the organization of world commodity markets, world capital markets, and world currency markets under the aegis of the gold standard gave an unparalleled momentum to the mechanisms of markets, a deep-seated movement sprang into being to resist the pernicious effects of a market-controlled economy. Polanyi traces the origins of this double movement to the rise in Britain, under the influence of David Ricardo, of the utopian belief in man's salvation through the self-regulating market. Conceived in pre-industrial times as a mere penchant for non-bureaucratic methods of government, this belief assumed evangelical fervor after the Industrial Revolution in Britain took off, where in the 1820s it came to stand for its three classical tenets, that labor should find its price on the market, that the creation of money should be subject to an automatic mechanism, that goods should be free to flow from country to country without hindrance or preference, in short, for a labor market. The gold standard, and free trade. In the 1830s and 1840s the liberal crusade for free markets resulted in a series of legislative acts aimed at repealing restrictive regulations. The key measures were the Poor Law Amendment Act of 1834, which subjected the domestic labor supply to the price-setting mechanisms of the market, Peel's Bank Act of 1844, which subjected monetary circulation in the domestic economy to the self-regulating mechanisms of the gold standard more strictly than it already was, and the Anti-Corn Law Bill of 1846, which opened up the British market to the supply of grain from the entire world. These three measures established the core of a self-regulating world market system centered on Britain. They formed a coherent whole. Unless the price of labor was dependent upon the cheapest grain available, there was no guarantee that the unprotected industries would not succumb in the grip of the voluntarily accepted taskmaster, gold. The expansion of the market system in the 19th century was synonymous with the simultaneous spreading of international free trade, competitive labor market, and gold standard. They belonged together. In Polanyi's view, to embark upon such a venture of world market formation required a major act of faith. For the implications of international free trade were entirely extravagant. International free trade meant that England would depend for her food supply upon overseas sources, would sacrifice her agriculture, if necessary, and enter on a new form of life under which she would be part and parcel of some vaguely conceived world unity of the future, that this planetary community would have to be a peaceful one, or if not, would have to be made safe for Great Britain by the power of the Navy, and that the English nation would face the prospects of continuous industrial dislocations in the firm belief in its superior inventive and productive ability. However, it was believed that if only the grain of all the world could flow freely to Britain, then her factories would be able to undersell all the world. As far as Britain was concerned, there was in fact nothing doctrinaire, let alone extravagant, in the unilateral adoption of free trade. As the leader of the Tory protectionists, Benjamin Disraeli, declared in 1846, even Cobden knew that there no chance of changing the laws of England with abstract doctrine. Something more substantial than scientifically demonstrated truth was required to convert the British Parliament to the principles of free trade. The main reason why British foreign and colonial trade was liberalised is that protectionism had become a drag on the effective mobilisation of Britain's newly acquired industrial capabilities for the benefit of its ruling classes. The Whig grandees knew quite well that the power of the country, and their own, rested on a readiness to make money militantly and commercially. It so happened that in 1750 not a great deal of money was yet to be made in industry. When it was, they would have no great difficulty in adjusting themselves to the situation. Neither the Whig grandees nor the lesser Tory country squires ever made a great deal of money in industry. But as soon as the opportunity of mobilizing industry as an instrument of national aggrandizement arose, they seized it promptly. For the most part this involved no major departure from well-established traditions. Thus, as previously argued, the 19th century gold standard of the British pound was simply a continuation by other means of a practice established centuries earlier under Elizabeth I. Polanyi underscores the close relationship of interdependence which in the 1840s came to link the fixed metallic standard of the British currency, to unilateral free trade and to the self-regulation of the domestic labour market. But for 2.5 centuries before these three elements of Ricardian free trade came to constitute a coherent whole, the fixed metallic standard had formed a coherent whole with something far more fundamental for its smooth functioning than free markets, the successful overseas expansion of the British state and of British capital. The more successful this expansion became, the greater and the steadier the mass of surplus capital in the form of interest, profit, tribute, and remittances that accrued to British subjects or residents from abroad and that could be mobilized in support of the preservation of the stable metallic standard of the British pound. And conversely, the longer and the more successfully the standard had been preserved, the easier it became for British governmental and business agencies to obtain on the world's financial markets all the credit and liquidity they needed to expand their overseas networks of accumulation and power. Britain's industrial expansion during the Napoleonic Wars did not alter the underlying interest of its ruling classes in the continuation of this virtuous circle between the voluntary submission of the national currency to a metallic taskmaster on the one side, and the overseas expansion of British networks of power and accumulation on the other. On the contrary, it intensified the urge and multiplied the means of this two-pronged pursuit. The central aspect of wartime industrial expansion was the creation of an autonomous capital goods industry. Prior to that, the capital goods industry in Britain, as anywhere else, had little autonomy from the branches of the economy that used its products. Most enterprises produced or subcontracted the production of the fixtures and equipment they used in their activities. The seat and backbone of the 19th century British capital goods industry, iron and related trades, was still for all practical purposes no more than a subordinate branch of the British Army and Navy. War was pretty certainly the greatest consumer of iron, and firms like Wilkinson, the Walkers, and the Carron Works, owed the size of their undertakings partly to government contracts for cannon, while the South Wales iron industry depended on battle. Henry Court, who revolutionized iron manufacture, began in the 1760s as a Navy agent, anxious to improve the quality of the British product in connection with the supply of iron to the Navy. Henry Maudslay, the pioneer of machine tools, began his career in the Woolwich Arsenal and his fortunes remained closely bound up with naval contracts. As government expenditures escalated on the eve and during the Napoleonic Wars, the level of production and the pace of product and process innovation in the iron industry increased sharply, and the capital goods industry became a far more autonomous department of the British domestic economy than it had ever been or than it still was in any other country. The proliferation of enterprises specializing in the production of means of production quickened the pace of innovation among the users of these means and stimulated British producers, traders, and financiers to find ways and means of profiting from the greater number, range, and variety of capital goods available on the market. Military demands on the British economy thus went far to shape the subsequent phases of the Industrial Revolution, allowing the improvement of steam engines and making such critical innovations as the iron railway and iron ships possible at a time and under conditions which simply would not have existed without the wartime impetus to iron production. The development of an autonomous capital goods industry presented the ruling class with as many problems as opportunities. For one thing, to 68 the long 20th century, the advantages gained through this development in the competitive and power struggle that opposed them to the ruling classes of other states were not easily retained. The innovations that were being embodied in the new capital goods technically were rather primitive. They were the result of practical men, ingenious mechanics, conversant in the practices in use in their time, as Sergeant Adair described them when defending Richard Arkwright in 1785, putting their minds to using widespread knowledge to solve practical problems under exceptionally favorable circumstances. A multitude of equally practical and knowledgeable persons in Europe and elsewhere could therefore take over or even improve on these innovations once their usefulness had been demonstrated. And their appropriation became even easier once the innovations came to be embodied in capital goods sold on the market. Fully aware of the difficulties involved in excluding actual or potential competitors from the use of the new techniques, from the mid-1770s through the Napoleonic Wars, the British government resorted to the imposition of an increasing number of restrictions on the export of tools and machinery as well as on the emigration of skilled artisans and technicians. But these restrictions were more effective in preventing British producers of capital goods from fully exploiting foreign demand than in attaining the purpose for which they had been enacted. In addition to being difficult to retain, the advantages of Britain's newly acquired industrial capabilities were a mixed blessing, both domestically and internationally. Domestically, the development of machinofacture was a source of considerable economic and social turbulence. The more autonomous the capital goods industry became from the branches of the economy that used its products, the more its capacity tended to expand beyond what the domestic economy could profitably sustain. Violent upswings in prices, incomes, and employment were followed by equally violent downswings. Combined with the disruptions of established ways of life and work due to the use of the new capital goods, this economic turbulence led to considerable social unrest and to the Chartist challenge to established political institutions. Internationally, the development of machinofacture made the British domestic economy unprecedentedly dependent not just on exports, on which it had been thoroughly dependent since the 14th century, but also on foreign sources for essential supplies. Although still self-sufficient in staple food supplies, for the first time in British history an industry vital to exports and employment came to depend on external sources for an essential input, raw cotton. At the beginning of the Napoleonic Wars, the bulk of cotton imports came from British colonies, most notably the West Indies, but by 1800 most of it came from a foreign country, the United States. Moreover, the reduction in unit costs that sustained the expansion of the British cotton industry depended critically on increasing sales to foreign markets, including and especially the markets of continental Europe and of the United States. In short, the leading branch of the late 18th century British Industrial Revolution was from the very start a global industry dependent for its competitiveness and continuing expansion on the external economies afforded by the procurement of inputs and disposal of outputs on foreign markets. More importantly, under the impact of wartime expenditures, the British capital goods industry had far outgrown what the domestic traffic could bear under normal circumstances, and as these expenditures began to level off and then contracted, the capital goods industry could retain its size and specialization only by itself becoming global in scope. In the closing years of the Napoleonic Wars and during the slump in prices and outputs that followed the end of hostilities, the ruling class of Britain thus faced a situation in which the industrial expansion of the preceding 30 years threatened the internal and external security of the British state unless ways and means could be found to consolidate the global scope of the cotton industry and of widening the market of the capital goods industry. However, if these ways and means were found, then both industries could be turned from actual or potential sources of social and political trouble into engines of further expansion of British wealth and power. Initially, a concern for domestic and external security was predominant in the ruling class's perception of their interests, and it was this concern that started the movement towards trade liberalization. Thus, A primary objective of the abolition of the East India Company's trade monopoly in India in 1813 was the extension of employment and the preservation of the tranquility of the manufacturing population after the emergence of Luddism. Issues of domestic security were, however, indissolubly interwoven with issues of external security. When in 1806/7 the Berlin and Milan decrees closed much of Europe to British exports, the loss could be compensated by a more concerted penetration of Latin American markets. But when in 1812 war broke out with the United States, Britain's main source of raw cotton as well as a major outlet of British cotton manufactures, the precarious international foundations of British industrial expansion were starkly revealed. The abolition of the East India Company's Indian monopoly, as well as the total separation of the company's territorial and commercial accounts, which prepared the way for a fully imperial administration, must be seen as an attempt simultaneously to solve problems of internal and external security. Shortly after the liberalization of the India trade, the end of the wars with the United States and with France lessened the urgency of problems of external security. However, problems of domestic security not only remained but were aggravated by the post-war slump in production and employment. To make things worse, the export of British semi-finished manufactures, such as yarn, combined with widening breaches in the wall of prohibitions set up by the British government to prevent the outflow of technicians and machinery, helped the import substitution efforts of European and American governments and businesses and resulted in widespread losses of foreign markets for the British cotton weaving and finishing industries. It was in these circumstances that political control over large, captive, and unprotected economic spaces became the main source of external economies for British business. The Indian subcontinent, with its huge textile industry and commercialized agriculture, was by far the most important among these captive and unprotected economic spaces. An insignificant outlet for British cotton goods up to 1813, by 1843 India had become the single biggest market for such goods, taking up to 23% of their exports in 1850 and 31% 10 years later. The spread of machinofacture from spinning to weaving dates from this period of the British cotton industry's increasing dependence on the Indian market. In 1813, this industry still employed fewer than 3,000 power looms and more than 200,000 handloom weavers. But by around 1860, there were more than 400,000 power looms in operation and handloom weavers had become an extinct species. It is hard to imagine how this great leap forward in the mechanization of the British textile industry could have occurred at a time of stagnant domestic and foreign demand for its output except through the conquest of the Indian market and the consequent destruction of the Indian textile industry. Just as in the latter half of the 14th century the initial creation of an English woolen cloth industry had as its counterpart the forcible destruction of the Flemish cloth industry and the spontaneous deindustrialization of Florence, so in the early to mid-19th century the final flourishing of mechanization in the British cotton industry had as its counterpart the parallel destruction of the Indian textile industry. In both instances, industrial expansion in Britain reflected a major spatial transplant of enterprise. The main difference was the incomparably greater scale, speed, and sophistication of means involved in the latter transplant. As Polanyi has underscored, term exploitation describes but ill a situation which became really grave only after the East India Company's ruthless monopoly was abolished and free trade was introduced in India. The company's monopoly had been an instrument of exploitation of the Indian textile industry, and this exploitation in turn had sapped the industry's vitality and thereby prepared its subsequent destruction by the cheap products of Lancashire. But under the company's monopoly, the situation had been fairly kept in hand with the help of the archaic organization of the countryside, while under free trade and equal exchange Indians perished by the millions. Lancashire did something quite different and worse than exploit the Indian masses, it deprived them of the cash flows essential to their reproduction. That this was brought about by forces of economic competition, namely the permanent underselling of hand-woven chatter by machine-made piece goods, is doubtless true, but it proves the opposite of economic exploitation, since dumping implies the reverse of surcharge. The destruction of the foundations of the East India Company's exploitation of South Asian labor, entrepreneurship, and natural resources was nonetheless only the preamble of their exploitation on new and enlarged foundations. As Marx observed in 1853, the more the industrial interest became dependent on the Indian market, the more it felt the necessity of creating fresh productive powers in India after having ruined her native industry. Railroads, steamships, and the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 transformed India into a major source of cheap food and raw materials for Europe: tea, wheat, oilseeds, cotton, jute, as well as into a major remunerative outlet protected by administrative action for the products of the British capital goods industry and for British enterprise. What is more, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the large surplus in the Indian balance of payments became the pivot of the enlarged reproduction of Britain's world-scale processes of capital accumulation and of the city's mastery of world finance. Equally critical was another pivot of the enlarged reproduction of British wealth and power, the Indian surplus of military labour, which came to be organised in the British Indian Army. It was not an army intended primarily for domestic defence and police duties in India. Rather, it was the army of British imperialism, formal and informal, which operated worldwide, opening up markets to the products of the Industrial Revolution, subordinating labour forces to the domination of capital, and bringing benighted civilizations the enlightened values of Christianity and rationality. The Indian Army was the iron fist in the velvet glove of Victorian expansionism. Moreover, because the British Empire was the principal agency through which the world system functioned in this era, the Indian Army was in a real sense the major coercive force behind the internationalization of industrial capitalism. In the light of this centrality of the Indian surpluses of money and labor in the formation and expansion of the British regime of rule and accumulation on a world scale, it is not surprising that, in Hobsbawm's words, not even the free traders wished to see this gold mine escape from British control, and that a great part of British foreign and military or naval policy was designed essentially to maintain safe control of it. To this we should add that without political control over this gold mine, the conversion of the ruling classes of Britain to Ricardian free trade doctrine would have been entirely extravagant indeed. But political control over India made this conversion a quite sensible course of action in the pursuit of power and profit for two closely related reasons. First, the disruptive effects of self-regulating markets could be dumped on India in order to moderate them in Britain. And second, disruptions in India set free huge surpluses of human, natural, and pecuniary resources which endowed Britain with an exceptional freedom of choice in the worldwide procurement of its means of livelihood, accumulation, and protection. As free a flow as possible of supplies from all over the world to the British domestic market was essential to cutting domestic costs of production, while provisioning foreign customers with the means needed to buy British products. The assertiveness of provincial industrial interests and fear of Chartism played a critical role in pushing the ruling groups of Britain further and faster towards the adoption of unilateral free trade than they would have done otherwise. But a free flow of supplies from all over the world to the British domestic market was essential not just to the appeasement of industrial interests and subordinate classes, it was also essential to the effective exercise by Britain's ruling groups of their exceptional freedom of choice in an increasingly integrated world market. Such were the advantages of unilateral free trade for Imperial Britain, that the protectionist counter-movement never had a chance of becoming hegemonic among its ruling or even subaltern classes. Britain was and remained to the bitter end the epicenter of the free trade movement. To paraphrase Hobsbawm, Britain never actually abandoned the free trade system it had created, rather, it was the world that abandoned Britain. The world began abandoning Britain's free trade system almost as soon as the system was established. The increase in the rhythm and volume of international trade as well as the universal mobilization of land, implied in the mass transportation of grain and agricultural raw materials from one part of the planet to another, at a fractional cost, dislocated the lives of dozens of millions in rural Europe. The agrarian crisis and the Great Depression of 1873–86 had shaken confidence in economic self-healing. From now onward the typical institution of market economy could usually be introduced only if accompanied by protectionist measures, all the more so because since the late 1870s and early 1880s nations were forming themselves into organized units which were apt to suffer grievously from the dislocations involved in the sudden adjustment to the needs of foreign trade or foreign exchanges. The epicenter of the protectionist counter-movement was newly created Imperial Germany. When the slump of 1873–79 hit Germany, Chancellor Bismarck believed as strongly as any of his contemporaries in the self-regulating powers of market mechanisms. Initially, he found consolation in the worldwide scope of the depression and waited patiently for the slump to hit its bottom. However, when this occurred in 1876–77, he realized that the verdict of the market on the viability of the German state and of German society was too harsh to take, and that, moreover, the slump had created unique opportunities for the continuation of his state-making endeavors by other means. The spread of unemployment, labor unrest, and socialist agitation, the persistence of the industrial and commercial slumps, plummeting land values, and, above all, a crippling fiscal crisis of the Reich, all combined to induce Bismarck to intervene in protection of German society lest the ravages of the self-regulating market destroy the imperial edifice he had just built. At the same time, the growing convergence of agrarian and industrial interests in pressing for governmental protection from foreign competition made it easy for him to switch suddenly from free trade and laissez-faire to a highly protectionist and interventionist stance. Through this switch he was not just yielding to social and economic pressures. He was also consolidating and strengthening the powers of the German Reich. Bismarck had never liked a system that placed the central authority at the mercy of the federal states. In 1872 he told the Reichstag, "An empire that is dependent upon the contributions of individual states lacks the bonds of a strong and common financial institution." And in 1879 he declared that it was degrading that the central authority should have to pass a begging bowl from one federal state to another to secure revenues essential to its requirements. In line with these sentiments, governmental intervention in protection of German society did not surrender to particularistic interests. On the contrary, it was used to strengthen governmental authority and the sovereignty of the Reich. The political power vested in the Reich executive was to be used to help overcome short-term economic contraction and stagnation, but in exchange for its services the state was to make durable political conquests. Vast schemes loomed before Bismarck's eyes: the establishment of the unassailable financial independence of the Reich and its military machine, beyond the reach of parliamentary control, by manipulating the producers' demand for tariff protection and by reforming taxation so as to reduce overhead costs. Or the political exploitation of economic and fiscal maladjustments so as to secure a new balance of power between the Reich and the states, and to complete the national unification by cementing it with unbreakable economic ties. An organic relationship of political exchange was thus established between the German government and select business enterprises. While the German government did all that was within its powers to assist the expansion of these enterprises, the latter did all they could to assist the German government in cementing the unity of the German domestic economy and in endowing the German state with a powerful military-industrial apparatus. The main partners of the German government in this relationship of political exchange were industrial enterprises involved critically in the ongoing industrialization of war and, above all, 6 large banks. These Grossbanken had emerged out of the personal and interfamilial structure of German banking, still prevalent in the 1850s, primarily through the promotion and financing of railway companies and of heavy industrial enterprises involved in railway construction. Their dominance in German finance increased further during the slump of the 1870s. And in the 1880s, when a large proportion of their entrepreneurial and pecuniary resources were released by the nationalization of the railways, they moved swiftly to take over, integrate, and reorganize German industry in collusion with a small number of powerful industrial firms. Large concerns and cartels working in close association with the great banks, these were the twin pillars of the German economy in the last quarter of the 19th century. Whereas on the eve of the Great Depression family capitalism was still the norm in Germany as it was in Britain, by the turn of the century a highly centralized corporate structure had taken its place. Over the next 2 decades centralization increased further, mostly through horizontal integration. To the extent that small and medium-sized enterprises survived, as many did, they lived on as subordinate members of a private command economy controlled by a closely knit group of financiers and industrialists acting through increasingly extensive and complex managerial bureaucracies. The German domestic economy, to paraphrase Engels, was indeed beginning to look like one big factory. Hilferding, and generations of Marxist thinkers after him down to present-day theorists of organized and disorganized capitalism, interpreted this development as the clearest sign that Marx's expectation of an ever-increasing centralization of capital was being fulfilled, and went on to conceptualize it as marking the beginning of a new stage of capitalism characterized by the progressive supersession of the anarchy of market regulation by centralized capitalist planning. By fostering the formation of cartels that encompassed entire branches of industry, large banks facilitated the smooth and efficient working of the enterprises which they had come to control. As the profitability of these enterprises increased relative to the enterprises still subject to the vagaries of the market, banks acquired new means with which to extend further their control over the industrial system, and so on until a general cartel controlled the entire national economy. The whole capitalist production would then be consciously regulated by a single body which would determine the volume of production in all branches of industry. Price determination would become a purely nominal matter, involving only the distribution of the total product between the cartel magnates on one side and all other members of society on the other. Price would then cease to be the outcome of factual relationships into which people have entered, and would become a mere accounting device by which things were allocated among people. In its perfected form, finance capital is thus uprooted from the soil which nourished its beginnings. The ceaseless turnover of money has attained its goal in the regulated society. By the early 20th century, this process had gone far enough to enable German business to pursue technical efficiency with unprecedented and in many respects unparalleled determination. Here lay the taproot of the technological rationality of German business which, following David Landis, we have contrasted with the pecuniary rationality of British business. Since this technological rationality of German business was associated with far higher rates of industrial growth and with a more systematic application of science to industry than the pecuniary rationality of British business, two features which made German industry the wonder of the world, it was a short step for Marxists to think that the more consciously and centrally planned German system of business enterprise had superseded the British as the paradigm of advanced capitalism. In reality, the German system was superseding the British only in industrial performance. As far as the generation and appropriation of value added were concerned, the German system was scarcely reducing the large gap that separated Germany and Britain at the beginning of the Great Depression. As Landis notes, the difference in overall rates of growth between was considerably smaller than the discrepancy in rates of industrial growth would lead one to expect. Where British output of manufactured commodities, slightly more than doubled from 1870 to 1913, against a German increase of almost six-fold, the ratio between the rising incomes of the two countries, whether calculated in aggregate or per capita, was of the order of 0.7 or 0.8 to 1. In other words, the German business community had to expand industrial output almost 3 times faster than the British in order to make a relatively small gain in value added. Economically, this performance looks like a minor failure rather than the great success that many still think it was. It may be objected that value added does not provide an adequate foundation for assessing the achievements of the German system of business enterprise, because the main purpose of that system was social and political. As we have seen, this is undoubtedly true. But it is precisely on political and social grounds that the German performance relative to the British was most disastrous. The more powerful the German Reich became, the more it entered into a collision course with the power and interests of Imperial Britain. When the two great powers actually clashed in the First World War, all the incremental gains in world power that Imperial Germany had made over the preceding half-century turned suddenly into a huge loss. Imperial Germany did not survive defeat in the war, and the imposition of disarmament and heavy war reparations reduced the successor republic to the status of a tributary quasi-state vis-a-vis not just Britain but France as well. Moreover, the unprecedented social unrest that ensued from the political and economic collapse of the industrialization effort threw the German ruling classes and business community into complete disarray, propelling them towards the even more disastrous ventures of the following 2 decades. Far from superseding Britain's market capitalism, German corporate capitalism was a minor economic failure and a colossal political and social failure. Nevertheless, its development had the effect of precipitating the terminal crisis of the British regime of accumulation, thereby initiating the transition to the US regime. German corporate capitalism was only the antithesis of British free trade imperialism. The synthesis that eventually transcended both was a kind of corporate capitalism which was as different from the German system of accumulation as it was from the British. The fourth systemic cycle of accumulation. The Belle Epoque of the Edwardian era marked the high point of Britain's free trade imperialism. The wealth and power of the propertied classes, not just of Britain but of the entire Western world, had attained unprecedented heights. And yet the systemic crisis of the British regime of accumulation had not been resolved, and within a generation it would bring the entire edifice of 19th-century civilization crashing down. The most serious underlying problem faced by the British regime remained the intensity of inter-capitalist competition. As previously noted, the upturn in prices of the mid-1890s cured the malady of the European bourgeoisie by reversing the squeeze on profits of the preceding quarter century. Over time, however, the cure proved worse than the disease. For the upturn was based primarily on a further escalation in the armaments race among the great powers of Europe. As such, it reflected not a supersession of the intense inter-capitalist competition of the Great Depression of 1873–96 but a change in its primary locus from the sphere of inter-enterprise relations to the sphere of interstate relations. Initially, to paraphrase Max Weber once again, control over the supply of mobile capital endowed the capitalist classes of Europe in general and of Great Britain in particular with the capability of dictating to the competing states the conditions under which they would assist them in the power struggle. It was this more than anything else that enabled the European bourgeoisie not just to recover from the Great Depression, but to enjoy for some 20 years a moment of great splendor. The interstate power struggle, however, tended to raise protection costs over and above their benefits for each and every European state, Britain included, and simultaneously to undermine the capabilities of the bourgeoisie in most countries to externalize the burdens of the struggle. When the struggle came to a head in the First World War, the fate of the British regime of accumulation was sealed. The scaffolding of multilateral settlements, which before 1914 held together the structure of international trade, rested on 2 chief bases. The first was that of India's balance of payments deficit to Britain and the surpluses with other countries with which this deficit was financed, the second the trading balances between Britain, Europe, and North America. The framework of settlements so gradually constructed was violently disrupted by the First World War, and the Second World War completed its destruction. In the half-century preceding the First World War, Britain's overseas empire, and India in particular, had become more essential than ever to the self-expansion of British capital on a world scale. As Marcello de Sico has pointed out, by bolstering the ability of its empire to earn foreign exchange through the export of primary commodities, Britain managed to exist without having to restructure industry and was able to invest in the countries where gave the highest return. The United States happened to be the country that received the largest share of these investments and that provided British investors with the largest claims on foreign assets and future incomes. Thus, between 1850 and 1914, foreign investment and long-term lending to the United States amounted to a total of $3 billion. But during this same period the United States made net payments of interest and dividends, mostly to Britain, amounting to $5.8 billion. The consequence was an increase in the U.S. foreign debt from $200 million in 1843 to $3,700 million in 1914. British claims on U.S. assets and incomes were of the greatest importance in the economy of British rule, because the United States could provide Britain promptly and efficiently with all the supplies that the latter would need to defend its far-flung territorial empire in a global war. Thus, In 1905 the Royal Commission on the Supply of Food and Raw Materials in Time of War reported that, with sufficient money and ships, supplies in case of war would be guaranteed and that a shortage of money was the least likely to occur. In a similar vein, when the First World War broke out, the Chancellor of the Exchequer reckoned that the proceeds of British foreign investments would be enough to pay for 5 years of war. Massive currency movements into London and an increase of almost 300% in the Bank of England's gold reserves between August and November 1914 seemed to bear out these optimistic expectations. However, in 1915 Britain's demand for armaments, machines, and raw materials already far surpassed what the Royal Commission of 1905 had projected. Much of the machinery needed could only be supplied by the United States, and their purchase initiated the erosion of British claims on incomes produced in the United States and the building up of U.S. claims on British incomes and assets. British assets in the United States were liquidated on the New York Stock Exchange at heavily discounted prices in the early years of the war. By the time the United States entered the war and lifted restrictions on lending to Britain, the British government, with commitments in the United States running into hundreds of millions of pounds, was at the end of its tether. It had no means whatever of meeting them. Between that date and the armistice it borrowed from the American government to pay for absolute necessities of life and warfare not far short of £1,000 million. At the end of the war, therefore, the United States had bought back at bargain prices some of the massive investments which had built up the infrastructure of its domestic economy in the 19th century, and in addition, had accumulated huge war credits. Moreover, in the initial years of the war Britain had lent heavily to its poorer allies, most notably Russia, while the still neutral United States had a free hand at speeding up its displacement of Britain as the main foreign investor and financial intermediary in Latin America and parts of Asia. By the end of the war this process had become irreversible. Most of the $9 billion of U.S. net war credits was owed by comparatively solvent Britain and France, but more than 75% of Britain's $3.3 billion of net war credits was owed by bankrupt Russia and had to be largely written off. The extent of this first reversal in the financial fortunes of the United States and Britain was substantial but should not be exaggerated. Gold reserves in London were higher in the 1920s than before the war and seemed to justify the return of sterling to the gold standard in 1926 at its pre-war parity. British claims on foreign incomes, though reduced, were still considerable. German war reparation payments could be counted on to pay at least part of the costs of servicing war debts towards the United States, and, above all, Britain's colonial and semi-colonial empire had further expanded, and constituted a safety net into which metropolitan Britain could fall in case of need, as it did in the 1930s. As for the United States, the end of the war brought its trade surplus roughly back to where it was before 1914. The main difference from the pre-war situation was that U.S. claims on incomes produced abroad now balanced foreign claims on incomes produced at home, so that the trade surplus translated into a significant net current account surplus. 4.1 U.S. trade balance and current account, 1896 to 1956. Thanks to this surplus and to its war credits, the United States joined but did not displace Britain in the production and regulation of world money. The US dollar became a full-fledged reserve currency like the British pound. But neither the dollar nor the pound alone accounted for a majority of the foreign exchange holdings of central banks. More importantly, US capabilities to manage the world monetary system remained distinctly inferior to Britain's own residual capabilities. From this point of view, as Geoffrey Ingham has suggested, the thesis that the interwar world monetary system was rendered unstable by British inability and US unwillingness to assume responsibility for stabilizing it must be revised. For control over a substantial share of world liquidity did not endow the United States with the capability to manage the world monetary system. Organizationally, US financial institutions were simply not up to the task. In the 1920s, the Federal Reserve System, established only in 1913, was still a loose and inexperienced body incapable of exercising with minimal effectiveness even its domestic functions. In foreign dealings, only New York among the 12 regional reserve banks had any significant experience. New York itself remained entirely subordinate to London both organizationally and intellectually. To be sure, the great upward hike in the U.S. share of world liquidity during the war led to an equally significant increase in the power and influence of the New York financial community in general, and of the House of Morgan in particular, within the networks of London-based haute finance. This redistribution of power and influence, however, did not change the mode of operation of the world monetary system. Wall Street and the Federal Reserve of New York simply joined the City of London and the Bank of England in maintaining and enforcing the international gold standard, whose main beneficiary was and remained Britain. As Jacques Rueff wrote in 1932 in a partisan but nonetheless accurate characterization of the monetary arrangements of the 1920s, the application of the gold exchange standard had the considerable advantage for Britain of masking its real position for many years. During the entire post-war period, Britain was able to loan to Central European countries funds that kept flowing back to Britain. Since the moment they had entered the economy of the borrowing countries, they were again deposited in London. Thus, like soldiers marching across the stage in a musical comedy, they could re-emerge indefinitely and enable their owners to continue making loans abroad, while, in fact, the inflow of foreign exchange, which in the past had made such loans possible, had dried up. Through its support for the international gold standard, the New York financial community thus encouraged and sustained London's ultimately futile attempts to remain at the center of world finance. New York was not alone in supporting London's attempt to return to the world of 1913. Throughout the 1920s, most Western governments shared the conviction that only the re-establishment of the pre-1914 world monetary system, this time on solid foundations, could restore peace and prosperity. Whatever their ideological orientation, national governments adapted their fiscal and monetary policies to the safeguarding of the currency, while innumerable international conferences, from Brussels to Spa and Geneva, from London to Locarno and Lausanne, were held to create the political conditions of the restoration of the gold standard. Ironically, however, this concerted effort, instead of reviving the pre-1914 world monetary system, precipitated its terminal crisis. Everybody agreed that stable currencies ultimately depended on the freeing of trade. And yet, the incubus of self-sufficiency haunted the steps taken in protection of the currency. In order to stabilize their currencies, governments resorted to import quotas, moratoria and standstill agreements, clearing systems and bilateral trade treaties, barter arrangements, embargoes on capital exports, foreign trade control, and exchange equalization funds, the combination of which tended to restrict foreign trade and foreign payments. While the intent was the freeing of trade, the effect was its strangulation. The pursuit of stable currencies under the pressure of capital flight eventually turned the stagnation of world trade and production of the 1920s into the slump of the early 1930s. Throughout the 1920s, productivity continued to grow faster in the United States than in any of the debtor countries, further increasing the competitive edge of U.S. business and the difficulties of debtor countries to service, let alone repay, their debts. And as the dependence of the world's payments system on the US dollar increased, the United States acquired foreign assets with a rapidity, which is unparalleled in the experience of any major creditor nation in modern times. By the end of the 1920s, U.S. foreign loans and direct investments had built up net assets on private account to over $8 billion. Ultimately, however, the growing structural imbalances of world payments were bound to impair the continuation of the process, particularly in view of the generalized attempts of governments to restore the gold standard of their currencies. Capital movements across state boundaries assumed an increasingly short-term, speculative character. These movements of hot money, as it came to be called, darted about between the financial centers of the world in search of temporary security or speculative profit, and at frequent intervals exerted a dangerous pressure on the gold and foreign exchange reserves of one country or another. Under these circumstances, a domestic speculative boom or bust in the United States would result in a halt in foreign lending and in the collapse of the whole complex structure on which the restoration of world trade was based. This is indeed what eventually happened. Towards the end of 1928, the boom on Wall Street began diverting funds from foreign lending to domestic speculation. As U.S. banks recalled their European loans, the net export of capital from the United States, which had risen from less than $200 million in 1926 to over $1 billion in 1928, plunged to $200 million again in 1929. The halt in U.S. foreign lending and investment was made permanent by the collapse of the Wall Street boom and the ensuing slump in the U.S. economy. Faced with sudden recalls or flights of short-term funds, one country after another was forced to protect its currency, either by depreciation or exchange control. The suspension of the gold convertibility of the British pound in September 1931 led to the final destruction of the single web of world commercial and financial transactions on which the fortunes of the City of London were based. Protectionism became rampant, the pursuit of stable currencies was abandoned, and world capitalism retreated into the igloos of its nation-state economies and their associated empires. This is the world revolution that Karl Polanyi traced to the snapping of the golden thread. Its main landmarks were the disappearance of haute finance from world politics, the collapse of the League of Nations in favor of autarchist empires, the rise of Nazism in Germany, the Soviet five-year plans, and the launching of the U.S. New Deal. While at the end of the Great War 19th century ideals were paramount, and their influence dominated the following decade, by 1940 every vestige of the international system had disappeared and, apart from a few enclaves, the nations were living in an entirely new international setting. In fact, the international setting in 1940 was not all that new, since the great powers of the interstate system were in the midst of yet another military confrontation which, except for its unprecedented scale, ferocity, and destructiveness, reproduced a recurrent pattern of the capitalist world economy. Soon, however, this confrontation was translated into the establishment of a new world order, centered on and organized by the United States, which differed in key respects from the defunct British world order and became the foundation of a new enlarged reproduction of the capitalist world economy. By the end of the Second World War, the main contours of this new world order had already emerged. At Bretton Woods the foundations of a new world monetary system had been established. At Hiroshima and Nagasaki new means of violence had demonstrated what the military underpinnings of the new world order would be, and at San Francisco new norms and rules for the legitimization of state-making and war-making had been laid out in the UN Charter. The initial conception under Roosevelt and its subsequent downsized realization under Truman reflected the unprecedented concentration of world power which had occurred as a result of the Second World War. Militarily, even as the war was at its height, former great powers, France, Italy, were already eclipsed. The German bid for mastery in Europe was collapsing, as was Japan's bid in the Far East and the Pacific. Britain, despite Churchill, was fading. The bipolar world, forecast so often in the 19th and early 20th centuries, had at last arrived. The international order, in Deport's words, now moved from one system to another. Only the United States and the USSR counted, and of the two, the American superpower was vastly superior. The centralization of world financial power was even greater. As can be seen in Figure 4.1, the impact of the Second World War on the U.S. trade balance reproduced on an enlarged scale the impact of the First World War. The peak is both higher and longer. This reflects the greater extent to which the United States acted as the workshop of the Allied war effort and as the granary and workshop of post-war European reconstruction. Moreover, for the first time in U.S. history, U.S. claims on incomes generated abroad came to exceed by a good margin foreign claims on incomes produced in the United States, so that after the war the current account surplus was much greater than the trade surplus. As a result of this new and enlarged upward movement of its trade and current account surplus, the United States came to enjoy a virtual monopoly of world liquidity. In 1947, its gold reserves were 70% of the world's total. Moreover, the excess demand for dollars by foreign governments and businesses meant that U.S. control over world liquidity was far greater than implied by this extraordinary concentration of monetary gold. The concentration and centralization of productive capacity and effective demand was equally impressive. In 1938, U.S. national income was already about the same as the combined national incomes of Britain, France, Germany, Italy, and the Benelux countries, and almost 3 times that of the USSR. But in 1948 it was more than twice that of the above-mentioned group of Western European countries, and more than 6 times that of the USSR. The final breakdown of the UK-centered world economy had thus been extremely beneficial for the United States. Less than 20 years after the Great Crash of 1929, the world was in a shambles, but the national wealth and power of the United States had attained unprecedented and unparalleled heights. The United States was not the first state to benefit tremendously from the troubles of the world economy, of which it was an integral and major component. Its experience had been prefigured by Venice in the 15th century, the United Provinces in the 17th century, and the United Kingdom in the 18th century. As in all previous instances of prodigious enrichment and empowerment in the midst of increasing systemic chaos, the great leap forward of U.S. wealth and power between 1914 and 1945 was primarily the expression of the protection rent which it enjoyed thanks to a uniquely privileged position in the spatial configuration of the capitalist world economy. The more turbulent and chaotic the world system became, the greater the benefits that accrued to the United States in virtue of its continental size, its island position, and its direct access to the 2 major oceans of the world economy. And yet, more than ever, the extent to which the wealth and power of a particular state could benefit from systemic chaos was limited. The more that was redistributed in its favor, the less there was to redistribute, and the greater the disruptive effects of chaos in the world at large on its foreign trade and investment. Of more immediate relevance was the fact that the industrialization of warfare had turned global wars into powerful engines of innovations in means of transport, communication, and destruction that shrank the globe and threatened the security of even the most secure of states. If the Second World War had demonstrated that the United States could grow rich and powerful in the midst of increasing systemic chaos, it had also demonstrated that U.S. political isolationism had reached the point of decreasing returns. The isolationist position depended on the belief that U.S. security was inviolable. Once the bombing of Pearl Harbor shattered that belief, President Roosevelt made astute use of the nationalist sentiments aroused by the first foreign attack on U.S. territory since 1812 to graft his vision of one world onto his New Dealism. Roosevelt's vision of the New World Order was an extension of his New Deal philosophy. The core of that philosophy was that only big, benign, and professional government could assure the people order, security, and justice. Just as the New Deal brought social security to America, so one world would bring political security to the entire world. The essence of the New Deal was the notion that big government must spend liberally in order to achieve security and progress. Thus, post-war security would require liberal outlays by the United States in order to overcome the chaos created by the war. 8. Poor nations would have the same effect as social welfare programs within the United States. It would give them the security to overcome chaos and prevent them from turning into violent revolutionaries. Meanwhile, they would be drawn inextricably into the revived world market system. By being brought into the general system, they would become responsible, just as American unions had during the war. Helping Britain and the remainder of Western Europe would rekindle economic growth, which would stimulate transatlantic trade and, thus, help the American economy in the long run. America had spent enormous sums running up huge deficits in order to sustain the war effort. The result had been astounding and unexpected economic growth. Post-war spending would produce the same effect on a worldwide scale. And so it did, but only after Roosevelt's one-world ideology was made operational by Truman's doctrine of 2 worlds irremediably opposed to one another, an aggressively expansionist communist world on the one side, and a free world, which only the United States could organize and empower in self-defense on the other. For Roosevelt's one-worldism was simply not realistic enough to win the necessary support from the U.S. Congress and U.S. business. The world was too big and too chaotic a place for the United States to reorganize in its image and to its likeness, particularly if this reorganization had to be achieved through organs of world government, as envisaged by Roosevelt, within which the United States would have to compromise continually with the particularistic views of friends and foes alike. The U.S. Congress and the U.S. business community were far too rational in their calculations of the financial costs and benefits of U.S. foreign policy to release the means necessary to carry out such an unrealistic plan. Roosevelt knew that the United States would never adopt free trade unilaterally as Britain had done in the 1840s, and he never proposed such a policy. But even his less radical proposal to create an international trade organization empowered to reconstruct a system of multilateral trade compatible with the objective of promoting and sustaining a global economic expansion, never got past Congress. Congress simply refused to surrender sovereignty on trade issues even to a body that for the foreseeable future was bound to be controlled by U.S. personnel, interests, and ideology. As previously noted, what eventually came into being, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade created in 1948, was no more than a forum for the bilateral and multilateral negotiation of reductions in tariffs and of other restrictions on international trade. It left the pace of trade liberalization in the hands of national governments. Although the GATT no doubt helped in reconstituting a multilateral trading system, trade liberalization followed rather than led the world economic expansion of the 1950s and 1960s, in sharp contrast to Britain's unilateral adoption of free trade which preceded and contributed decisively to the mid-19th century expansion of world trade and production. Even if international trade had been liberalized more speedily through a unilateral adoption of free trade by the United States or through the action of the stillborn ITO, the extreme centralization of world liquidity, productive capacity, and purchasing power within the jurisdiction of the United States would have constituted a far more serious obstacle to world economic expansion than tariff walls and other governmentally imposed trade restrictions. Unless world liquidity was distributed more evenly, the world could not purchase from the United States the means of production which it needed to supply anything of value to U.S. consumers in whose hands most of the world's effective demand was concentrated. But here too, the U.S. Congress was extremely reluctant to relinquish its control over world liquidity as a means to the end of boosting world economic expansion. In this connection it must be underscored that the world monetary system established at Bretton Woods was far more than a set of technical arrangements aimed at stabilizing parities between select national currencies and at anchoring the ensemble of these parities to production costs via a fixed rate of exchange between the US dollar and gold. Had that been all, the new monetary regime would have simply restored the late 19th and early 20th century international gold standard, with the dollar and the Federal Reserve System taking over the role of the pound and of the Bank of England. But that was far from all. Underneath this old technical drapery, a major revolution in the agency and in the mode of production of world money occurred. In all previous world monetary systems, including the British, the circuits and networks of high finance had been firmly in the hands of private bankers and financiers who organized and managed them with a view to making a profit. World money was thus a byproduct of profit-making activities. In the world monetary system established at Bretton Woods, in contrast, the production of world money was taken over by a network of governmental organizations motivated primarily by considerations of welfare, security, and power, in principle the IMF and the World Bank, in practice the U.S. Federal Reserve System acting in concert with the central banks of the closest and most important of U.S. allies. World money thus became a byproduct of state-making activities. As Henry Morgenthau put it in 1945, the security and monetary institutions of the New World Order were as complementary as the blades in a pair of scissors. Roosevelt and Morgenthau, as the latter once boasted, had indeed succeeded in transferring control over world liquidity from private to public hands and from London and Wall Street to Washington. In this respect, Bretton Woods was a continuation by other means of Roosevelt's earlier break with haute finance. In spite of his internationalist pedigree, which included service in the Wilson administration and support for the League of Nations, the main thrust of Roosevelt's New Deal was to free U.S. policies aimed at national economic recovery from subordination to the principles of sound money upheld by London and New York. One of his first decisions as president was the suspension of the dollar's convertibility into gold, which destroyed what was left of the international gold standard. He then mobilized his government in the promotion and management of national economic recovery and overhauled the U.S. banking system. One of the most important reforms, the Glass-Steagall Act of 1933, separated commercial and investment banking and thereby dealt a fatal blow to the House of Morgan's domination of U.S. financial markets. The break with haute finance was all but finalized in July 1933 when Roosevelt lashed out at old fetishes of so-called international bankers and sabotaged the London Economic Conference, which was attempting to restore some order in the regulation of world money. Wall Street was shocked, as was James Warburg, an influential banker and advisor to the State Department, who submitted his resignation. A few months later, the Roosevelt administration further violated the principles of sound money and international financial cooperation by devaluing the dollar relative to gold in support of U.S. farm prices, a measure that led to the resignation of acting Treasury Secretary and prominent Wall Street lawyer, Dean Acheson. As the troubles of the U.S. economy eased and the international situation deteriorated further, Roosevelt's internationalist predispositions resurfaced and led to a rapprochement with Wall Street. But in spite of the close cooperation between Washington and Wall Street during the Second World War, at Bretton Woods bankers and financiers were conspicuous by their absence. Washington rather than New York was confirmed as the primary seat of production of world money, and security considerations remained paramount in the shaping of the post-war monetary world order. However, the fact that world liquidity was now centralized in the U.S. banking system enabled the U.S. financial elite to find enough support among economic nationalists in Washington to impose on the Bretton Woods institutions its unshakable belief in the virtues of sound money in general and of the gold standard in particular. As a result, Keynes's and White's original consensus on the need to banish the deflationary bias of the international gold standard and to create a climate of world expansion consistent with the social and economic objectives of the New Deal had little impact on U.S. monetary policies. Although the automaticity of the old gold standard was not restored, the Bretton Woods institutions proved wholly unfit for the task of recycling world liquidity into a renewed expansion of world trade and production. The only form of redistribution of world liquidity that met with no opposition in Congress was private foreign investment. Indeed, many incentives were created to increase the flow of U.S. capital abroad: tax subsidies, insurance schemes, exchange guarantees, etc. But all these incentives notwithstanding, U.S. capital showed no inclination to break the vicious circle that was constraining its global expansion. Scarce liquidity abroad prevented foreign governments from lifting exchange controls discouraged U.S. capital from going abroad, and small flows of U.S. private foreign investment kept liquidity abroad scarce. As with trade liberalization, U.S. private foreign investment followed rather than led the world economic expansion of the 1950s and 1960s. As a study group chaired by William Y. Elliott reported in the mid-1950s, the integration of the world economic system could not be achieved again by the same means as in the 19th century. Like 19th century Britain, many claimed, the United States is a mature creditor and must open its economy freely to imports and must commit itself annually to invest substantial amounts of capital abroad so that it can balance its exports of goods and services at a high level of trade. Plausible as it sounded in principle, in the study group's opinion this prescription overlooked a fundamental difference between the relationship that linked Britain to the 19th century world economy and the one that linked the United States to the 20th century world economy. Britain's role was that of a leading economy, fully integrated into the world economic system and in large measure making possible its successful functioning owing to Britain's dependence on foreign trade, the pervasive influence of its commercial and financial institutions, and the basic consistency between its national economic policies and those required for world economic integration. In contrast, the United States is a dominant economy, only partially integrated into the world economic system, with which it is also partly competitive, and whose accustomed mode and pace of functioning it tends periodically to disturb. No network of American commercial and financial institutions exists to bind together and to manage the day-to-day operations of the world trading system. However essential certain imports may be, Foreign trade is in the aggregate not of crucial importance to the American economy. The choice of terms is unfortunate, because the relationships of the British economy to the 19th century world economy and of the US economy to the 20th century world economy were both relationships of dominance and leadership at the same time. But the gist of the distinction is accurate. It corresponds to the distinction between extroverted and autocentric national economies introduced for altogether different purposes by Samir Emin. In a mean scheme of things, the economies of core countries are autocentric in the sense that their constituent elements are integrated organically into a single national reality, in sharp contrast to the extroversion of the constituent elements of peripheral economies. In an extroverted economy, is not to be grasped within the national context. This unity is broken, and can be rediscovered only on a world scale. In our scheme of things, the distinction between an extroverted and an autocentric national economy is most useful in the identification of a fundamental structural difference, not between core and peripheral economies, but between the 19th century British regime of accumulation and the successor US regime. In the British regime, the extroversion of the dominant and leading national economy became the basis of a process of world market formation in which the most important branches of British economic activity developed stronger links of complementarity with the economies of colonial and foreign countries than they did with one another. In the US regime, in contrast, the autocentric nature of the dominant and leading national economy became the basis of a process of internalization of the world market within the organizational domains of giant business corporations, while economic activities in the United States remained organically integrated into a single national reality to a far greater extent than they ever were in 19th century Britain. This difference between the two regimes was the outcome of a long historical process, in the course of which the US regime came into existence as an integral and subordinate component of the structures of accumulation of the dominant British regime, and then contributed to the destabilization and destruction of these structures, finally to emerge as the new dominant regime. As previously noted, in the half-century following the US Civil War, US business underwent an organizational revolution that gave rise to a large number of vertically integrated, bureaucratically managed corporations, which began expanding transnationally as soon as they had completed their continent-wide integration within the United States. This development constituted a major reversal of the main thrust of the still dominant British regime of accumulation. Until its terminal crisis, the British regime was and remained primarily a system of small and medium-sized business enterprises. Once large joint stock chartered companies had done their job of opening up new spheres of overseas trade and investment for British enterprise, they were liquidated. And their revival in the late 19th and early 20th centuries to open up Africa was not accompanied by a corporate reorganization of British business at home comparable to that experienced by German or US business. In the words of P.L. Payne, there was little movement towards the differentiation of management from ownership, towards the elongation of organizational hierarchies. In particular, the vertical integration of processes of production and exchange, which became the single most important feature of the US regime of accumulation, played no role in the formation and expansion of the 19th century British regime. On the contrary, the main thrust of the regime was towards the vertical fission rather than integration of the sequential sub-processes of production and exchange that linked primary production to final consumption. We have already mentioned the organizational separation of the production and use of capital goods as a central feature of the British Industrial Revolution. This separation was accompanied by an analogous tendency in the procurement of raw materials and in the marketing of final products. From about 1780 to the end of the Napoleonic Wars, leading London and provincial industrialists had ventured into overseas trade, often beginning in the United States and the West Indies where most of the raw cotton of the English textile industry was procured. During the economic depression that followed the end of the war, however, the phenomenon was reduced to insignificance by intensifying competition in overseas trade and increasing specialization in British industry. As export markets became more dispersed and the supplies on which the competitiveness of British industries depended critically came to be procured more economically through volume cash purchases, British manufacturers lost the capability to compete, and indeed interest in competing, in overseas trade. Their capabilities and interests came instead to reside ever more firmly in specialized production in domestic market niches, while the procurement of supplies and the disposal of outputs was left safely and profitably in the hands of equally specialized accepting houses, which promoted the formation and financed the growth of networks of commission agents and small general merchants that spanned the 5 continents. Even in mechanized mass production, vertical fission rather than integration was the rule. The rapid spread of machinofacture from spinning to weaving of the second quarter of the 19th century was associated with some vertical integration of these sub-processes. But after 1850 the tendency was reversed. Increasingly, spinning, weaving, finishing, and marketing became the separate and specialized domains of different enterprises, often highly localized and specialized even within each branch. As a result, in the last quarter of the 19th century the British system of business enterprise was more than ever an ensemble of highly specialized, medium-sized firms held together by a complex web of commercial transactions, a web that was centered on Britain but spanned the entire world. This highly extroverted, decentralized, and differentiated structure of British business constituted a major obstacle for its corporate reorganization along German or US lines. Not only did it make horizontal combinations in restraint of competition difficult, as already noted by Hilferding, but, in addition, it prevented British business from seizing opportunities to cut unit costs through a closer planning and integration of the sequential activities into which processes of production and exchange were divided. New assembly techniques, for example, may require new standards of accuracy, hence new equipment, in the plants of subcontractors. More rapid loading facilities may yield far less than their possibilities if carriers do not adjust their methods to the new tempo. In such cases, the allocation of cost and risk poses a serious obstacle, not only because calculation is objectively difficult but even more because human beings are typically suspicious and stubborn in this kind of bargaining situation. In Landis's view, these burdens of interrelatedness, as he calls them, weighed most heavily on successful early industrializers and were a major reason why in the late 19th century British enterprises fell behind both their German and US counterparts in adopting more efficient techniques of production and management. Ironically, the recent rediscovery of the advantages of flexible production systems has led many scholars to detect in the decentralized and differentiated structure of British business a source of competitive advantage, rather than a handicap. Integral here has been a revival of Alfred Marshall's notion of industrial districts consisting of spatial clusters of single-unit enterprises which engage in the same line of business but nonetheless cooperate with one another in drawing from, and continually reconstituting, a local repertoire of technical know-how and business connections. Thanks to this common repertoire, the enterprises operating in an industrial district are the beneficiaries of localized external economies, which enable them to survive and prosper as single-unit undertakings, in spite of continual changes in the demand and supply conditions of the wider domestic and world markets within which they operate. In Marshall's view, the advantages of belonging to local business communities of this kind were such as to account for the persistence of small and medium-sized firms as the representative units of the Lancashire textile industry and the Sheffield metal industry. Our analysis suggests that the entire British regime of accumulation in its domestic, foreign, and colonial ramifications should in fact be conceived of as constituting a world system of flexible specialization, formed through the vertical fission of processes of production and exchange and continually generating for its constituent units external economies that were global in scope. Recast in this wider perspective, the formation and full expansion of the British system of flexible specialization appears to have been the obverse side of the process of consolidation of the entrepot and imperial functions of the British state. By becoming the main commercial and financial entrepot of the world, the British state created unique opportunities for businesses established in its metropolitan domains to specialize in high value-added activities, to obtain inputs from anywhere in the world they happen to be cheapest, and to dispose of outputs anywhere in the world they happen to fetch the highest price. The full exploitation of these opportunities required that the specialization of British business be highly flexible, be such, that is, as to keep the specialized enterprises ready to switch at short notice from one kind of input-output combination to another in response to changes in the value-added hierarchy of economic activities and in the comparative advantages of different locales of the world economy as sources of inputs or outlets for outputs. This flexibility did, of course, keep the industrial structure in a permanent state of flux, and thereby prevented British business from developing a technological rationality comparable to that of German or US business. But British business could not have it both ways, and its strictly pecuniary rationality was and remained the best strategy for a business community fortunate enough to be situated at the nerve center of world trade and finance. It was also the best strategy for a business community that was positioned at the center of a world-encompassing territorial empire. Privileged access to the supplies, markets, and liquidity of the empire endowed Britain with great flexibility in the investment of capital anywhere in the world it promised to yield the highest return. Flexibility in the worldwide investment of capital, in turn, further consolidated Britain's role as the central entrepot of world trade and finance. As Britain's industries began to lose out in world markets not just to Germany and the United States, but to a host of other countries, including India, which began to re-industrialize during the Great Depression, her finance triumphed, her services as shipper, trader, and intermediary in the world's system of payments, became more indispensable. Indeed, if London ever was the real economic hub of the world, the pound sterling its foundation, it was between 1870 and 1913. In short, the flexible specialization and pecuniary rationality of British market capitalism were the expression of the world entrepot and imperial functions of the British state. The profitability of the constituent units of the system depended critically on being supplied by the whole world so as to supply the whole world again, and also on political control over a territorial empire that provided the means, the liquidity, the markets, the material supplies, as the case may be, necessary to keep the world tied to the British entrepot. To the extent that world commercial and financial intermediation, buttressed by imperial tribute, was more profitable than, or as profitable as, industrial production, the emergence of new industrial centers did not in itself pose any threat to the British business community as a whole. And to the extent that these new industrial centers competed with one another for the services of British business in the procurement of their inputs or in the disposal of their outputs, as most did at the turn of the century, their emergence and expansion benefited more than they penalized British business. In an address to the Institute of Bankers in 1899, geopolitician Halford Mackinder summed up very well the positional advantage of British business in the changing spatial configuration of industrial and commercial activities. While it seems that industrial activity and commerce will tend to become decentralized, it will become more and more important that there should be a single clearing house. It does not follow that there should be, along with decentralization, an actual fall of activity in our islands, but it appears to be inevitable that there shall be a relative fall. But the world's clearinghouse tends, from its very nature, to remain in the single position, and that clearinghouse will always be where there is the greatest ownership of capital. This gives the real key to the struggle between our free trade policy and the protection of other countries. We are essentially the people with capital, and those who have capital always share in the activity of brains and muscles of other countries. Like the German variant, the US variant of corporate capitalism developed in response to the worldwide intensification of competitive pressures that ensued from the full expansion of this UK-centered world market economy. It is no historical accident that both variants emerged simultaneously in the course of the Great Depression of 1873–96. As in Germany, so also in the United States, the intensification of competitive pressures convinced businessmen, politicians, and intellectuals that a regime of unrestricted competition among atomized units delivered neither social stability nor indeed market efficiency. The competitive market, left to itself, yielded not the harmonies of Frederick Bastiat, not the equilibriums of Jean-Baptiste Say, not the steady accumulation and investment of capital, not the balancing of supply and demand at high levels of employment of labor and resources, but market disorganization, wastes of competition, business failures, recurrent depressions, strikes and lockouts, social distemper, and political upheaval. By the mid-1890s, in the midst of the Third Long Depression in 3 successive decades, a revulsion against the unregulated market spread among the bourgeoisie in all major sectors of the economy. Whatever their programmatic differences, farmers, manufacturers, bankers, and merchants, in addition to already disenchanted railway capitalists, found a common ground in the idea that unregulated competitive market activity resulted in production of goods and services in excess of effective demand at prices that returned reasonable earnings to producers of normal efficiency. As predicted by Adam Smith a century earlier, the intensification of competitive pressures inherent in processes of market formation was driving profits down to a barely tolerable level. That the outcome had been predicted was of course of no consolation to U.S. businessmen. Manufacturers in particular, wrote Edward S. Mead in 1900, were tired of working for the public. In periods of depression even the stronger enterprises hardly attained a tolerable profit margin. Under these circumstances, it was only natural that manufacturers would seek to stop this worrisome struggle, whose benefits are nearly all of them gained by the consumer in low prices. They want a larger profit without such a desperate struggle to get it. Initially, the attempt to stop the competitive struggle had resulted in a restructuring of business in the United States in the same direction as in Germany, namely, towards the formation of horizontal combinations in restraint of competition and towards an increasing dominance of a small group of private financial institutions which had grown through investments in railway companies and related industrial enterprises. In the United States, however, these nationwide associations of manufacturers largely failed to attain their objectives long before they were declared illegal in 1890 by the Sherman Antitrust Act, and the dominance of financial institutions never went far beyond the construction and operation of railroad systems. Then, in the 1880s and 1890s, the changing structures of German and U.S. business began to diverge radically. In both countries the centralization of capital gained momentum. In Germany opportunities to pursue vertical integration, that is, of a firm's operations with those of its suppliers and customers, were rapidly exhausted and the main thrust of the centralization of capital became horizontal integration, that is, of competing firms. In the United States, in contrast, the main thrust of the centralization of capital became vertical integration. As underscored by Chandler, ineffectual, unpopular, and eventually illegal horizontal combinations were abandoned, and in branch after branch of the U.S. domestic economy, ranging from cigarettes and canned meat to office and agricultural machinery, select business enterprises moved towards integrating within their organizational domains the sequential sub-processes of production and exchange that linked the procurement of primary inputs to the disposal of final outputs. The transaction costs, risks, and uncertainties involved in moving inputs/outputs through the sequence of these sub-processes were thus internalized within single multi-unit enterprises and subjected to the economizing logic of administrative action and long-term corporate planning. Contrary to widespread opinion, the variant of corporate capitalism that emerged during the Great Depression of 1873–96 in the United States constituted a far more effective and radical departure from the dominant British regime of market capitalism than the variant that emerged at about the same time in Germany. Both kinds of corporate capitalism developed in reaction to the excessive competition and disruptions that ensued from the unfolding of the UK-centered process of world market formation. But whereas the German variant merely suspended the process, the US variant truly superseded it. The difference between a true supersession and a mere suspension of the process of world market formation can be elucidated by recasting in world system perspective John K. Galbraith's discussion of the various ways in which large-scale, bureaucratically managed, industrial organizations can protect themselves from the disruptions of price-making markets. Like Veblen, Galbraith detects a fundamental contradiction between the pecuniary rationality involved in profit maximization in a self-regulating market and the technological rationality involved in the use of expensive and specialized industrial facilities and personnel. The market has only one message for the business firm. That is the promise of more money. If the firm has no influence on its prices, it has no options as to the goals that it pursues. It must try to make money, and, as a practical matter, it must try to make as much as possible. Others do. To fail to conform is to invite loss, failure, and extrusion from the business. However, modern industry with its specialized technology and companion commitments of capital and time forced business to emancipate itself from the uncertainties of the market. Prices and the amounts to be sold or bought at those prices must somehow be subjected to the authority of corporate planning. If they are not, there is risk of loss from uncontrolled price movements, and there is no reliable number by which units of product and input can be multiplied to get projected income and outlay. If these estimates are not available in reliable form, there is a large random element in decisions as to what to produce, and with what and by what means, and there is total uncertainty as to the outcome, whether there will be profit or loss and in what dimensions. The replacement of the market by the authoritative determination of prices and of the amounts to be sold and bought at these prices so essential to industrial planning can occur in three ways: by controlling, by suspending, and by superseding the market. The market is controlled when the independence of action of those to whom the planning unit sells or from whom it buys is reduced or eliminated. Formally, the process of buying and selling remains intact, but the large market share of a particular unit or groups of units ensures a highly cooperative posture on the part of suppliers and/or customers. The option of eliminating a market is an important source of power for controlling it. The market is suspended when the planning unit enters into contracts specifying prices and amounts to be provided and bought over long periods of time. A matrix of contracts thus comes into existence by which each firm eliminates market uncertainty for other firms and, in turn, gives them some of its uncertainty. Although at all times and places business enterprises enter into open or tacit agreements of this kind, the main agencies in the suspension of markets have been governments engaged in the procurement and development of means of war and state-making. Here the state guarantees a price sufficient, with suitable margin, to cover costs. And it undertakes to buy what is produced or to compensate fully in the case of contract cancellation, technical failure, or absence of demand. Thus, effectively, it suspends the market with all its associated uncertainty. Finally, the market is superseded by vertical integration. The planning unit takes over the source of supply or the outlet. A transaction that is subject to bargaining over prices and amounts is thus replaced with a transfer within the planning unit. This internalization within the planning unit of transactions previously carried out in the market does not eliminate market uncertainty altogether, because the planning unit still has to compete for the primary inputs that it cannot itself produce and the purchasing power of the final consumers. It does nonetheless replace the large and unmanageable uncertainty associated with the market regulation of the sequential sub-processes of production with the smaller and more manageable uncertainties associated with the procurement of primary inputs and the disposal of final outputs. In Galbraith's scheme of things, the control, suspension, and supersession of markets strengthen one another in providing the technostructures of modern corporations with the protection from market uncertainties that is essential to their very existence and enlarged reproduction. As we shall see, a mutual strengthening of this kind has indeed been at the roots of the rise to world dominance of corporate capitalism, U.S. style. Nevertheless, the differentia specifica of U.S. corporate capitalism in world system perspective was neither control over nor suspension of the market but its supersession. Control over the world market was the specificity of British capitalism. The world market of the 19th century was a British creation, which British business and the British government jointly controlled from the moment of its making during and immediately after the Napoleonic Wars to the moment of its unmaking during and immediately after the First World War. In the last analysis, the main reason why British capitalism did not undergo a corporate reorganization of the German or US variety is that such a reorganization was neither feasible nor advisable. For the self-expansion of British capital was always embedded in a process of world market formation which made all its most important branches dependent on foreign and colonial supplies and/or outlets. To delink from such supplies and outlets in favor of domestic horizontal or vertical integration, if at all possible, would have deprived British business of the main source of its profitability and the British government of the main source of its power. Control is not too strong a word to designate Britain's relationship to the world market in the 19th century. Indeed, if by market we understand the place where demand and supply meet, then Britain was the world market, since its governmental and business institutions were the chief intermediaries between the producers and the consumers of the world. The more intensely the producers of the world competed for markets, the greater were the options open to British business to substitute sources of supply for one another, and hence the greater its power to control the world market. British business never got tired to work for the public, as US manufacturers did, because the entire world worked for British business. Needless to say, Britain's power to control the world market was not unlimited. It was limited most immediately by the countervailing power of some states to suspend the operation of the world market. A suspension of the world market was indeed the specificity of corporate capitalism, German style. The horizontal integration of Germany's national industries and the active intervention of the central government in support of the cohesion, modernization, and expansion of the resulting technostructure transformed Imperial Germany into the paradigm of centrally planned capitalism. But as Hilferding himself was careful to point out, this reorganization of German business merely suspended rather than superseded market competition. From being a defensive weapon of the weak, tariffs quickly turned into an offensive weapon in the hands of the powerful, means of realizing extra profits on the domestic market with which to subsidize dumping abroad, or means with which to negotiate from a position of strength the opening up of foreign markets. The seeming supersession of competition in the domestic market and its intensification in the world market were two sides of the same coin. Capital detests the anarchy of competition and wants organization, though only to resume competition on a still higher level. This competition on a higher level tended to divide the world market ever more deeply into distinct territorial domains and thus increase the importance of the size of the economic space enclosed by each domain in determining the outcome of the competitive struggle. The larger and the more populous the economic territory, the larger the individual plant can be, the lower the costs of production, and the greater the degree of specialization within the plant, which also reduces costs of production. The larger the economic territory, the more easily can industry be located where the natural conditions are most favorable and the productivity is highest. The more extensive the territory, the more diversified its production and the more probable it is that the various branches of production will complement one another and that transport costs on imports from abroad will be saved. In other words, business enterprises operating within the domains of a state that controlled a large and diversified territory had better opportunities than enterprises operating within the domains of a territorially smaller and less diversified state of reaping internal economies, that is, due to the technical division of labor within the enterprises themselves, or of compensating lesser internal economies with external economies, that is, due to a social division of labor among enterprises. This is indeed the single most important reason why British market capitalism was eventually superseded not by the German but by the US variant of corporate capitalism. No matter how centralized and organized German capital became, it could not compensate for the much greater external economies that British capital enjoyed by virtue of the extent and variety of the territorial domains encompassed by Britain's formal and informal empire. Although the transformation of Germany into one big factory could not compensate for the external economies enjoyed by British capital, it did nonetheless raise tremendously the defense costs of the world empire on which those economies rested. Once Germany mobilized its powerful military, industrial apparatus in its quest for Lebensraum, the viability of the British regime of accumulation was undermined irremediably. What the First World War demonstrated above all was that British capital needed a territorial empire more than ever, and yet it could no longer afford it. US capital, in contrast, did not need such an empire to emerge victorious from the escalating competitive struggle. Between 1803 and 1853 purchases and conquests had more than doubled the territory of the United States, which became continental in scope. Shortly afterward, the Civil War settled the dispute between the southern states, which favored the continuation of territorial expansion in the Caribbean and a closer integration of the United States within Britain's world market system, and the northern states, which favored a reorientation of U.S. strategic concerns from outward territorial expansion to the integration of the acquired territories into a cohesive national economy. The victory of the northern states led to a swift move in the latter direction. The main military objective of the government became the wresting of the continent from the native Indian population, following Benjamin Franklin's long-standing prescription, while legislation passed during or immediately after the Civil War promoted the centralization of banking, the protection of domestic industries through a sharp increase in tariffs, the settlement and exploitation of land, the formation of transcontinental railway and telegraph systems, and the inflow of immigrants from Europe. As a result, more land was occupied by farmers, cattle breeders, and speculators in the 30 years that followed the Civil War than in the previous 3 centuries. The ensuing rapid expansion of primary production, in turn, created the supply and demand conditions for the complementary formation of a larger and diversified national industrial apparatus. Although industries producing for the highly protected and rapidly expanding domestic market became the main loci of capital accumulation in the United States, the continuing expansion of this market depended critically on the sale abroad of a large and growing agricultural surplus. By 1870, the American economy depended so much upon foreign markets for the agricultural surplus that the ups and downs for the next 30 years can be traced to the success or failure of marketing each year's wheat and cotton crop. No matter how many markets could be found, more always seemed to be needed. On the eve of the Great Depression of 1873–96, the relationship of the U.S. domestic economy to the British world market system was thus somewhat analogous to that of the German domestic economy, because German economic expansion also had hitherto depended critically on the export of its agricultural surplus. And yet, during the Great Depression, the two relationships began to diverge radically. For the U.S. state enclosed an economic space that was not only much larger and more diversified, but also far more malleable than the economic space enclosed by Imperial Germany, a space, that is, that could be depopulated and repopulated to suit the requirements of high-tech agricultural production more easily than the smaller and more densely populated German economic space could. In the course of the Great Depression, this competitive advantage translated into the progressive displacement in the world market of Germany by U.S. agricultural surpluses, so that the already larger U.S. domestic market grew much faster than Germany's. Other things being equal, the control and suspension of competition in a large and dynamic market are more problematic than in a smaller and less dynamic market. But a large and dynamic market endowed with the full complement of natural resources needed to satisfy the consumer's wants offers greater opportunities to supersede competition through vertical integration than a smaller, less dynamic, and not so well endowed market. In fact, in some U.S. industries, success in superseding the market was a direct result of the difficulties met in controlling or suspending competition. In the words of an annual report of a company formed through a merger of 3 regional consolidations. When this company started, it was believed that we must control competition, and that to do this we must either fight competition or buy it. The first meant a ruinous war of prices and great loss of profits, the second, constantly increasing capitalization. Experience soon proved to us that, instead of bringing success, either of these courses, if persevered in, must bring disaster. This led us to reflect whether it was necessary to control competition. We soon satisfied ourselves that within the company itself we must look for success. Looking for success within the company itself meant above all taking over from the market the integration and coordination of the physical flow of commodities from the purchase of primary inputs to the sale of final outputs. This was true not just for the undertakings that had arisen out of horizontal combinations, like the National Biscuit Company or the powerful Standard Oil, but also for a large number of individual enterprises operating in industries in which horizontal combinations never went very far. As underscored by Alfred Chandler in the passages quoted at the beginning of this chapter, This internalization within a single organizational domain of the sequential sub-processes of production that link specific primary inputs to specific final outputs generated considerable economies of speed, which in turn endowed the pioneering vertically integrated, multi-unit enterprises with abundant and steady cash flows. As these cash flows were plowed back in the formation of specialized hierarchies of top and middle managers, imposing organizational barriers to the entry of new competitors were erected in branch after branch of the U.S. domestic economy. As a result, the enterprises that had pioneered the supersession of the market through vertical integration also acquired the power to control or suspend competition in the procurement of primary inputs and in the disposal of final outputs, that is, in markets that were unprofitable or altogether impossible to internalize. Contrary to Hilferding's predictions, the emergence of this kind of corporate structure in the United States, rather than the emergence of state monopoly capitalism, German style, became the effective foundation of a new stage of capitalism on a world scale. To be sure, U.S. corporate capitalism's rise to world dominance was an integral aspect of the process of transformation of intercapitalist competition as theorized by Hilferding. In particular, the U.S. government and U.S. business were from the very start vanguards of the protectionist movement which eventually destroyed the British world market system and led world capitalism to retreat into the igloos of its national economies and associated empires. The huge hike of U.S. tariffs passed during the Civil War was followed by further increases in 1883, 1890, 1894, and 1897. Although minor cuts were introduced by President Wilson in 1913, these were tolerated by Congress only as long as the war reduced competition from foreign imports and boosted U.S. exports. But as soon as the war was over and the first indicators of a recession made their appearance, the U.S. protectionist tradition was resumed in earnest. Major increases in tariffs were enacted in the early 1920s in response to commercial adversity, prefiguring the astronomical Smoot-Hawley tariff of 1930. Moreover, as Hilferding theorized, U.S. protectionism in this period became increasingly a means of compensating dumping abroad with extra profit at home and, above all, of negotiating from a position of strength the opening of foreign markets, first and foremost Latin American markets, to U.S. exports and investment. Contrary to Hilferding's generalizations, however, U.S. finance capital played no role whatsoever in fostering U.S. protectionism. The New York financial community in particular consistently preached the virtues of free trade and did all that was in its power to induce the U.S. government to assume leadership and responsibility in countering the destruction of the world market. The world has become so interdependent in its economic life that measures adopted by one nation affect the prosperity of others, wrote a Wall Street banker and former Under-Secretary of State, Norman Davis, on the eve of the Great Crash of 1929. The units of the world economy, he added, must work together, or rot separately. Ideally and practically, U.S. finance capital thus stood to the very end in defense of the collapsing British world market system and never became the agency of supersession of that system as Hilferding posited. The leading and dominant agency of that supersession was not finance capitalism as such in any of its variants, but the corporate capitalism that emerged in the United States through the formation of vertically integrated, bureaucratically managed, multi-unit business enterprises. Once these enterprises had consolidated themselves within the large, diversified, self-sufficient, dynamic, and well-protected economic space enclosed by the U.S. state, they came to enjoy decisive competitive advantages in the world economy at large relative to both market capitalism British style, and corporate capitalism German style. As a national ensemble, U.S. corporations combined the advantages of extensive technical division of labor with the advantages of extensive social division to a much greater degree than either single-unit British business or horizontally integrated German business. The economic space enclosed by Imperial Germany was not sufficiently large, diversified, or dynamic to enable German business to compensate for the greater external economies enjoyed by British business with greater internal economies. But the economic space enclosed by the United States enabled U.S. business to realize a highly effective synthesis of the advantages of planning and market regulation. Moreover, by expanding transnationally as soon as they had completed their domestic continental integration, U.S. corporations became so many Trojan horses in the domestic markets of other states as to mobilize foreign resources and purchasing power to the benefit of their own bureaucratic expansion. U.S. corporate capital thus benefited in two related and mutually reinforcing ways from the protectionist movement that was ripping apart the British world market. It benefited through its control of the largest, most dynamic, and best protected among the national economies into which the world market was being divided, and it benefited through its superior ability to neutralize and turn to its own advantage the protectionism of other states by means of foreign direct investment. In the light of all this, it is not surprising that the U.S. government paid little attention to the demands of the New York financial community for a reversal of the United States protectionist tradition. Norman Davis and other spokesmen for Wall Street were of course highly prescient in foreseeing that the unwillingness of nations to work together within the disintegrating world market meant that the nations would soon rot separately. Nevertheless, it did not follow from this diagnosis that it was in the power or indeed in the national interest of the United States to reverse the final demise of the 19th century world market system and to prevent the nations of the world from rotting separately. The world market system was collapsing under the weight of its own contradictions, including the unwavering support of the London and New York financial communities for the gold standard. It is highly doubtful whether the U.S. or any other government could have saved the system from its own self-destructiveness. But even assuming that there was something that the U.S. government could have done, it is even more doubtful that the persistence of the old regime of accumulation would have resulted in as great a leap forward in U.S. wealth and power as actually ensued from its final breakdown. U.S. corporate capitalism thus was and remained a powerful agency of the destruction of the structures of accumulation of British market capitalism and of the centralization in the United States of the liquidity, purchasing power, and productive capacity of the world economy. But once the destruction and centralization had become as complete as they possibly could, U.S. corporate business was powerless to create the conditions of its own self-expansion in a chaotic world. No tax subsidy, insurance scheme, or exchange guarantee was sufficient to overcome the fundamental asymmetry between the cohesiveness and wealth of the U.S. domestic market and the fragmentation and poverty of foreign markets. These were the structural roots of the impasse which after the Second World War prevented the recycling of liquidity back into the expansion of world trade and production. Eventually, the impasse was broken by the invention of the Cold War. What cost-benefit calculations could not and did not achieve, fear did. As long as surplus capital stagnated within the United States and its regional hinterland, chaos in Eurasia continued to escalate and create a fertile ground for the takeover of state power by revolutionary forces. The genius of Truman and of his advisers was to attribute the outcome of systemic circumstances which no particular agency had created or controlled to the allegedly subversive dispositions of the other military superpower, the USSR. By so doing, Truman reduced Roosevelt's vision of a global New Deal to a very shoddy reality indeed, but at least made it workable. The building up of Western Europe and of Japan as bastions and showpieces of the free world was a far more concrete and attainable objective than the remaking of the entire world in the American image. Moreover, President Truman and Under-Secretary of State Acheson well knew that fear of a global communist menace worked much better than any appeal to raison d'etat or to cost-benefit calculations in spurring to action legislators better known for fiscal prudence than for interest in world affairs. Early drafts of Truman's message, prepared by State Department staffers, candidly stressed economic factors. Two great wars and an intervening world depression, began the first draft, have weakened the system almost everywhere except in the United States. If, by default, we permit free enterprise to disappear in other countries of the world, the very existence of our democracy will be gravely threatened. Both President Truman and Under-Secretary of State Acheson remarked that the draft made the whole thing sound like an investment prospectus. Accordingly, they redrafted the document to provide its more biting tone. When Secretary of State Marshall was wired a copy of the final message, even he wondered if the speech might not be overstating the case a bit. The president's reply spoke reams about crisis management on the home front. It was clear that this was the only way in which the measure could be passed. Following the famed advice of Arthur Vandenberg, the president had indeed scared hell out of the American people. What worked for the Truman Doctrine would prove recyclable for the Marshall Plan as well. The Marshall Plan initiated the remaking of Western Europe in the American image and, directly and indirectly, made a decisive contribution to the take-off of the expansion of world trade and production of the 1950s and 1960s. However, its very objective of fostering the formation of a United States of Europe was seriously hampered throughout the late 1940s by the continuing dollar shortage. Balance of payment difficulties compounded national jealousies in preventing progress within the Organization for European Economic Cooperation in general, and in European interstate monetary cooperation in particular. European integration and world economic expansion required a far more comprehensive recycling of world liquidity than that involved in the Marshall Plan and other aid programs. This more comprehensive recycling eventually materialized through the most massive rearmament effort the world had ever seen in peacetime. As its architects, Secretary of State Acheson and Policy Planning Staff Chief Paul Nitze realized, only an effort of this kind could overcome the limits of the Marshall Plan. Saw neither European integration nor currency realignments as adequate to maintain a significant export surplus or to continue American-European economic ties after the end of the Marshall Plan. The new line of policy they proposed, massive U.S. and European rearmament, provided a brilliant solution to the major problems of U.S. economic policy. Domestic rearmament would provide a new means to sustain demand so that the economy would no longer be dependent on maintaining an export surplus. Military aid to Europe would provide a means to continue providing aid to Europe after the expiration of the Marshall Plan. And the close integration of European and American military forces would provide a means to prevent Europe as an economic region from closing itself off from the United States. This new line of policy was proposed to the National Security Council in early 1950, and its position document was examined and approved in principle by President Truman in April. The document gave no precise data on the costs involved, but estimates by staff were in the order of yearly expenditures 3 times the amount originally requested by the Pentagon for 1950. How to get that kind of money from a fiscally conservative Congress, even in the name of anti-communism, presented no small task for the administration. What was required was an international emergency, and since November 1949, Secretary Acheson had been predicting that one would occur sometime in 1950 in the Asian Rimlands, in Korea, Vietnam, Taiwan, or all three. 2 months after the president examined NSC 68, that crisis happened. Acheson was to say later, Korea came along and saved us. Massive rearmament during and after the Korean War solved once and for all the liquidity problems of the post-war world economy. Military aid to foreign governments and direct U.S. military expenditures abroad, both of which grew constantly between 1950 and 1958 and again between 1964 and 1973, provided the world economy with all the liquidity that it needed to expand. And with the U.S. government acting as a highly permissive world central bank, world trade and production did expand at unprecedented rates. According to McCormick, the 23-year period inaugurated by the Korean War and concluded by the Paris Peace Accords in early 1973, which virtually ended the Vietnam War, was the most sustained and profitable period of economic growth in the history of world capitalism. This is the same period that Stephen Margolin and Juliet Schor, among others, have called the Golden Age of capitalism. There is little doubt that the quarter-century following post-World War II reconstruction was a period of unprecedented prosperity and expansion for the world economy. Between 1950 and 1975, income per person in the developing countries increased on average by 3% per, accelerating from 2% in the 1950s to 3.4% in the 1960s. This rate of growth was historically unprecedented for these countries and in excess of that achieved by the developed countries in their period of industrialization. In the developed countries themselves, GDP and GDP per head grew almost twice as fast as in any previous period since 1820. Labor productivity grew twice as fast as ever before, and there was a massive acceleration in the rate of growth of the capital stock. The increase in capital stock represented an investment boom of historically unprecedented length and vigor. There is little doubt that the rate of expansion of the capitalist world economy as a whole at this time was exceptional by historical standards. Whether it was also the best of times for historical capitalism so as to warrant its designation as the golden age of capitalism is another matter. It is not at all clear, for example, whether it was more of a golden age than Eric Hobsbawm's Age of Capital, which late 19th century observers thought to have had no precedent since the age of the great discoveries. If we take average yearly rates of growth of GDP, or of the more elusive entity capital stock, over the 25-year period 1950 to 75 and compare them with those of the 50-year period 1820 to 70, as Andrew Glynn and his co-authors do, it would seem so. But these indicators are biased in favor of production in a narrow sense and against trade. Were we to choose indicators with opposite biases and compare the period 1950 to 75 with the period of equal length, 1848 to 73, performances in the two golden ages may appear to have been not all that different. Be that as it may, from the perspective adopted in this study, the 1950s and 1960s, like the 1850s and 1860s, constitute another phase of material expansion of the capitalist world economy, a period, that is, during which surplus capital was thrown back into commodity trade and production on a sufficiently massive scale to create the conditions of renewed cooperation and division of labor within and among the separate governmental and business organizations of the capitalist world economy. To be sure, the speed, scale, and scope of the conversion of surplus capital into commodities were greater in the U.S. cycle than in any previous cycle. Nevertheless, the phase of material expansion of the 1950s and 1960s resembled all the others in one key respect: its very unfolding resulted in a major intensification of competitive pressures on each and every governmental and business organization of the capitalist world economy and in a consequent massive withdrawal of money capital from trade and production. The switch occurred in the critical years 1968 to 73. It was during these years that deposits in the so-called eurodollar or euro currency market experienced a sudden upward jump followed by 20 years of explosive growth. And it was during these same 6 years that the system of fixed parties between the main national currencies and the US dollar and between the US dollar and gold, which had been in force throughout the phase of material expansion, was abandoned in favor of the system of flexible or floating exchange rates, a system which some regard not as a system at all, but as the form taken by the crisis of the pre-existing system. These were distinct but mutually reinforcing developments. On the one hand, the accumulation of a growing mass of world liquidity in deposits that no government controlled put increasing pressure on governments to manipulate the exchange rates of their currencies and interest rates in order to attract or repel liquidity held in offshore markets to counter shortages or surfeits in their domestic economies. On the other hand, continuous changes in exchange rates among the main national currencies and in rate of interest differentials multiplied the opportunities for capital held in offshore money markets to expand through trade and speculation in currencies. As a result of these mutually reinforcing developments, by the mid-1970s the volume of purely monetary transactions carried out in offshore money markets already exceeded the value of world trade many times over. From then on the financial expansion became unstoppable. According to one estimate, by 1979 foreign exchange trading amounted to $17.5 trillion, or more than 11 times the total value of world trade. 5 years later, foreign exchange trading had ballooned to $35 trillion, or almost 20 times the total value of world trade, which had also increased but only by 20%. According to another estimate, yearly transactions in the London eurodollar market alone were 6 times the value of world trade in 1979 but about 25 times 7 years later. Revolution, suggests Robert Gilpin, might not be too strong a term to characterize this change in world economic circumstances. Andrew Walter has no doubts that this is indeed a most appropriate characterization. In his view, what is most striking about the last few decades is the liberalization of capital flows between the major countries and the incredible growth of the euro markets, which has averaged about 30% per year since the 1960s. This has so far outstripped the growth of global trade and output that financial flows now utterly dominate real flows between countries in quantitative terms. These changes he calls the global financial revolution. The dynamics of global crisis. We are thus back to the seemingly revolutionary transformations undergone by world capitalism since about 1970. Recast in the perspective adopted in this study, the financial expansion of the 1970s and 1980s does indeed appear to be the predominant tendency of processes of capital accumulation on a world scale. But it does not appear to be a revolutionary tendency at all. Financial expansions of this kind have recurred since the 14th century as the characteristic reaction of capital to the intensification of competitive pressures which have invariably ensued from all major expansions of world trade and production. The scale, scope, and technical sophistication of the current financial expansion are, of course, much greater than those of previous financial expansions. But the greater scale, scope, and technical sophistication are nothing but the continuation of a well-established tendency of the longue durée of historical capitalism towards the formation of ever more powerful blocks of governmental and business organizations as leading agencies of capital accumulation on a world scale. The formation of these more powerful blocks has always been an integral aspect of the crisis and contradictions of the previously dominant bloc. In order to grasp the logic of the ongoing transformation of world capitalism, we must therefore focus on the crisis and contradictions of the disintegrating U.S. regime. This has proceeded much further than the recent triumphs of U.S. capitalism over Soviet communism may seem to imply. Increasingly, these triumphs look like yet another one of those wonderful moments that, as a rule, have intervened between the signal and terminal crises of all dominant regimes of accumulation. Faster than under any previous regime, the Belle Epoque of the U.S. regime, the Reagan era, has come and gone, having deepened rather than solved the contradictions that underlay the preceding signal crisis. The coming crisis of the U.S. regime was signaled between 1968 and 1973 in three distinct and closely related spheres. Militarily, the U.S. Army got into ever more serious troubles in Vietnam. Financially, the U.S. Federal Reserve found it difficult and then impossible to preserve the mode of production and regulation of world money established at Bretton Woods, and ideologically, the U.S. government's anti-communist crusade began losing legitimacy both at home and abroad. The crisis deteriorated quickly, and by 1973 the U.S. government had retreated on all fronts. For the rest of the 1970s, U.S. strategies of power came to be characterized by a basic neglect of world governmental functions. It was as if the ruling groups within the United States had decided that, since the world could no longer be governed by them, it should be left to govern itself. The result was a further destabilization of what was left of the post-war world order and a steep decline of U.S. power and prestige through the Iranian Revolution and the hostage crisis of 1980. The take-off of the current phase of financial expansion of the US-centered capitalist world economy was an integral and early aspect of this crisis. It began in 1968, when the growth of liquid funds held in the London-centered Eurodollar market experienced a sudden and explosive acceleration. As a result of this explosive growth, by 1971 the US government was forced to abandon the fiction of the gold-dollar exchange standard, and by 1973 the U.S. Federal Reserve and associated central banks had to acknowledge defeat in their struggle to stem the tide of mounting speculation against the regime of fixed exchange rates which had dominated high finance during the phase of material expansion of the 1950s and 1960s. From then on the market, that is, primarily, the Eurodollar market, became the master of the process that fixed the prices of national currencies in relation to one another and to gold. The formation of the Eurodollar or Euro currency market was the unintended outcome of the expansion of the U.S. regime of accumulation. An embryonic dollar deposit market first came into existence in the 1950s as a direct result of the Cold War. Communist countries had to keep dollar balances for their trade with the West, but could not risk depositing these balances in the United States lest the US government should freeze them. The balances were thus deposited in European banks, mostly in London, which initially redeposited the funds in US banks. Soon, however, London banks realized the advantages of holding the funds in the form of what came to be known as euro currencies, that is, held and used outside the country where they have status of legal tender. Communist dollar balances were very small and euro currency markets would never have become a dominant factor in world finance were it not for the massive migration of US corporate capital to Europe in the late 1950s and early 1960s. Large US multinationals were among the most important depositors in the New York money market. It was only natural, therefore, that the largest among New York's banks would promptly enter the eurodollar market, not just to take advantage of the lower costs and greater freedom of action afforded by offshore banking, but also to avoid major losses in deposits. And so they did, controlling a 50% share of the eurodollar business by 1961. An organizational structure thus developed which for all practical purposes was beyond the control of the system of central banks that regulated the supply of world money in accordance with the regime of fixed exchange rates established at Bretton Woods. As long as this regime was buttressed by large U.S. gold reserves and by a sizable current surplus in the U.S. balance of payments, the development of the eurodollar market helped rather than hindered the domestic and foreign power pursuits of the U.S. government. It strengthened the role of the dollar as world money, it eased the global expansion of U.S. corporate capital, and it made this expansion financially self-sufficient through borrowing in Europe. Sooner or later, however, the joint expansion of U.S. corporate activities abroad and of euro currency markets was bound to enter into contradiction with the national foundations of U.S. power. The revitalization of American international banking threatened to undermine the political agreements that had made it possible. Domestic political opposition to international economic integration after World War II had been diffused in two ways. First, economic internationalism was presented as crucial to national security. Second, economic internationalism was presented as essential to domestic prosperity. In the early 1960s, international financial integration began to come into conflict with both national security and domestic prosperity. The conflict first emerged in 1963, when the Kennedy administration attempted to counter the pressure that U.S. liabilities to foreign public and private institutions exercised on the declining U.S. gold reserves by putting restrictions on U.S. foreign lending and investment. Total U.S. liabilities to foreigners, a non-negligible but unknown share of which no doubt consisted of dollar balances held by U.S. corporations in foreign and offshore banks, was already beginning to exceed U.S. gold reserves in the late 1950s. But around 1963, as Figure 4.2 shows, U.S. gold reserves began falling short even of what was due to foreign monetary authorities and governments, a more serious matter because it impinged directly on intergovernmental power relations. 4.2 U.S. gold reserves and short-term liabilities, 1950–72. The Kennedy administration's attempt to deal with the problem through a tighter regulation of U.S. overseas private lending and investment backfired. As Eugene Birnbaum of Chase Manhattan Bank explained, the market for international dollar financing shifted from New York to Europe. Foreign dollar loans that had previously come under the regulatory guidelines of examination of U.S. government agencies simply moved out of their jurisdictional reach. The result has been the amassing of an immense volume of liquid funds and markets, the world of eurodollar finance, outside the regulatory authority of any country or agency. As Figure 4.2 shows, this amassing of liquid funds in eurodollar markets became truly explosive only from 1968 onwards. The question then arises of what provoked this sudden explosion, which quickly became the single most important factor in the destabilization and eventual destruction of the post-war world monetary order. Since at this time U.S. transnational corporations probably were the most important depositors in eurodollar markets, the explosion must be traced to some change in the conditions of their self-expansion. Around 1968 these conditions did in fact change quite radically. For more than a decade, U.S. foreign direct investment had grown very rapidly, having more than doubled between the mid-1950s and the mid-1960s, while European foreign direct investment had grown in step with it from a modest to a respectable amount. This rapid growth was an expression of the new frontiers that had been opened up for the transnational expansion of U.S. corporate capital by the remaking of Europe in the U.S. image and by the concomitant decolonization of Asia and Africa. But it was also a factor of the progressive closing of these new frontiers. 4.3 Outflow of foreign direct investments of developed market economy countries distributed by geographical regions of origin, 1950–83. As long as trade and production in Western European states and in their former colonies were organized by the mixture of familial and state capitalism which had emerged out of the disintegration of the 19th century world market economy, U.S. corporate capital had a decisive competitive advantage in conquering markets for final outputs and sources of primary inputs through direct investment and the vertical integration of the intervening sub-processes of production and exchange. But as an increasing proportion of European and former colonial trade and production was so conquered and reorganized, the further expansion of U.S. corporations came to be constrained ever more tightly by the imposition of organizational barriers to entry that they created for one another. Worse still, European business with active governmental support eagerly responded to the challenges posed by the second American invasion by reorganizing its operations along American lines and by undertaking foreign direct investment on an increasingly massive scale. Sooner than in all previous phases of material expansion of the capitalist world economy, the exponential growth of investments in production and trade resulted in an intensification of competitive pressures on the leading business agencies of the expansion. As Alfred Chandler has pointed out, by the time Sir Van Schreiber raised the specter of an American challenge, a challenge which was neither financial nor technological but organizational, the extension to Europe of an organization that is still a mystery to us, a growing number and variety of European firms had found ways and means of effectively meeting the challenge and of themselves becoming effective challengers of the long-established U.S. corporations even in the U.S. domestic market. For the time being, the European challenge to U.S. corporate capital in the U.S. market was still based primarily on commodity exports rather than direct investment. But as Figure 4.3 shows, between 1967 and 1974 the U.S. share of total foreign direct investment declined sharply. U.S. corporations could not stand idly by and allow European corporations to outcompete them in the worldwide conquest of resources and markets through direct investment. We can therefore expect, wrote Stephen Heimer and Robert Rothorn, a period of intensified multinationalization over the coming decade as both U.S. corporations and non-U.S. corporations try to establish worldwide market positions and protect themselves from the challenges of each other. Heimer and Rothorn's expectation was fully borne out by actual trends in the 1970s. To be sure, after 1979 the boom in foreign direct investment collapsed, a highly significant event, as we shall see. But the collapse only came after a major resurgence of U.S. foreign direct investment, which temporarily reversed the erosion of the U.S. share of the late 1960s and early 1970s. Overall, between 1970 and 1978 the accumulated value of U.S. foreign direct investment more than doubled, while that of non-US foreign direct investment more than trebled, raising the non-US share of the total from 48 to 58%. This intensified transnationalization of U.S. and non-US capital occurred in the context of a strong upward pressure on the purchase prices of primary inputs. Between 1968 and 1973, the main manifestation of this upward pressure was what E.H. Phelps Brown aptly called the pay explosion. Real wages in Western Europe and North America had been rising throughout the 1950s and 1960s. But whereas before 1968 they rose more slowly than labor productivity or in step with it, between 1968 and 1973 they rose much faster, thereby provoking a major contraction in returns to capital invested in trade and production. The pay explosion was still in full swing when at the end of 1973 an equally powerful upward pressure on the purchase price of select primary products materialized in the first oil shock. Between 1970 and 1973, this upward pressure had already led to a doubling in the price of crude oil imported by OECD countries. But in 1974 alone that same price increased threefold, deepening further the crisis of profitability. After surveying the evidence, Makoto Ito concludes that accumulation of capital in relation to the inelastic supply of both the laboring population and primary products, was more fundamental in launching the current Great Depression than mismanagement of macroeconomic policies. There can indeed be little doubt that the signal crisis of the U.S. regime of accumulation of the late 1960s and early 1970s was due primarily to an overabundance of capital seeking investment in commodities rather than to a failure of national governments, the U.S. government in particular, to compensate for shortfalls in private investment with their own spending. When the crisis broke, both the military and non-military Keynesianism of the U.S. government was in full swing both at home and abroad, creating all the effective demand that was needed to keep the material expansion of the capitalist world economy going. Granted all this, it must nonetheless be emphasized that, starting in 1968, the injection of purchasing power in the world economy, instead of resulting in the growth of world trade and production as it had done in the 1950s and early 1960s, resulted in worldwide cost inflation and in a massive flight of capital to offshore money markets. This perverse effect of the governmental expansion of world purchasing power was due not so much to a mismanagement of macroeconomic policies as to the emergence of a fundamental contradiction between the transnational expansion of U.S. corporate capital and the national foundations of U.S. world power. As previously noted, U.S. corporate capital did not initiate the post-war phase of material expansion of the capitalist world economy, the global military Keynesianism of the U.S. government did. Nevertheless, the transnational expansion of U.S. corporate capital was both a critical means and a highly significant outcome of the U.S. government's pursuit of world power. In conjunction with the international position of the dollar and with nuclear supremacy, the multinational corporation became one of the cornerstones of American hegemony. These three elements of American power interacted with and reinforced one another. American political and military supremacy arising out of World War II was a necessary precondition for the predominant position of American multinational corporations in the world economy. But the reciprocal of this is also true. Corporate expansionism in turn became a support of America's international political and military position. The relationship of complementarity which linked the global expansion of the networks of power of the U.S. government to the transnational expansion of the networks of accumulation of U.S. corporations did not rule out conflicts of interest and contradictions. As Gilpin notes, the greatest conflict of interest lay in the U.S. government's policy towards Japan throughout the 1950s and 1960s. In the interest of national security, the U.S. government promoted Japanese exports to its domestic market and, what is more, tolerated the exclusion of U.S. investment from Japan, an exclusion which forced U.S. corporations seeking access to the Japanese market to license their technology to Japanese corporations. Only after the withdrawal from Vietnam and the rapprochement with China did the U.S. government become more responsive to the complaints of U.S. corporations about Japanese trade and investment policies. Ironically, however, the most serious contradiction between the power pursuits of the U.S. government and the transnational expansion of U.S. corporate business developed not where their complementarity was weakest, in East Asia, but where it was strongest, in Western Europe. Here, the U.S. government used the Marshall Plan and rearmament as means of integrating into a single market the separate domestic economies of the European states and insisted that U.S. subsidiaries in the emergent common market be treated as European corporations. Thanks to these policies, Western Europe quickly became the most fertile ground for the transnational expansion of U.S. corporations, and this expansion, in turn, consolidated further the integration of Western Europe within the U.S. regime of rule and accumulation. In Gilpin's view, this relationship of complementarity between U.S. governmental and business agencies is not unlike that between the British government and the mercantile enterprises which dominated the world economy in the 17th and 18th centuries. In observing this similarity, Gilpin quotes approvingly Carey Levitt's argument that the subsidiaries and branch plants of large American-based multinational corporations have replaced the operations of the earlier European-based mercantile venture companies in extracting the staple and organizing the supply of manufactured goods. In the new mercantilism, as in the old, the corporation based in the metropole directly exercises the entrepreneurial function and collects a venture profit from its investment. It organizes the collection or extraction of the raw material staple required in the metropolis and supplies the hinterland with manufactured goods, whether produced at home or on-site in the host country. As previously argued, the analogy between 20th century multinational corporations and the joint stock chartered companies of earlier centuries is important but should not be exaggerated. For our present purposes, the main difference between the two kinds of business organization is that joint stock chartered companies were highly malleable instruments of the expansion of state power, whereas 20th century transnational corporations are not. Far from being malleable instruments of state power, the latter soon turned into the most fundamental limit of that power. Nothing illustrates this difference better than a comparison of the incorporation of Western Europe after the Second World War into the U.S. power networks with the late 18th and early 19th century incorporation of the Indian subcontinent into the power networks of Britain. The latter incorporation was the work of a single part governmental, part business enterprise chartered by the British government to open up South Asia to British commercial and territorial expansion, in exchange for trading privileges which could be revoked whenever the British government saw fit. The company did an excellent job in fulfilling its institutional tasks, but, as soon as it had done so, its trading privileges were revoked one after another until it was phased out of existence. The British government thus inherited a territorial empire and a source of tribute without which London would never have been in a position to reproduce its world financial supremacy as absolutely and for as long as it did. The incorporation of Western Europe within the power networks of the U.S. state after the Second World War, in contrast, was undertaken by the U.S. government itself. Once governmental action had prepared the ground for the profitable transplant of U.S. corporations, the latter invaded Europe in large numbers, but their role in consolidating U.S. dominance was limited to internalizing within their technostructures key components of the European market and labor force. Although the U.S. government attempted to retain some control over this transplant of U.S. business on European soil by subjecting foreign subsidiaries of U.S. corporations to U.S. trade laws and by taking steps to regulate the outflow of U.S. capital, almost immediately the transplant developed a dynamic of its own, which the U.S. government, acting alone or even in concert with European governments, could not control. Worse still, the more autonomous this dynamic became, the more Washington's centrality in the regulation and production of world money was undermined. The transfer of control over world liquidity from private to public hands, and from London and New York to Washington, realized under President Roosevelt and Henry Morgenthau, had been a necessary condition of the subsequent global Keynesianism through which the U.S. government transformed the systemic chaos of the 1930s and 1940s into the orderly U.S. Soviet condominium of world power of the 1950s and 1960s. But as U.S. corporate capital moved to occupy the new frontiers opened up by this transformation, control over world liquidity began to shift back from public to private hands, and from Washington to London and New York. As Andrew Walter put it, London regained its position as the center for international financial business, but this business was centered on the dollar and the major players were American banks and their clients. The immediate response of the U.S. government to the resurgence of private high finance in the production and regulation of world money was to reaffirm with a vengeance the centrality of Washington in the supply of world liquidity. Since there was no viable alternative to the dollar as the principal international reserve currency and medium of exchange, the abandonment of the gold-dollar exchange standard resulted in the establishment of a pure dollar standard. Instead of decreasing, the importance of the US dollar as world money increased, and what had previously existed informally was now established formally. For about 5 years, from 1973 to 1978, this pure dollar standard seemed to endow the US government with an unprecedented freedom of action in the production of world money. The system of floating exchange rates, eliminated any need for the United States to control its own balance of payments deficit, no matter what its source, because it was now possible to release unlimited quantities of non-convertible dollars into international circulation. Therefore, while continuing to depreciate the dollar in an attempt to recover competitivity in the production of goods, the United States was no longer saddled with the problem of generating a current account surplus with which to finance its capital account deficit. In practical terms, the problem of the settlement of the American balance of payments simply disappeared. The continuing expansion of eurodollar markets did of course create an additional source of world money, which the US government did not control and which other governments could tap. Nevertheless, borrowing in the eurodollar market was subject to conditions of creditworthiness which, as a rule, included restraint in running balance of payments deficits and minimal adherence to the principles of sound money. Only the United States was able to tap the resources of the rest of the world virtually without restriction, simply by issuing its own currency. As we shall see presently, US signorage privileges were not as unlimited as they appeared in the mid-1970s. But for a few years these privileges did provide the US government and US business with major competitive advantages in the escalating intercapitalist struggle over the world's markets and sources of primary inputs. Loose US monetary policies diverted foreign energy resources to the US market and provided outlets for US products at home and abroad at the expense of European and Japanese competitors. In addition, it provided US business with all the liquidity it needed to maintain the momentum of its transnational expansion through direct investment and foreign lending. The first advantage was closely related to the autocentricity of the US domestic economy relative to the extroversion of the Western European and Japanese economies. The dependence of the latter on foreign trade, as measured by the sum of imports and exports divided by national income, was more than 3 times greater than that of the United States. Since the United States was itself a major oil producer, whereas Japan and Western European countries were not, differences in the dependence on foreign energy sources were of course much greater. By stimulating a major expansion in net U.S. imports of oil and oil products, from an average of 2.1 million barrels per day in 1960 to 69 to 6.9 million in 1973 to 78, loose U.S. monetary policies tended to divert supplies to the U.S. economy and thereby intensify competitive pressures on the Western European and Japanese economies. This tendency was strengthened by the two-tier pricing policy, by which the U.S. government imposed a ceiling on the price of domestic oil extracted from wells that were already functioning in 1972. As a result, by the first half of 1979 the average cost of oil in the United States was a good 40% or below world market levels. This cost advantage was compounded by the revenue advantage of the successive depreciations of the dollar created by the liberal expansion of the U.S. money supply. These depreciations boosted U.S. exports and incomes by reducing the price of U.S. products in foreign markets and making foreign products more expensive in the U.S. market. In a more extroverted economy than the U.S., as the British was in the 19th century, the increase in the price of imports implicit in the depreciation of the national currency would have raised domestic costs of production and hence the price of exports, offsetting the decrease implicit in the depreciation. But the autocentricity of the U.S. domestic economy ensured a strong, if temporary, positive effect of the depreciation of the dollar relative to other currencies on U.S. production and value added. As a result, in the period 1973 to 79 the comparative performance of the U.S. economy relative to Western Europe, and to a lesser extent Japan, improved considerably. This improved performance was not associated with a contraction of the global reach of U.S. networks of accumulation. On the contrary, as previously noted, between 1974 and 1979 the erosion of the U.S. share of total direct foreign investment was reversed. To this we should add that at this time the expansion of U.S. banks in offshore markets, though impossible to quantify, was probably even greater. Supported by the complete elimination in January 1974 of all controls on foreign capital movements, the overabundant supply of dollars released by the U.S. monetary authorities thus provided the means for the self-expansion of U.S. capital not just at home but abroad as well. The freedom of action of the U.S. government was not unlimited. The switch to a system of flexible exchange rates had released the U.S. government from the balance of payment constraints inherent in its previous commitment to fixed exchange rates. It nonetheless imposed new constraints, which the U.S. government could not ignore for long without seriously weakening its privileged position in the world monetary system. For one thing, the breakdown of the regime of fixed exchange rates added a new momentum to the financial expansion by increasing the risks and uncertainty of the commercial industrial activities of corporate capital. Under the regime of fixed exchange rates, corporate capital was already engaged in currency trade and speculation. But for the most part the acknowledged responsibility of the central banks for holding the rates fixed relieved corporate finance managers of the need to worry about day-to-day changes. Under the regime of flexible exchange rates, in contrast, corporate capital itself had to deal with day-to-day shifts in exchange rates. The coming and going in corporate bank accounts of money in different currencies forced corporations to engage in forward currency trading in order to protect themselves against shortfalls in their accounts due to changes in the exchange rates of the currencies in which their expected receipts and anticipated payments were quoted. Moreover, fluctuations in exchange rates became a major factor in determining variations in corporate cash flow positions, sales, profits, and assets in different countries and currencies. In order to hedge against these variations, corporations had little choice but to resort to the further geopolitical diversification of their operations. A circularity was thus established whereby floating and volatile exchange rates, by increasing risks for multinationals, have made them still more multinational in response. But this resulting long-term strategy, in turn, to increase their short-term needs for hedging against exchange rate risks, thus adding still further to the volume of transactions in the financial casino. Important as this circular process was in propelling the growth of euro currency markets, under the regime of flexible exchange rates an even more powerful motor came into action. The volatility of exchange rates increased risks and uncertainty not just for the finances of transnational corporations but also for the finances of governments, especially of governments that ruled over highly extroverted domestic economies. Third world governments were more seriously affected than any other by the new monetary regime. As Susan Strange notes, volatile exchange rates increased risks and uncertainty for them even more than for the mobile transnational companies. The latter at least have a variety of products, a variety of countries to operate in and an army of highly paid and well-equipped tax advisors and financial managers to work on the problem. The value of third world countries' receipts from exports, payments for imports, national income, and government revenues have all fluctuated widely with shifts in the exchange rates between the US dollar, other leading currencies, and their own national currencies. In fact, since the early 1970s changes in these exchange rates have been the single most important factor determining the position of third world countries in the value-added hierarchy of the capitalist world economy. But most of these countries simply did not command the financial resources needed to hedge against fluctuations. Hence, their main contribution to the growth of the financial casino of euro currency markets has been on the demand side rather than on the supply side of the equation, that is, through their demand for funds to offset the devastating effects of financial crises rather than through deposits aimed at forestalling or taking advantage of these same crises. The intensification of intercapitalist competition of the 1970s did nonetheless transform a small number of third world states not just into depositors but into the main depositors of euro currency markets. As the struggle over the world's energy supplies escalated, surplus capital was transferred ever more massively from the hands of US, Western European, and Japanese governmental and business agencies to states that happened to incorporate within their jurisdictions large and economical reserves of crude oil. Since only a fraction of this huge and growing mass of oil rent could be redeployed promptly in productive or useful undertakings by its recipients, a good part of the rent was parked or invested in the euro currency market where it enjoyed comparatively high returns and freedom of action. This tendency began to develop in the early 1970s, when the price of crude oil doubled within a few years. But the first oil shock of late 1973, which quadrupled the price of crude oil in a few months, not only produced the $80 billion surpluses of petrodollars for the banks to recycle, thus swelling the importance of the financial markets and the institutions operating in them, but it also introduced a new, sometimes decisive, and usually quite unpredictable factor affecting the balance of payments positions of both the consumer, and eventually the producing, countries. The largest among the oil-consuming countries were, of course, the major capitalist states themselves. Their attempts to protect their domestic economies from the growing uncertainty of energy supplies through deflationary policies aimed at producing a trade surplus in their balance of payments, or through borrowing in the euro currency market, intensified further intercapitalist competition and added new fuel to the ongoing financial expansion. Moreover, as Marcelo de Sico has pointed out, the change in the nature of euro currency depositors from the private and public institutions of the major capitalist countries to the private and public institutions of oil-exporting countries was accompanied by a further outward movement of the euro currency market. Once the regime of fixed exchange rates had been displaced by floating rates, the governments and central banks of the Group of 10 attempted to establish some loose control over euro currency markets, or at least to monitor them. To this end, they agreed not to park unwanted surpluses in their official currency reserves in the euro currency market, as they had previously done, and entrusted the Bank of England to act with their support as the lender of last resort for banks engaged in the eurodollar market. For the Bank of England to act in this capacity, some kind of governmental regulation of private banking would have to be introduced. But just as 10 years earlier New York banks had responded to the attempts of the Kennedy administration to regulate their foreign operations by moving these operations to the unregulated London-centered eurodollar market, so in the mid-1970s the US-led confraternity of banks which controlled the enlarged London-based eurodollar market responded to the much milder regulatory attempts of the Group of 10 by moving business further afield to truly offshore money markets, many of them located in former British colonies. In other words, the supersession of fixed by flexible exchange rates was associated not with a containment but with an acceleration of the tendency of the governments of the most powerful capitalist states to lose control over the production and regulation of world money. Under these circumstances, the U.S. government's attempt to use the emerging pure dollar standard in support of the self-expansion of U.S. capital at home and abroad did nothing to reinstate the primacy of Washington in high finance. On the contrary, it undermined further the power of the ensemble of national central banks on which that primacy had come to rest. Thus, the loose U.S. monetary policies of the 1970s, combined with the two-tier pricing of crude oil in the U.S. domestic market and with the complete liberalization of U.S. private lending and investment abroad, strengthened the very tendencies that propelled the explosive growth of offshore money markets. By providing U.S. business with additional pecuniary means and incentives to outbid competitors in the appropriation of the world's energy supplies and in the transnationalization of processes of production and exchange, these policies inflated the oil rents and corporate cash flows that propelled the expansion of the euro currency business. And this expansion, in turn, became a new major source of world inflation. Formerly, countries other than the United States had to keep their balance of payments in some sort of equilibrium. They had to earn the money they wished to spend abroad. Now they could borrow it. With liquidity apparently capable of infinite expansion, countries deemed creditworthy no longer had any external check on foreign spending. Under such circumstances, a balance of payments deficit no longer provided, in itself, an automatic check to domestic inflation. Countries in deficit could borrow indefinitely from the magic liquidity machine. Many countries, thus joined the United States in avoiding any real adjustment to higher oil prices. Not surprisingly, world inflation continued accelerating throughout the decade, and fears of collapse in the private banking system grew increasingly vivid. More and more debts were rescheduled, and a number of poor countries grew flagrantly insolvent. Underneath the accelerating inflation and growing monetary disorder of the 1970s we can detect in new and more complex forms the dynamic typical of the signal crises of all previous systemic cycles of accumulation. As in all such cycles, the rapid expansion of world trade and production had resulted in an intensification of competitive pressures on the leading agencies of the expansion and in a consequent decline of returns to capital. And as in all previous phases of diminishing returns, as Hicks's dictum goes, it is a condition for high returns to be restored or preserved that they should not be reinvested in the further expansion of trade and production. U.S. monetary policies in the 1970s were instead attempting to entice capital to keep the material expansion of the US-centered capitalist world economy going, notwithstanding the fact that such an expansion had become the primary cause of rising costs, risks, and uncertainty for corporate capital in general and U.S. corporate capital in particular. Not surprisingly, only a fraction of the liquidity created by the U.S. monetary authorities found its way into new trade and production facilities. Most of it turned into petrodollars and eurodollars, which reproduced themselves many times over through the mechanisms of private interbank money creation and promptly re-emerged in the world economy as competitors of the dollars issued by the U.S. government. In the last resort, this growing competition between private and public money benefited neither the U.S. government nor U.S. business. On the one hand, the expansion of the private supply of dollars set an increasingly larger group of countries free from balance of payments constraints in the competitive struggle over the world's markets and resources, and thereby undermined the seigniorage privileges of the U.S. government. On the other hand, the expansion of the public supply of dollars fed offshore money markets with more liquidity than could possibly be recycled safely and profitably. It thereby forced the members of the US-led confraternity of banks that controlled the euro currency business to compete fiercely with one another in pushing money on countries deemed creditworthy, and indeed in lowering the standards by which countries were deemed creditworthy. If pushed too far, this competition could easily result in the common financial ruin of the U.S. government and of U.S. business. By 1978, the U.S. government was faced with the choice of bringing the confrontation with the cosmopolitan financial community that controlled the euro currency market to a showdown by persisting in its loose monetary policies, or seeking instead accommodation through a stricter adherence to the principles and practice of sound money. In the end, capitalist rationality prevailed. Starting in the last year of the Carter presidency, and with greater determination under the Reagan presidency, the U.S. government opted for the second line of action. And as a new memorable alliance between the power of state and capital was forged, the looseness of U.S. monetary policies that characterized the entire Cold War era gave way to an unprecedented tightness. The result was the Belle Epoque of the Reagan era. Drawing on Brodel, Hobsbawm, and other sources on which our own investigation has been based, Kevin Phillips has underscored the striking similarities that can be detected between the cumulative influence of finance on the United States in the 1980s, on Britain in the Edwardian era, on Holland in the Periwick era, and on Spain in the age of the Genos. Excessive preoccupation with finance and tolerance of debt are apparently typical of great economic powers in their late stages. They foreshadow economic decline. Phillips focuses on the costs of financialization to the lower and middle social strata of the economic power that has entered the stage of maturity. Finance cannot nurture a class, because only a small elite portion of any national population, Dutch, British, or American, can share in the profits of bourse, merchant bank, and counting house. Manufacturing, transportation, and trade supremacies, by contrast, provide a broader national prosperity in which the ordinary person can man the production lines, mines, mills, wheels, mainsails, and nets. Once this stage of economic development yields to the next, with its sharper divisions from capital, skills, and education, great middle-class societies lose something vital and unique, just what worriers believe was happening again to the United States in the late 20th century. An analogous tendency, Phillips notes, could be observed even earlier in Habsburg Spain. The mortgaging of large chunks of future Spanish revenues to German and Genoese merchant bankers was accompanied and followed by the financialization of Spanish society itself. Narrow monetary wealth, irresponsible finance, and an indolent rentier class were important in the decline that was taking hold in Spain 100 to 150 years after Columbus's voyages. Spain, lamented González de Arrighi in the early 1600s. Has come to be an extreme contrast of rich and poor, and there is no means of adjusting them one to another. Our condition is one in which we have rich who loll at ease, or poor who beg, and we lack people of the middling sort, whom neither wealth nor poverty prevent from pursuing the rightful kind of business enjoined by natural law. Our investigation has shown that there is an even earlier historical antecedent of social polarization under the cumulative impact of a financial expansion than late 16th century Spain. In fact, the clearest of all antecedents is Renaissance Florence. At no other time and place have the socially polarizing effects of financialization been more in evidence. From this point of view, all subsequent financial expansions have been variations on a script first played out in the Tuscan city-state. But our investigation has also shown that domestic social polarizations during financial expansions were integral aspects of ongoing processes of concentration of capital on a world scale in the double sense of coming towards a common center and, also, of growing in strength, density, or intensity. As noted in Chapter 3, in all previous phases of financial expansion of the capitalist world economy, two different kinds of concentration of capital have occurred simultaneously. One kind occurred within the organizational structures of the cycle of accumulation that was drawing to a close, and the other kind prefigured the emergence of a new regime and cycle of accumulation. Leaving aside the issue of whether a concentration of the second kind can be detected in the present conjuncture, an issue to which we shall return in the epilogue, a concentration of the first kind has indeed been one of the most prominent features of the Reagan era. For the sudden shift from extremely loose to extremely tight monetary policies operated by the U.S. Federal Reserve under Paul Volcker in the last year of the Carter administration was only a preamble to a whole series of measures aimed not just at restoring confidence in the U.S. dollar, but at recentralizing within the U.S. privately controlled world money. To this end, the tightening of the U.S. money supply was undertaken in conjunction with four other measures. First, the U.S. government started to compete aggressively for mobile capital worldwide by raising interest rates well above the current rate of inflation. As Figure 4.4 shows, nominal long-term interest rates in the United States had been rising since the mid to late 1960s. Nevertheless, throughout the 1970s inflation had kept real interest rates fairly constant at a low level, even depressing them below zero in the mid-1970s. In the early 1980s, in contrast, high nominal interest rates, compounded by the deflationary tendencies generated by tight monetary policies, brought about a major upward jump in real interest rates. 4.4 long-term interest rates in the United States, 1965 to 84. Second, pecuniary incentives for mobile capital to recentralize in the United States were supplemented and complemented by a major deregulation drive which provided U.S. and non-US corporations and financial institutions with virtually unrestricted freedom of action in the United States. Particularly significant in this respect was the deregulation of banking in the United States. Having migrated from New York to London in the 1960s, and from there to truly offshore money markets all over the world in the 1970s, in the 1980s the operations of the New York financial elite could finally be recentralized back home, where they came to enjoy as much freedom of action as any other place could offer and, in addition, a critical advantage that no other place could offer, social and political proximity to what remained the most prominent center of world power. Third, having won the elections by promising to balance the budget, the Reagan administration initiated one of the most spectacular expansions of state indebtedness in world history. When Reagan entered the White House in 1981, the federal budget deficit stood at $74 billion and the total national debt at $1 trillion. By 1991 the budget deficit had quadrupled to more than $300 billion a year and the national debt had quadrupled to nearly $4 trillion. As a result, in 1992 net federal interest payments amounted to $195 billion a year, and represented 15% of the total budget, up from $17 billion and 7% in 1973. Formerly the world's leading creditor, the United States had borrowed enough money overseas, shades of 1914 to 45 Britain, to become the world's leading debtor. Fourth, this spectacular increase in the U.S. national debt was associated with an escalation of the Cold War with the USSR, primarily, though not exclusively, through the Strategic Defense Initiative, and a whole series of punitive shows of military muscle against select unfriendly regimes of the Third World, Grenada in 1983, Libya in 1986, Panama in 1989, and Iraq in 1990-91. As in all previous financial expansions, the mobilization of that enchanter's wand that endows barren money with the power of breeding without the necessity of exposing itself to the troubles and risks inseparable from productive undertaking, as Marx described the alienation of the state through national debts, was thus associated once again with an escalation in the interstate power struggle. And it was the competition for mobile capital occasioned by this latest escalation in the interstate power struggle that once again, to paraphrase Weber, created the greatest opportunities for Western capitalism to enjoy yet another wonderful moment of unprecedented wealth and power. Detractors of the capitalist triumph of the 1980s dwell on its limits and contradictions, as we shall in the epilogue. Nevertheless, a full appreciation of these limits and contradictions requires a preliminary appreciation of the nature and extent of the triumph itself. And this preliminary appreciation can only begin from a realization of the sorry state of affairs that prompted the US-led capitalist counteroffensive of the late 1970s and early 1980s. We must first bear in mind how serious the monetary crisis of the 1970s had become. Persistent attempts to reflate the US-centered capitalist world economy in the face of rapidly decreasing returns to capital were threatening to provoke a major crisis of confidence in the US dollar as viable world money. By 1978 there were clear signs that a crisis of this kind was about to materialize. Had such a crisis gone further than it actually did, whatever competitive advantages the US government and US business had derived from US signo-urge privileges would have been nullified. Worse still, it might have destroyed the whole U.S. credit structure and the worldwide networks of capital accumulation on which U.S. wealth and power had become more dependent than ever. Needless to say, Western European states could afford even less than the United States the ravages of a major crisis of confidence in the U.S. dollar. The greater extroversion and smaller size of their domestic economies made them far more vulnerable than the U.S. to exchange rate fluctuations due to the use of the U.S. dollar as international medium of exchange and means of payment. To limit this vulnerability, the central banks of EC member states had agreed in April 1972 to limit the fluctuation margins of their currencies in relation to one another, thereby creating the so-called snake. The continuing devaluation of the US dollar over the next 6 years convinced EC member states of the need to strengthen the arrangement through the resolution of the Council of Europe of December 1978, which created the European monetary system and a European currency unit, both of which became operative the following March. Although the ECU was not a genuine currency but primarily a unit of account, it had the potential to constitute a viable alternative world money should the crisis of confidence in the US dollar deteriorate any further. The threat of the demise of the US dollar as world money was in itself a good enough reason for the US government to show greater respect for the canons of sound money than it had done in the 1970s, or indeed since F.D. Roosevelt had lashed out at the old fetishes of so-called international bankers. There were nonetheless other compelling reasons for seeking accommodation with the US-led cosmopolitan community of bankers that controlled the euro currency market. One was the massive transnationalization of processes of production and exchange that had occurred since the 1950s. In forecasting a period of intensified transnationalization of US and non-US corporate capital for the 1970s, Stephen Heimer and Robert Rothorn went on to suggest that this tendency did not bode well for the system of nation-states within which the process had thus far been embedded. Multinational corporations render ineffective many traditional policy instruments, the capacity to tax, to restrict credit, to plan investment, etc., because of their international flexibility. Here is a conflict at a fundamental level between national planning by political units and international planning by corporations that will assume major proportions as direct investment grows. The propensity of multinational corporations to settle everywhere and establish connections everywhere is giving a new cosmopolitan nature to the economy, and policies to deal with it will have to begin from that base. The explosive growth of the euro currency market since 1968 was an integral aspect of the emergence of this cosmopolitan structure of the capitalist world economy. It was both an expression and a factor of the flexibility with which corporate capital could move in and out of political jurisdictions to exploit, consolidate, and expand further the global reach of its operations. But it was also an expression and a factor of the inadequacies of national economic policies in coping with an increasingly transnationalized system of business enterprises. In this respect, the inadequacies of U.S. monetary policies were by far the most important. The attempts of the U.S. government to retain control over transnationalized U.S. capital through legal means and loose monetary policies were at best ineffective and at worst counterproductive. At the same time, the continuing dominance of U.S. business in the financial and non-financial branches of transnationalized capital presented the U.S. government with a unique opportunity to turn the self-regulating euro currency market into an invisible but formidable weapon of its domestic and global pursuit of power. If ways and means could be found of working hand in hand rather than at cross purposes with the transnationalized powers of U.S. capital, there would be nothing more for the U.S. government to ask. The problem, of course, was that finding these ways and means involved much more than a mere change in monetary policies. U.S. neglect of the principles of sound money since Roosevelt and Truman had a social purpose, at first the domestic, and then the international New Deal. Working hand in hand with private high finance meant abandoning almost everything the U.S. government had stood for almost half a century, not just in monetary matters but in social matters as well. A break with tradition of this kind was no easy step to take. If it was taken as speedily and determinately as it was between 1978 and 1982, the reason is not simply that a major crisis of confidence in the US dollar was in the making and that an alliance with private high finance promised to add to the US armory a formidable new means of world power. In all likelihood, the most compelling reason of all was that the US government's pursuit of power by other means was yielding rapidly decreasing returns. When, on October 6, 1979, Paul Volcker began taking forceful measures to restrict the supply of dollars and to bid up interest rates in world financial markets, he was responding primarily to a crisis of confidence in the dollar. The core of the problem was that for the second time in a year corporations, banks, central banks, and other investors had stopped accepting dollars as the universal currency. It became obvious to Volcker that a collapse of the dollar was a very real possibility, perhaps leading to a financial crisis and pressure to remonetize gold, which the United States had fought doggedly for over a decade. But when 5 months later he resorted to even harsher measures to stop the growth of the US and world money supply, he was responding primarily to the flight of hot Arab money into gold in the wake of the Iranian hostage crisis and of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. After Iran and Afghanistan, gold prices took off again. On January 21, gold reached an all-time high of $875. Businessweek stated flatly that Arab fears over Afghanistan and Iran were behind the surge in prices. As previously mentioned, the crisis of the post-war U.S. world monetary order had developed right from the start in step with the crisis of U.S. world hegemony in the military and ideological spheres. The breakdown of the regime of fixed exchange rates coincided with the growing troubles of the U.S. Army in Vietnam from the Tet Offensive of early 1968 to the beginning of the withdrawal of the U.S. Army after the peace accords of 1973. At the same time, the increasing tribute in blood and money exacted to fight a losing war which had no clear direct bearing on U.S. national security precipitated a major crisis of legitimacy of Cold War ideology. According to TR. It is hard to tell whether the 1960s was the most tumultuous in American history. In all likelihood, it was not. Nevertheless, not since the Civil War did the U.S. government experience a more severe crisis of legitimacy than during the escalation of its involvement in Vietnam in the late 1960s and early 1970s. The military and legitimacy crises of U.S. world power were two sides of the same coin. In part, they were the expression of the very success of U.S. rearmament and Cold War ideology in turning the systemic chaos of the 1930s and 1940s into a new world order based on a U.S.-Soviet condominium of world power, a condominium within which the U.S. government clearly had the upper hand, as the Cuban Missile Crisis demonstrated. By the mid-1960s, success in this direction was as complete as it possibly could be. But the very extent of the success made it more difficult for the U.S. government to scare the American people into pouring money, let alone spilling blood, in the anti-communist crusade, or to convince foreign allies that their national interest was best served by the consolidation and further expansion of U.S. world power. In part, however, the joint military and legitimacy crises of U.S. world power were the expression of the failure of the U.S. military, industrial apparatus to cope with the problems posed by worldwide decolonization. The accommodation of dozens of newly independent states into the rigid power structures of the Cold War world order had proved problematic right from the start. The emergence of a movement of non-aligned states at Bandung in 1955 did nothing but reaffirm the right to self-determination codified in the US-sponsored UN Charter. And yet, the U.S. government perceived the Bandung spirit as a threat to the Cold War world order or, worse still, as nothing but a communist smokescreen. These difficulties in coping with the formation of a third world, instead of lessening, increased with the taming of Soviet power and the cooling off of anti-communist passions. The main reason was that the full sovereignty of third world states constituted a latent and growing challenge to U.S. world power, potentially far more serious than Soviet power itself. This challenge was both economic and political. Economically, the remaking of Western Europe and Japan in the U.S. image, that is, primarily, the extension to their working classes of Rostow's high mass consumption or Aglieta's Fordist consumption norm, combined with the permanent US-USSR armaments race, put tremendous pressure on the world's supplies of primary inputs. This combination also enhanced the strategic importance of the Third World as a reservoir of natural and human resources for the satisfaction of the present and projected needs of First World economies. The expansion and consolidation of the activities of U.S. and Western European transnational corporations in the Third World created highly effective and efficient organizational links between Third World primary inputs and First World purchasing power. But it also created an additional powerful vested interest, the interest of the corporations themselves, in preserving maximum present and future flexibility in the use of Third World resources for the benefit of First World states. The exercise of full sovereignty rights by Third World states was bound to reduce this flexibility, and eventually eliminate it completely. Should these states feel free to use their natural and human resources as they saw fit, including hoarding or mobilizing them in the pursuit of domestic, regional or world power, as sovereign states had always felt free to do, the pressure on supplies generated by the expansion of the U.S. regime of accumulation would inevitably implode in the form of excessive competition within and among First World states. This is indeed what happened in the 1970s. After the Vietnam War had demonstrated that the most expensive, technologically advanced, and destructive military apparatus the world had ever seen was quite powerless in curbing the will of one of the poorest people on earth, the U.S. government temporarily lost most, if not all of its credibility as the policeman of the free world. The result was a power vacuum which local forces, in open or tacit collusion with the USSR and its allies, promptly exploited in various ways, to complete the process of national liberation from the last residues of European colonialism, to wage war on one another in an attempt to reorganize the political space of surrounding regions, and to oust U.S. client states from power. Riding this rising tide of turbulence, which they neither created nor controlled but from which they gained in prestige and power as the designated antagonists of the Cold War order, the ruling groups of the USSR lost sight of the underlying configuration of power and dispatched their army to Afghanistan to do what the more powerful U.S. Army had failed to do in Vietnam. This sudden reversal of relationships of power in the world system in favor of the Third and Second Worlds, the South and the East, was in itself a highly depressing experience for the bourgeoisie of the West in general and of the United States in particular. but the reversal was all the more depressing because of its association with an equally sudden escalation of intercapitalist competition that reduced real returns to capital to unreasonable levels. The association was not accidental. The price of crude oil had already begun to rise prior to the shock of 1973. But it was the virtual acknowledgement of defeat by the U.S. government in Vietnam, followed immediately by the shattering of the myth of Israeli invincibility during the Yom Kippur War, that energized OPEC into effectively protecting its members from the depreciation of the dollar and in imposing on the First World a substantial oil rent. Combined with the preceding pay explosion, the explosion of oil prices forced First World enterprises to compete even more intensely than they already were for the Third World's supplies of labor and energy, as well as for the purchasing power that was trickling down to some Third World countries in the form of higher real prices for crude oil and other raw materials. Soon, the unregulated recycling of petrodollars into practically unlimited loans for select Third World countries turned this trickle-down into a flood. For a few years it seemed that capital had become so abundant as to be almost a free good. Control over the world's purchasing power, the beginning and end of the capitalist accumulation of capital, was slipping from First World states, directly or indirectly assisting the power pursuits of Third and Second World states. The attempt of the U.S. government to cope with the situation by relying on the manipulation of regional balances of power perhaps helped in some directions but ended in disaster where success mattered most, in the Middle East. Massive investments of money and prestige in building up Iran as the main lever of U.S. power in the region went up in smoke when the friendly regime of the Shah was displaced by the unfriendly regime of the Ayatollahs. This new setback for U.S. world power, which not accidentally brought in its train the crisis of confidence in the U.S. dollar, the second oil shock, and the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, finally convinced the U.S. government that the time had come to abandon the New Deal tradition of confrontation with private high finance, and to seek instead by all available means the latter's assistance in regaining the upper hand in the global power struggle. The resulting alliance yielded returns that went beyond the rosiest expectations. The re-centralization of purchasing power within the United States achieved almost instantly what U.S. military might acting alone could not. The devastating effects of U.S. restrictive monetary policies, high real interest rates, and deregulation on Third World states quickly brought them to their knees. The tightening of U.S. monetary policies drastically curtailed the demand for Third World supplies. As a result, between 1980 and 1988 the real prices of the South's commodity exports declined by some 40% and oil prices by 50%. And as the London interbank offering rate for Eurodollars shot up from less than 11% in mid-1977 to over 20% in early 1981, payments to service debts soared. Latin American service payments, for example, increased from less than a third of its exports in 1977 to almost two-thirds in 1982. The ensuing generalized state of de facto bankruptcy completed the reversal of the fortunes of Third World states in world financial markets. In recounting a visit to a Mexican funding manager, Jeffrey Frieden gives us a graphic portrayal of the reversal. When I visited in September 1982, he showed me his empty anteroom in despair. 6 months ago, he said, there were so many bankers in here you couldn't walk across the room. Now they don't even answer my telephone calls. As if by magic, the wheel had turned. From then on, it would no longer be First World bankers begging Third World states to borrow their overabundant capital, it would be Third World states begging First World governments and bankers to grant them the credit needed to stay afloat in an increasingly integrated, competitive, and shrinking world market. To make things worse for the South and better for the West, Third World states were soon joined in their cutthroat competition for mobile capital by Second World states. In taking advantage of the overabundance of capital of the 1970s, some of these states had moved quickly to hook up to the global circuits of capital by assuming financial obligations among the heaviest in the world. When capital became scarce again, the Soviet bloc as a whole suddenly felt the cold winds of competition blowing. Bogged down in its own Vietnam and challenged by a new escalation of the armament race with the United States, the atrophied structures of the Soviet state began to crumble. Thus, while the party for the Third and Second Worlds was over, the bourgeoisie of the West came to enjoy a belle époque in many ways reminiscent of the wonderful moment of the European bourgeoisie 80 years earlier. The most striking similarity between the two belles époques has been the almost complete lack of realization on the part of their beneficiaries that the sudden and unprecedented prosperity that they had come to enjoy did not rest on a resolution of the crisis of accumulation that had preceded the beautiful times. On the contrary, the newly found prosperity rested on a shift of the crisis from one set of relations to another set of relations. It was only a question of time before the crisis would re-emerge in more troublesome forms. Epilogue. Can capitalism survive success? Some 50 years ago Joseph Schumpeter advanced the double thesis that the actual and prospective performance of the capitalist system is such as to negative the idea of its breaking down under the weight of economic failure, but that its very success undermines the social institutions which protect it, and inevitably creates conditions in which it will not be able to live. Strange as it may seem today, when this double thesis was advanced, the least plausible of the two contentions was the first rather than the second. Capitalism as a world system was then in the midst of one of the most serious crises of its history, and the most relevant question seemed to be not whether capitalism would survive, but by what combination of reforms and revolutions it would die. In any event, few were prepared to bet on the chances that capitalism had sufficient residual vitality to generate for another half a century or so the same rates of overall economic growth it had generated in the half a century preceding 1928, a distinct historical possibility, in Schumpeter's view. The underlying thesis of this study is that history may prove Schumpeter right not once but twice. His contention that another successful run was well within the reach of historical capitalism has of course been proved right. But the chances are that over the next half-century or so, history will also prove right his contention that every successful run creates conditions under which it becomes more and more difficult for capitalism to survive. The main target of Schumpeter's argument was the view dominant at the time that the displacement of perfect competition by the monopolistic practices of big business, or of competitive by monopoly capitalism, as Marxists put it, involved a fundamental weakening of capitalism's earlier capacity to overcome its recurrent crises and to generate over time large increases in total and per capita incomes. Against this view, Schumpeter argued that, historically, perfect competition had hardly ever existed and, in any event, it had no title to being set up as a model of efficiency in the promotion of long-term economic growth. On the contrary, a system of business enterprise consisting of large and powerful units of control had all the alleged advantages of perfect competition without its disadvantages. On the one hand, the competition that really mattered in the promotion of long-term growth, the competition, that is, which arises from the new commodity, the new technology, the new source of supply, the new type of organization, had been more intense in the presence of large business units than in their absence. On the other hand, the restrictive practices to which big business could and did resort with greater ease and frequency than small business were in the nature of devices needed to secure a space, for long-range planning and to protect business against temporary disorganization of the market. Hence, restraints of trade may in the end produce not only steadier but also greater expansion of total output than could be secured by an entirely uncontrolled onward rush that cannot fail to be studded with catastrophes. In other words, for Schumpeter, competitive and restrictive practices were not mutually exclusive features of opposite market structures but obverse sides of the same process of creative destruction, which in his scheme of things was the essential fact about capitalism. There is no more of a paradox in this than there is in saying that motor cars are traveling faster than they otherwise would because they are provided with brakes. That introduce new commodities or processes, or else reorganize a part or the whole of an industry, are aggressors by nature and wield the really effective weapon of competition. Their intrusion can only in the rarest of cases fail to improve total output in quantity or quality, both through the new method itself, even if at no time used to full advantage, and through the pressure it exerts on the pre-existing firms. But these aggressors are so circumstanced as to require, for purposes of attack and defense, also pieces of armor other than price and quality of their product which, moreover, must be strategically manipulated all along so that at any point of time they seem to be doing nothing but restricting their output and keeping prices high. Schumpeter's point in underscoring the growth potential inherent in the capitalism of big business was not to maintain that such potential would necessarily be realized. The 30s, he wrote, may well turn out to have been the last gasp of capitalism. In his view, the Second World War, during which he was writing, greatly increased the chances that this possibility would actually materialize in a transition to socialism, or that humanity, as he put it, before it choke in the dungeon of socialism, would burn up in the horrors of imperialist wars. All Schumpeter wished to establish was that there were no purely economic reasons why capitalism should not have another successful run. Whether we agree or not with the details or even the main thrust of Schumpeter's argument, there can be little doubt that big business capitalism, for all its restrictive practices, has had over the last 50 years as successful a run as any other kind of previously existing capitalism. Contrary to Schumpeter's expectation, however, big business capitalism was given a chance to demonstrate all its growth potential precisely because of the horrors and glories of the Second World War. Big business seized the chance, but the chance itself was created by big government, which had grown big through and because of the war, and grew even bigger in response to the challenges posed by communist revolution in Eurasia. Writing at the same time as Schumpeter, Karl Polanyi focused more on government than on business and advanced a thesis which nicely complements Schumpeter's. While Schumpeter's target was the alleged superiority of a mythical competitive age of capitalism, Polanyi's target was the 19th century idea of a self-regulating market. This idea, he maintained, implied a stark utopia. Such an institution could not exist for any length of time without annihilating the human and natural substance of society. It would have physically destroyed man and transformed his surroundings into wilderness. Inevitably, society took measures to protect itself, but whatever measures it took impaired the self-regulation of the market, disorganized industrial life, and thus endangered society in yet another way. It was this dilemma which forced the development of the market system into a definite groove and finally disrupted the social organization based upon it. Commenting on the social catastrophes that accompanied the final liquidation in the 1930s of the 19th century world order, Polanyi went on to assert that the only alternative to this disastrous condition of affairs was the establishment of an international order endowed with an organized power which would transcend national sovereignty. Such a course, however, was entirely beyond the horizon of the time. No country in Europe, not to mention the United States, would have submitted to such a system. As Polanyi was writing, the Roosevelt administration was already sponsoring the formation of the interstatal organizations which foreshadowed such an order. As it turned out, neither the Bretton Woods nor the UN organizations established in the mid-1940s were actually empowered to exercise the world governmental functions they were supposed to in Roosevelt's vision of the post-war world order. Nevertheless, the exceptional world power of the United States at the end of the Second World War enabled the U.S. government itself to exercise those functions effectively for about 20 years. Throughout this period the idea of a self-regulating market was rejected in principle and in practice by the U.S. government, whose power strategies came instead to be based on radically different premises. One such premise was that world markets could be re-established and expanded only through their conscious administration by governments and large business organizations. In addition, U.S. action was premised on a clear understanding that this re-establishment and expansion of world markets, as well as the national security and prosperity of the United States, required a massive redistribution of liquidity from the U.S. domestic economy to the rest of the world. This redistribution was originally envisaged by Roosevelt as an extension to the entire world of his domestic New Deal. Such an idea turned out to be beyond the horizon of the time. The redistribution did nonetheless materialize under the Truman and successive administrations through the invention and skillful management of the Cold War as a highly effective means of winning the consensus of the U.S. Congress for the exercise of world governmental functions in both the monetary and military spheres. The prodigious expansion of trade and production experienced by the capitalist world economy as a whole from about 1950 to about 1970, during which Truman's Cold War world order remained firmly in place, provides strong evidence in support of Schumpeter's contention that the growth potential of big business capitalism was second to none. But it also provides strong counterfactual evidence in support of Polanyi's contention that world markets can yield positive rather than disastrously negative results only if they are governed, and that the very existence of world markets for any length of time requires some kind of world governance. In the light of this strong evidence, the sudden revival in the 1980s of 19th-century beliefs in a self-regulating market and the contemporaneous rediscovery of the virtues of small business by theorists of flexible specialization and informalization may seem surprising. This tendency, however, is not as bizarre or as anachronistic as it appears at first sight. As a matter of fact, it fits well in the long-established pattern, first observed by Henry Piron, of alternating phases of economic freedom and of economic regulation. It is entirely possible that the revival of previously superseded beliefs in free markets and individualism typical of the 1980s is the harbinger of yet another long swing in Piron's pendulum towards economic freedom. The very success of administered markets in promoting economic expansion in the 1950s and 1960s has disorganized the conditions of economic regulation and has simultaneously created the conditions for the enlarged reproduction of the informal capitalism typical of the 16th and 19th centuries. As in all previous swings, an organizational thrust in one direction has called forth an organizational thrust in the opposite direction. As Larissa Lomnitz has argued with reference to national economies, the more a social system is bureaucratically formalized, regulated, planned, and yet unable to fully satisfy social requirements, the more it tends to create informal mechanisms that escape the control of the system. These informal mechanisms grow in the interstices of the formal system, thrive on its inefficiencies, and tend to perpetuate them by compensating for shortcomings and by generating factions and interest groups within the system. Formal economies create their own informality primarily because, in Richard Adams's words, the more we organize society, the more resistant it becomes to our abilities to organize it. What is true of national economies is true a fortiori of world economies which, by definition, encompass multiple political jurisdictions and are therefore more difficult to organize, regulate, and plan bureaucratically. Yet, attempts to do so have played as critical a role in the formation and expansion of the capitalist world economy as the opposite tendency towards informalization. The successful development of formally organized and regulated Venetian capitalism called forth as a counter-tendency the formation of informally organized and regulated Genoese diaspora capitalism. The full expansion of Genoese capitalism, in its turn, called forth the Dutch revival of formally organized and regulated capitalism through the formation of powerful joint stock chartered companies. And as the expansion of these companies attained its limits, informal capitalism triumphed once again under British free trade imperialism, only to be superseded in its turn by the formal capitalism of US big government and big business. Each swing in the pendulum originated in the dysfunctions of whatever organizational thrust, formal or informal, happened to be dominant at the beginning of the swing. The regulatory thrust of the US regime developed in response to the dysfunctions of the deregulatory thrust of the British regime. And so today's deregulatory thrust may well be indicative of a new swing of the capitalist world economy towards economic freedom, as implicitly predicted by Piron 80 years ago. It is also possible, however, that this new swing towards economic freedom will be nipped in the bud by the countervailing tendencies that its very scale, intensity, and speed are calling forth. As our investigation has shown, each swing in Piron's pendulum did not bring the organizational structures of the capitalist world economy back to where they were before the preceding swing. Rather, the structures that have emerged out of the successive swings were larger and more complex than earlier ones. Each one of them combined features of the structures which it superseded with features of the structures which it revived. Moreover, the speed of each swing, as measured by the period of time that it has taken each regime to form, become dominant, and attain its limits, has increased steadily with the scale and scope of the leading agencies of systemic processes of capital accumulation. In the concluding section of Chapter 3, we trace this pattern to the tendency of the capitalist accumulation of capital to overcome its imminent organizational barriers by means, in Marx's words, which again place these barriers in its way on a more formidable scale. Historically, the crises of overaccumulation that marked the transition from one organizational structure to another also created the conditions for the emergence of ever more powerful governmental and business agencies capable of solving the crises through a reconstitution of the capitalist world economy on larger and more comprehensive foundations. As anticipated in the introduction, however, this process is necessarily limited in time. Sooner or later, it must reach a stage at which the crisis of overaccumulation cannot bring into existence an agency powerful enough to reconstitute the system on larger and more comprehensive foundations. Or, if it does, the agency that emerges out of the crisis may be so powerful as to bring to an end the interstate competition for mobile capital which since the 15th century, in Weber's words, created the largest opportunities for modern Western capitalism. There are indeed signs that we may have entered such a stage. Partial as the current revival of a self-regulating world market has actually been, it has already issued unbearable verdicts. Entire communities, countries, even continents, as in the case of sub-Saharan Africa, have been declared redundant, superfluous to the changing economy of capital accumulation on a world scale. Combined with the collapse of the world power and territorial empire of the USSR, the unplugging of these redundant communities and locales from the world supply system has triggered innumerable, mostly violent feuds over who is more superfluous than whom, or, more simply, over the appropriation of resources that were made absolutely scarce by the unplugging. Generally speaking, these feuds have been diagnosed and treated not as expressions of the self-protection of society against the disruption of established ways of life under the impact of intensifying world market competition, which for the most part is what they are. Rather, they have been diagnosed and treated as the expression of atavistic hatreds or of power struggles among local bullies, both of which have played at best only a secondary role. As long as this kind of diagnosis and treatment prevails, the chances are that violence in the world system at large will get even more out of control than it already has, thereby creating unmanageable law and order problems for capital accumulation on a world scale, as in Samir Amin's empire of chaos. The uncontainability of violence in the contemporary world is closely associated with the withering away of the modern system of territorial states as the primary locus of world power. As argued in Chapter 1, the granting of rights of self-determination to the peoples of Asia and Africa has been accompanied by the imposition of unprecedented restrictions on the actual sovereignty rights of nation-states and by the formation of equally unprecedented expectations about the domestic and foreign duties attached to sovereignty. Combined with the internalization of world-scale processes of production and exchange within the organizational domains of transnational corporations and with the resurgence of suprastatal world financial markets, these unprecedented restrictions and expectations have translated into strong pressures to relocate the authority of nation-states both upward and downward. In recent years, the most significant pressure to relocate authority upward has been the tendency to counter escalating systemic chaos with a process of world government formation. In a wholly unplanned fashion, and under the pressure of events, the dormant suprastatal organizations established by the Roosevelt administration in the closing years of the Second World War have been hurriedly revitalized to perform the most urgent functions of world governance which the U.S. state could neither neglect nor perform single-handed. Already during the second Reagan administration, and against its original intentions, the IMF was empowered to act in the role of Ministry of World Finance. Under the Bush administration, this role was strengthened and, more importantly, the UN Security Council was empowered to act in the role of Ministry of World Police. And under both administrations, the regular meetings of the Group of Seven made this body look more and more like a committee for managing the common affairs of the world bourgeoisie. As these suprastatal organizations of world governance were being revitalized, the Bush administration spoke ever more insistently of the need to create a new world order to replace the defunct post-war U.S. order. World orders, however, are more easily destroyed than they are created. As it turned out, the Bush administration's seemingly unflinching belief in self-regulating markets, and its consequent neglect of the U.S. domestic economy in the face of a persistent recession, led to its defeat in the 1992 presidential election. But the problems that had driven it to seek interstatal forms of world governance remained. The chances are that they will continue to drive the U.S. government in the same direction regardless of the political orientation of the present and future administrations. Whether this drive will succeed in its objectives is an altogether different question. The very extent and severity of the current crisis of overaccumulation, and the high speed at which it is unfolding, may easily bring about a situation in which the task of creating minimally effective structures of world government surpasses the limited capabilities of the United States and its allies. This outcome is all the more likely in view of the fact that the crisis has been accompanied by a fundamental spatial shift in the epicenter of systemic processes of capital accumulation. Shifts of this kind have occurred in all the crises and financial expansions that have marked the transition from one systemic cycle of accumulation to another. As Pyron suggested, each transition to a new stage of capitalist development has involved a change in leadership in world-scale processes of capital accumulation. And as Brodel suggested, each change of guard at the commanding heights of the capitalist world economy reflected the victory of a new region over an old region. Whether we are about to witness a change of guard at the commanding heights of the capitalist world economy and the beginning of a new stage of capitalist development is still unclear. But the displacement of an old region by a new region as the most dynamic center of processes of capital accumulation on a world scale is already a reality. As a first approximation, the extent of the East Asian Great Leap Forward in processes of capital accumulation can be gauged from the trends depicted in Figure E.1. The figure shows the most conspicuous instances of catching up since the Second World War with the level of per capita income of the organic core of the capitalist world economy. As defined elsewhere, the organic core consists of all the states that over the last half-century or so have consistently occupied the top positions of the global value-added hierarchy and, in virtue of that position, have set the standards of wealth which all their governments have sought to maintain and all other governments have sought to attain. Broadly speaking, the members of the organic core during the U.S. cycle have been North America, Western Europe, and Australia. E.1 The rise of East Asia in comparative perspective. Japan's catching up is clearly the most sustained and spectacular. To be sure, the Japanese trajectory in the 1940s and 1950s is strikingly similar to the German and Italian trajectories. They all more or less recover in the 1950s what they had lost in the 1940s. Nevertheless, starting in the 1960s, the Japanese catching up proceeds much faster than that of its former Axis allies. By 1970, Japanese per capita GNP had overtaken the Italian, by 1985, it had overtaken the German, and soon afterwards it overtook that of the organic core as a whole. Figure E.1 also shows that the regional economic miracle did not really begin until the 1970s, that is, until after the signal crisis of the U.S. regime of accumulation. In the 1960s South Korea was still a basket case among low-income countries, as people at the Agency for International Development used to call it through the mid-1960s. And although in the latter half of the 1960s South Korean per capita GNP increased rapidly, it did not recoup the losses of the preceding 5 years. The two city-states of Hong Kong and Singapore fared better, but no better than much bigger middle-income non-East Asian states, such as Spain. Among the future four tigers or Gang of Four, in the 1960s Taiwan did best, but remained well within the boundaries of the low-income stratum of the world economy. All in all, through the 1960s only Japan's performance was exceptional by world standards. As in Kename Akamatsu's Flying Geese model, the takeoff of the Japanese Great Leap Forward preceded and led the regional takeoff. It is only in the 1970s, and above all in the 1980s, with the crisis of developmental efforts everywhere else in the world, that the exceptionalism of East Asia began to emerge in all its starkness. As Bruce Cummings has underscored, The economic miracles of Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan can be understood only by paying due attention to the fundamental unity and integrity of the regional effort in this century. Focusing on industrial expansion, Cummings sees the post-1955 long swing of Japanese industrial growth as being only marginally more successful than the earlier long swing of the 1930s, which first promoted the massive industrialization of Japan's colonies. Japan is among the very few imperial powers to have located modern heavy industry in its colonies, steel, chemicals, hydroelectric facilities in Korea and Manchuria, and automobile production for a time in the latter. By 1941, factory employment, including mining, stood at 181,000 in Taiwan. Manufacturing grew at an annual average rate of about 8% during the 1930s. Industrial development was much greater in Korea. By 1940, 213,000 Koreans were working in industry, excluding miners, and not counting the hundreds of thousands of Koreans who migrated to factory or mine work in Japan proper and in Manchuria. Net value of mining and manufacturing grew by 266% between 1929 and 1941. By 1945, Korea had an industrial infrastructure that, although sharply skewed toward metropolitan interests, was among the best developed in the Third World. As we have been arguing throughout this study, rates of industrial expansion, or for that matter of production in a narrow sense, are highly unreliable indicators of the success or failure of states in the struggle for competitive advantage in a capitalist world economy. From Edward II's England to Bismarck's Germany, or indeed Stalin's Russia, no matter how rapid, industrial expansion as such never helped much in moving up the value-added hierarchy of the capitalist world economy. Historically, in the absence of other, more essential ingredients, rapid industrialization has not translated into a commensurate narrowing of existing value-added gaps. Worse still, it has translated more than once into unmitigated national disasters. This has been the case, we have argued, with the spectacular industrial expansion of Imperial Germany of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and this has been the case, we may now add, with the less spectacular but nonetheless quite significant industrial expansion of Japan and of its colonial hinterland in the 1930s. For all its industrialization, at the outbreak of the Second World War, Japan remained a middle-income state with a per capita GNP about one-fifth that of the organic core, in an economic position not all that different from the one it had already attained before the industrialization effort of the 1930s. From what the scanty data available can tell us, Korea and Taiwan did no better, and possibly worse. Rapid industrialization and greater exploitation left both colonies stranded in the low-income stratum, with a per capita GNP well below 10% or that of the organic core. Rapid industrialization did, of course, turn Japan into a more than respectable military power, which was the real purpose of the industrialization drive. But again, as in the case of Imperial and then Nazi Germany, all the incremental gains in world military and political power that accrued to Japan in virtue of rapid industrialization turned into a huge loss as soon as they began to interfere with the power pursuits of the declining and rising hegemons. As Cummings himself remarks, in the interwar period Japan's striving toward core power status resembled less flying geese than a moth toward a flame. What has made the economic expansion of East Asia over the last 20-30 years a true capitalist success, in contrast with the catastrophic failure of pre-war and wartime expansion, is not rapid industrialization as such. A narrowing of the gap in the degree of industrialization between high-income countries on the one side, and of low and middle-income countries on the other, has been a feature of the capitalist world economy at large since the 1960s. But as figure E.2 shows, this narrowing of the industrialization gap, and its closing in so far as the middle-income group is concerned, has not been associated with a narrowing of the income gap. On the contrary, the race to industrialize ended in the early 1980s with a sharp increase in the income gap, particularly for the middle-income group. E.2 Income gaps versus industrialization gaps. If we speak at all of an East Asian economic miracle or great leap forward, it is precisely because of the extent to which several of the region's political jurisdictions have escaped this trap. In these few cases, rapid industrial expansion has been accompanied by upward mobility in the value-added and in the surplus capital hierarchies of the capitalist world economy. From both points of view, the Japanese exploit stands head and shoulders above all others within or outside East Asia. The speed and extent of the Japanese acquisition of a larger share of the world's income and liquidity have no parallel in the contemporary world economy. They put the Japanese capitalist class in a category of its own as the true heir of the Genos, the Dutch, the British, and the US capitalist classes at the time of their respective great leaps forward as new leaders of systemic processes of capital accumulation. As we shall see, it is not at all clear whether the emergent Japanese leadership can actually translate into a fifth systemic cycle of accumulation. But whether it will or not, the extent of the Japanese advance in systemic processes of capital accumulation since the signal crisis of the US regime is far greater than the trajectories depicted in Figure E.1 already imply. For one thing, the trajectories show per capita data. But Japan, on average, had about twice the population of former West Germany or Italy, 3 to 4 times the population of Spain or South Korea, and about 10 times the population of Taiwan or of Singapore and Hong Kong combined. In comparison with other upwardly mobile states, therefore, the increase in the Japanese share of world value added has been more massive than the steeper ascent of its relative per capita income already indicates. More importantly, this spectacular upgrading of a sizable demographic mass in the stratified structure of the capitalist world economy was accompanied by an equally spectacular advance in the world of high finance. Suffice it to say that already in 1970 11 of Fortune's top 50 banks in the world were Japanese. By 1980, their number had increased to 14, and by 1990 to 22. Even more spectacular was the increase in the Japanese share of the total assets of the same top 50 banks, from 18% in 1970, to 27% in 1980, to 48% in 1990. In addition, by the late 1980s the 4 largest Japanese security houses had turned into the top Eurobond underwriters, while Tokyo's bond, foreign exchange, and equities markets had all begun to match in size their New York counterparts. Although less dramatic than the Japanese advance, the ascent of South Korea and Taiwan and of the city-states of Singapore and Hong Kong is in itself quite impressive by the standards of the contemporary world economy. South Korea and Taiwan are the only 2 states that under the US regime of accumulation have succeeded in moving from the low-income to the middle-income group of states. And Singapore and Hong Kong are the only ones with Spain to have moved in a stable fashion from the lower to the upper reaches of the middle-income group. To repeat, this was not a question of industrialization as such. In the 1980s, other states in the region have experienced rapid industrialization, but no upward mobility in the value-added hierarchy of the capitalist world economy. Thus, rates of growth of manufacturing in Southeast Asia have been among the highest in the world, the average annual rate of growth between 1980 and 1988 being 6.8% in Thailand, 7.3% in Malaysia, and 13.1% in Indonesia, as against an average annual rate of growth of 3.8% for all countries reporting to the World Bank and of 3.2% for all high-income countries. Yet, World Bank data show that in the same period all 3 countries lost ground relative to the organic core as far as per capita incomes are concerned, the ratio of their per capita GNP to the per capita GNP of the organic core showing a decrease of 7% in the case of Thailand, 23% in the case of Malaysia, and 34% in the case of Indonesia. Moreover, also in the case of the 4 tigers, what is most impressive about their economic expansion since 1970 is the extent to which they have managed to become active participants and major beneficiaries of the financial expansion. Since the late 1960s, Singapore has been closely involved in the creation of the Asian dollar market and in providing an offshore base of operations for the euro currency network of banks. Hong Kong followed soon afterwards, and in 1982 became the 3rd largest financial center in the world after London and New York in terms of foreign banks represented. Taiwan for its part specialized in accumulating foreign cash reserves. By March 1992, it held $82.5 billion in official reserves, topping the international ranking by a good margin over Japan, which came second with $70.9 billion. South Korea, the only one of the four to become indebted in the 1970s, has continued to enjoy abundant credit in the 1980s, and it has even experienced an explosive growth in the inflow of direct foreign investment, from a yearly average of about $100 million in the 1970s, to $170 million in 1984, and to $625 million in 1987. Moreover, like the three smaller tigers, South Korea has itself become one of the largest direct foreign investors in the East and Southeast Asian region. By the late 1980s, the four tigers as a group surpassed both the United States and Japan as the leading investors in ASEAN countries, accounting for 35.6% of the total flow of foreign direct investment in 1988 and 26.3% in 1989. In short, Japanese and East Asian exceptionalism in the midst of the crisis and financial expansion of the U.S. regime of accumulation is not adequately or reliably gauged by the continuing sustained industrial expansion of the region. The most important sign of the rise of East Asia to a new epicenter of systemic processes of capital accumulation is that several of its jurisdictions have made major advances in the value-added and world money hierarchy of the capitalist world economy. To be sure, the share of value added of the East Asian capitalist archipelago is still considerably less than that of the traditional seats of capitalist power, and the private and public financial institutions of these traditional seats are still in control of the production and regulation of world money. As the 6:1 representation in the group of 7 shows, North American and Western European states collectively still rule the roost at the commanding heights of the capitalist world economy. And yet, for what concerns the material expansion of the capitalist world economy, East Asian capitalism has already come to occupy a leading position. In 1980, trans-Pacific trade began to surpass transatlantic trade in value. By the end of the decade, it was 112 times greater. At the same time, trade between countries on the Asian side of the Pacific Rim was on the point of surpassing in value trade across the Pacific. This shift in the primary seat of the material expansion of capital from North America to East Asia constitutes an additional powerful stimulus for the US-sponsored tendency towards the formation of suprastatal structures of world government. But it also constitutes a formidable obstacle to the actual realization of that same tendency. It constitutes a powerful stimulus, because the formation of suprastatal structures of world government provides the United States and its European allies with an opportunity to harness the vitality of East Asian capitalism to the goal of prolonging Western hegemony in the contemporary world. But it constitutes a formidable obstacle, because the vitality of East Asian capitalism has become a major limitation and factor of instability for the collapsing structures of U.S. hegemony. A contradictory relationship between the vitality of an emergent capitalist agency and a still dominant capitalist order has been characteristic of all the transitions from one systemic cycle of accumulation to another. In the past, the contradiction was resolved through the collapse of the dominant order and a change of guard at the commanding heights of the capitalist world economy. In order to assess the chances that this is what we are once again about to witness, we must briefly investigate the sources of the vitality of the emergent capitalism as an integral aspect of the contradictions of the old regime. The rise of the Japanese capitalist phoenix from the ashes of Japanese imperialism after the Second World War originated in the establishment of a relationship of political exchange between the U.S. government and the ruling groups of Japan. Thanks to this relationship, the Japanese capitalist class, like the Genoese capitalist class 4 centuries earlier, has been in a position to externalize protection costs and specialize one-sidedly in the pursuit of profit. As Franz Sherman remarked in the heyday of the Liberal Democratic Party regime, in Coolidge's America of the 1920s, the business of the LDP-dominated government of Japan is business. By dealing a fatal blow to Japanese nationalism, militarism, and imperialism, defeat in the Second World War and U.S. occupation were the essential ingredients of the extraordinary post-war triumph of capitalism in Japan, as in different ways they were in West Germany. Defeat in the Second World War ipso facto translated into the collapse of Japanese imperialism, and U.S. occupation completed the job by destroying the organizational structures of nationalism and militarism. These were prerequisites for the new post-war Japanese political system, but the context which finally allowed it to achieve its full triumph was the restoration of the world economy by the United States. Freed from the burden of defense spending, Japanese governments have funneled all their resources and energies into an economic expansionism that has brought affluence to Japan and taken its business to the farthest reaches of the globe. War has been an issue only in that the people and the conservative government have resisted involvement in foreign wars like Korea and Vietnam. Making what concessions were necessary under the security treaty with the Americans, the government has sought only involvement that would bring economic profit to Japanese enterprise. U.S. patronage itself was initially the primary source of the profits of Japanese enterprise. When Korea came along and saved us, as Acheson's famous remark went, the us included Japan. The Korean War drew the northeast boundaries of Pacific capitalism until the 1980s, while functioning as Japan's Marshall Plan. War procurements propelled Japan along its world-beating industrial path. Before the onset of the Cold War, the main objective pursued by the United States in Japan was the dismantling of military capabilities without much concern for the revival of the Japanese economy. Reconstruction was perceived as an urgent need both of Japan and of the countries against which Japan had committed aggression. Nevertheless, as a 1946 U.S. report on reparations stated bluntly, and the overall comparison of needs, Japan should have last priority. Within less than 1 year, however, the launching of the Cold War brought in its wake a complete reversal of this confrontational thrust. George Kennan's policy of containment was always limited and parsimonious, based on the idea that 4 or 5 industrial structures existed in the world, the Soviets had 1 and the United States had 4, and things should be kept that way. In Asia, only Japan held his interest. The rest were incontinent regimes, and how could one have containment with incontinence? Kennan and his policy planning staff played the key role in pushing through the reverse course in Japan. With hot war breaking out in Korea and the Cold War gathering pace through US and Western European rearmament, soon the most incontinent of all regimes became the US regime itself. By 1964 in Japan alone, the US government had spent $7.2 billion in offshore procurements and other military expenditures. Altogether, in the 20-year period 1950 to 70, US aid to Japan averaged $500 million a year. Military and economic aid to South Korea and Taiwan combined was even more massive. In the period 1946 to 78, aid to South Korea amounted to $13 billion and to Taiwan $5.6 billion. U.S. incontinence, far from weakening, strengthened U.S. interest in buttressing Japanese regional economic power as a means of U.S. world political power. Already in 1949, the U.S. government had shown some awareness of the virtues of a triangular trade between the United States, Japan, and Southeast Asia, giving certain advantages in production costs of various commodities. Nevertheless, throughout the 1950s the U.S. government had more pressing priorities than containing costs. One such priority was to revive Japan's industrial capabilities, even at the cost of re-establishing a reformed version of the centralized governmental and business structures of the 1930s, including the big banks that had occupied their commanding heights. Another priority was to force on its reluctant European partners, and Britain in particular, admittance of Japan to the GATT. But once the recovery of the Japanese domestic economy had been consolidated and U.S. financial largesse began to attain its limits, the containment of costs did become a consideration and Japan's role in the East Asian regional economy was thoroughly redefined. One of Walt W. Rostow's first projects, when he joined the Kennedy administration in 1961, was to get South Korea and Taiwan moving toward export-led policies and to reintegrate them with the booming Japanese economy. Facing America's first trade deficits, the Kennedy administration sought to move away from the expensive and draining security programs of the Eisenhower years and toward regional pump priming that would bring an end to the bulk grant aid of the 1950s and make allies like Korea and Taiwan more self-sufficient. In the 1950s, the U.S. had promoted the separate integration of Japan and of its former colonies within its own networks of trade, power, and patronage. In the 1960s, under the impact of tightening financial constraints, it began promoting their mutual integration in regional trade networks centered on Japan. To this end, the U.S. government actively encouraged South Korea and Taiwan to overcome their nationalist resentment against Japan's colonialist past and to open their doors to Japanese trade and investment. Under U.S. hegemony, Japan thus gained costlessly that economic hinterland it had fought so hard to obtain through territorial expansion in the first half of the 20th century and had eventually lost in the catastrophe of the Second World War. Japan actually won much more than an East Asian economic hinterland. Through the intervention of the U.S. government, it obtained admission to the GATT and privileged access to the U.S. market and to U.S. overseas military expenditures. Moreover, the U.S. government tolerated an administrative closure of the Japanese economy to foreign private enterprise which would have resulted in almost any other government being placed among the free world's foes in the Cold War crusade. It goes without saying that the U.S. government was not motivated by benevolence. Logistics as much as politics required that the U.S. government buttress, if necessary through protection from the competition of U.S. big business, the several foreign centers of industrial production and capital accumulation on which the superior capabilities of the free world vis-a-vis the communist world rested. And it so happened that Japan was both the weakest among these centers and the one of greatest strategic value owing to its proximity to the theater of operations of the continuing U.S. war with Asia, first in Korea, then in Vietnam, and throughout in the containment of China. Japan also happened to be a highly effective and efficient servant of what James O'Connor has called the U.S. warfare, welfare state. The cost advantages of incorporating Japanese business as an intermediary between U.S. purchasing power and cheap Asian labor, as adumbrated in the first draft of NSC 48/1, became particularly useful in the 1960s when the tightening of financial constraints began threatening a fiscal crisis in the United States. It was this impending crisis more than anything else that shaped the context in which the growth of U.S. imports from Japan became explosive, tripling between 1964 and 1970 with the consequent transformation of the previous U.S. trade surplus with Japan into a $1.4 billion deficit. This explosive growth of Japanese exports to the wealthy U.S. market as well as its trade surplus, was a critical ingredient in the simultaneous take-off of Japan's great leap forward in world-scale processes of capital accumulation. Nevertheless, it was not due in any measure to an aggressive Japanese neo-mercantilist stance. Rather, it was due to the growing need of the U.S. government to cheapen supplies essential to its power pursuits, both at home and abroad. Were it not for the massive procurement of means of war and livelihood from Japanese sources at much lower costs than they could be obtained in the United States or anywhere else, the simultaneous escalation of U.S. welfare expenditures at home and of warfare expenditures abroad of the 1960s would have been far more crippling financially than it already was. Japanese trade surpluses were not the cause of the financial troubles of the U.S. government. The increasing fiscal extravagance of the U.S. welfare state was. The Japanese capitalist class promptly seized the chance to profit from U.S. needs to economize in the procurement of means of war and livelihood. But by so doing, it was servicing the power pursuits of the U.S. government as effectively as any other capitalist class of the free world. In short, up to the signal crisis of the U.S. regime of accumulation, Japan remained a uninvited guest in the exclusive club of the rich and powerful nations of the West. It was a perfect example of what Emanuel Wallerstein has called development by invitation. By and large, Japan was also a very discreet guest. The expansion of its exports to the United States had been administratively regulated from the start, so much so that in 1971 an estimated 34% of its trade with the United States was covered by restrictive voluntary agreements. Equally important, as Figure 4.3 shows, the intensifying competitive struggle through escalating foreign direct investment remained right up to the early 1970s a strictly US, European business. The overaccumulation crisis of the late 1960s and early 1970s changed all that. The US government stopped twisting the arm of its European partners and East Asian clients to make room for the capitalist expansion of Japan. It began instead twisting the arm of the Japanese government to revalue the yen and to open up the Japanese economy to foreign capital and trade. As the rapprochement with China and the Paris Peace Accords of 1973 brought the U.S. war with Asia to a close, U.S. pressures on Japan to redistribute the benefits of its economic expansion intensified. The U.S. government turned to close the stable door, but the horse had already bolted. Or, rather, the geese were flying. The overaccumulation crisis propelled Japanese capital on a path of transnational expansion which would soon revolutionize the entire East Asian region and, perhaps, foreshadow the eventual supersession of the U.S. regime of accumulation. The central fact about this expansion is that it consisted primarily of the enlarged reproduction of the Japanese multilayered subcontracting system of business enterprise. As underscored by theorists of informalisation and flexible specialization, subcontracting systems of various kinds have flourished all over the world since about 1970. Nevertheless, as argued at greater length elsewhere, the Japanese subcontracting system, which has expanded transnationally in the 1970s and 1980s, differs in key respects from all other kinds of subcontracting systems. First, the Japanese system relies on, and tends to reproduce, a more decentralized structure of productive activities than do the subcontracting practices of big business of other core capitalist states. It is highly stratified into multiple layers consisting of primary subcontractors, secondary subcontractors, tertiary subcontractors, and so on, until the chain reaches the bottom layer, which is formed by a large mass of households that subcontract simple operations. Without the assistance of all these subordinate layers of formally independent subcontractors, notes Jetro, Japanese big business would flounder and sink. This external sourcing by Japanese big business is far greater than that undertaken by its US and Western European counterparts. For example, in 1973 among big car manufacturers the gross value added to finished vehicles was 18% in Japan, 43% for the Big Three in the United States, and 44% for Volkswagen and Benz in Germany. Greater reliance on external sourcing, in turn, was the single most important factor enabling Toyota Motor Corporation to turn out 3.22 million four-wheel cars in 1981 with only 48,000 employees, while General Motors needed 758,000 employees to produce 4.62 million cars. Second, Japanese subcontracting networks are far more stable and effective instruments of vertical and horizontal inter-enterprise cooperation than subcontracting networks in the United States and Western Europe, where subcontractors have to renegotiate more often and under greater competitive pressure from other subcontractors than do those in Japan. As a consequence, cooperation across the organizational jurisdictions of the enterprises integrated in the subcontracting network aimed at the attainment of a common goal, such as the high quality or the low price of the final output of the subcontracting chain, is more problematic than in Japan. Idealized as a family relation between parent companies and child subcontractors, cooperation between small and large firms in the Japanese system is so close that the hard and fast distinction between firms becomes very blurred. We find some supplier companies located within the plant of the parent firm. The smaller company is managed by ex-employees of the larger one, or the bulk of the small firm machinery is handed down in second-hand sales from their principal buyer. These cooperative arrangements between parent companies and subcontractors are buttressed by cooperative arrangements between the parent companies themselves in the form of semi-permanent trade agreements and intergroup stock holding. This horizontal cooperation at the top eases the procurement of inputs and the disposal of outputs within each subcontracting network, it prevents unwanted takeover bids, and it allows management to concentrate on long-term performance rather than short-term profitability. This longer-run perspective is a feature of Japanese business and is greatly helped by the existence of lead banks within affiliated groups that ensure access to loans even in periods when bank credit is restricted. Long-term cooperative arrangements between large, medium, and small businesses have been further enhanced by the activities of powerful trading companies, the Sogo Shosha. In developing outlets for the growing output of such flow process industries as steel, chemicals, petrochemicals, and synthetic fibers, the Sogo Shosha have built networks of their own of small and medium firms, to which they supply materials for downstream processing and distribution and to which they also extend financial, managerial, and marketing assistance. Like the upstream networks controlled by the large manufacturers, these downstream networks combine the market and financial power of a large enterprise with the flexibility, specific knowledge, and lower wages of small and medium enterprises. Third, and closely related to the above, the Japanese multilayered subcontracting system has endowed Japanese big business with superior capabilities to take advantage of and reproduce wage and other differentials in rewards for effort between different segments and strata of the labor force. From this point of view, the Japanese multilayered subcontracting system is but one aspect of a more general managerial strategy of inter-enterprise cooperation aimed at minimizing competition between small and large enterprises in the labor market. Another closely related aspect has been the practice of discriminating against the employment of women in the top layers of the subcontracting system, a practice that has been instrumental in reproducing a large pool of female workers who are available for the super-exploitation of the lower layers of the system. This practice is, of course, quite widespread in North America and Western Europe too. But nowhere have subcontracting, restraint in bidding employees away from other companies, and discrimination against women been pursued as coherently and systematically as in Japan. In Richard Hill's words, almost as a rule, the higher up the value-added chain, the bigger the firm, the larger the business profits, the more privileged the conditions of work and pay, and the more male-dominated the workforce. Finally, and most importantly for our purposes, the Japanese multi-layered subcontracting system has developed domestically and expanded transnationally in a close symbiotic relation with the abundant and highly competitive supply of labor of the East and Southeast Asian region. It is hardly conceivable that in the absence of such a symbiotic relation capital accumulation in Japan could have proceeded as fast as it has since the 1960s without undermining and eventually disrupting the cooperative arrangements between enterprises, on which the domestic viability and world competitiveness of the Japanese multilayered subcontracting system rests. Inevitably, the reinvestment of an ever-growing mass of profits in the expansion of trade and production within the Japanese domestic economy would have driven individual enterprises or families of enterprises to invade one another's networks and market niches in an attempt to counter downward pressures in sale prices and or upward pressures in purchase prices. This mutual invasion, in turn, would have dissolved the cooperating confraternity of Japanese business into a chaotic ensemble of intensely competing factions. A tendency of this kind actually seemed to be emerging in the mid-1960s in the form of a revival of what was popularly called excessive competition, interestingly enough, the same expression that was popular in U.S. business circles at the turn of the century. This revival was associated with growing shortages of land and labor, the prices of which, particularly the wages of young factory workers, began to rise both absolutely and relative to the selling prices of the industrial groups engaged in the competition. Initially, the decline of profit margins was more than compensated by large and increasing productivity gains. By the end of the 1960s, however, productivity gains ceased to be large enough to counter the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Still, the crisis of profitability that ensued from the intensification of competitive pressures did not disrupt the cooperative arrangements on which the multilayered subcontracting system was based. Nor did it end Japanese economic expansion. On the contrary, the multilayered subcontracting system continued to increase in scale and scope through a spillover into select East Asian locations. The spillover contributed decisively to the take-off of the regional economic miracle. But it contributed even more decisively to the tendency of the Japanese multilayered subcontracting system, not just to overcome the overaccumulation crisis, but to strengthen its competitiveness in the world economy at large through the incorporation of the labor and entrepreneurial resources of the surrounding region within its networks. Accumulated Japanese direct foreign investment had begun to grow rapidly since the mid-1960s. But after 1967, and above all after the revaluation of the yen in 1971, the growth became truly explosive. This explosive growth was due primarily to the transborder expansion of the multilayered subcontracting system aimed at recouping the cost advantages lost with the tightening of labor markets in Japan and the revaluation of the yen. It was a massive transplant of the lower value-added end of the Japanese production apparatus. The transplant involved primarily labor-intensive industries like textile, metal products, and electrical machinery. It was undertaken by large and small enterprises alike, and it was overwhelmingly directed towards Asia and, within Asia, towards the emerging four tigers. E.3 rate of increase of accumulated Japanese direct foreign investment. Large parent manufacturing companies were followed abroad by at least some members of their subcontracting families. But the most critical role in leading small Japanese business abroad was played by the Sogo Shosha. They advanced some of the funds needed, they arranged joint ventures with local partners, and they acted as agents for the import of raw materials and machinery and for the export of final outputs. They frequently secured a continuing role for themselves in the joint venture by taking a small share of the equity. Generally speaking, the foreign expansion of Japanese business was far less insistent and reliant on majority ownership than US or Western European business. Thus, in 1971, minority ownership and joint ventures accounted for about 80% of the foreign manufacturing subsidiaries of Japanese firms, as against 47% for French firms, 35% for Italian firms, about 30% for Belgian and German firms, and about 20% for US, UK, Dutch, Swedish, and Swiss firms. The foreign expansion of Japanese trade and production networks, in other words, is grossly underestimated by data on foreign direct investment because Japanese business sunk far less capital in the takeover or establishment of facilities abroad than US or Western European business did. And yet, it was precisely the informal and flexible nature of the transborder expansion of Japanese capital in the surrounding low-income region that boosted its world competitiveness at a time of generalized world cost inflation. The competitive advantages of these strategies and structures of capital accumulation were overshadowed through the mid-1970s by escalating US and Western European direct foreign investment. The Japanese share of direct foreign investment from so-called developed market economies, after jumping from less than 3% in 1970 to 71 to more than 8% in 1973 to 74, fell to less than 6% in 1979 to 80. Moreover, the escalating prices and growing uncertainty of supplies of oil and other raw materials made the securing of such supplies the top priority of the overseas expansion of Japanese enterprise. To this end, Japanese capital hedged its bets on multiple sources as a make-weight for poor connections with the producing countries. This strategy enabled Japan to weather the oil crisis. But on this terrain the looser vertical integration of Japanese business presented greater competitive disadvantages than advantages. Under these circumstances, the organizational and locational peculiarities of Japanese direct foreign investment appeared to be, and to a large extent actually were, weapons of the weak rather than the source of a fundamental competitive advantage. Thus, in sketching the main features of what he called multinationalism, Japanese style, Terutomo Ozawa pointed out how the majority of Japanese manufacturers who were investing overseas were immature by Western standards, how the outward expansion of Japanese business was the result of necessity rather than choice, that is, the result of a struggle to escape the trap of rapid industrialization within a narrow domestic economic space, and how the willingness of Japanese multinationals to work out compromises with the demands of host countries was in part due to a weak bargaining position both vis-a-vis host governments and relative to North American and Western European competitors. And yet, in the 1980s these weapons of the weak turned out to be the source of a fundamental competitive advantage in the ongoing struggle for control over the world's resources and markets. The Japanese ascent in the value-added and surplus capital hierarchies of the world economy continued unabated. But even Japan's share of foreign direct investment, which grossly underestimates the transnational expansion of Japanese business networks, more than tripled between 1979-80 and 1987-88. By 1989, this extraordinary expansion culminated in Japan's topping the international ranking of direct foreign investors in terms of investment flows, surpassing the United States by a good margin. As previously noted, by the late 1980s the recipients of the first round of Japanese outward industrial expansion, the Four Tigers or Gang of Four, had themselves become, as a group, the major direct foreign investors in ASEAN countries. As rising wages undermine the comparative advantages of the Four Tigers in the lower value-added end of industrial production, enterprises from these states joined Japanese business in tapping the still abundant and cheap labor resources of a poorer and more populous group of neighboring, mostly ASEAN, countries. The result was a second round of outward regional industrial expansion through which a larger mass of cheap labor was incorporated. This enlarged incorporation of cheap labor bolstered the vitality of the East Asian capitalist archipelago. But it also undermined the competitiveness of the labor resources on which it was based. As soon as this happened, as it did very recently, a third round took off. Japanese and Gang of Four enterprises were joined by enterprises of second-round recipients of regional industrial expansion in transplanting lower-end, labor-intensive activities to even poorer and more populous countries, which are still endowed with large and competitive reserves of cheap labor. Azawa sums up this snowballing phenomenon of concatenated, labor-seeking rounds of investment flows in the East and Southeast Asian region by means of a chart. Recast in the world historical perspective adopted in this study, the space of flows depicted in figure E.4 can be interpreted as constituting an emergent regime of accumulation. Like all the emergent regimes of accumulation that eventually generated a new material expansion of the capitalist world economy, this latest emergent regime is an outgrowth of the preceding regime. E.4 The East Asian space of flows, late 20th century. As Azawa puts it, the East Asian space of labor-seeking investment and labor-intensive exports originated in the magnanimous, early post-war, trade regime of Pax Americana. It was this magnanimous regime that made possible the phenomenal structural transformation and upgrading of the Japanese economy, since the end of World War II. And it was this phenomenal upgrading of the Japanese economy that became the main factor of the industrial expansion and economic integration of the entire East Asian region. The continuing dependence of the East Asian capitalist archipelago on the old U.S. regime is shown in figure E.4 by the ascending flows of labor-intensive exports which connect the locales of the successive rounds of regional industrial expansion to the markets of the organic core, the U.S. market in particular. The upgrading of Japan in the value-added hierarchy of the capitalist world economy has turned Japan itself into a significant core market for the outputs of the regional industrial expansion. And the lesser upgrading of the Four Tigers has turned them into a remunerative, if less significant, outlet. Nevertheless, the whole process of regional industrial expansion, as well as the prosperity of its capitalist islands, continue to be based on access to the purchasing power of the wealthy markets of the old core. The pattern that the expansion of the Japanese national economy established in the 1950s and 1960s is reproduced in the 1970s and 1980s on an enlarged scale. The main structural feature of the emergent regime remains the provisioning of wealthy markets with products that embody the cheap labor of poor countries. And yet, this very structural feature constitutes a negation of the old regime, in the interstices of which the emergent regime formed, and on the inefficiencies of which it has thrived. This aspect of the emergent regime is shown in figure E.4 by the descending flows of labor-seeking investment that connect the locales of each round of regional industrial expansion to the locales of subsequent rounds. Labor-seeking investment from wealthier to poorer countries is of course nothing new, and it is also a feature of US and Western European foreign direct investment, especially since the signal crisis of the US regime. Nevertheless, the informality and flexibility of the Japanese multilayered subcontracting system, combined with the abundance of parsimonious and industrious labor in the East Asian region, endowed Japanese and East Asian capital with a distinctive advantage in the escalating global race to cut labor costs. It is precisely in this sense that the emerging East Asian regime of accumulation is a negation of the old US regime. For the US regime became dominant through an inflation of the consumption norm of the US labor force and an internalization of world purchasing power within the organizational domains of US governmental and business organizations. It promoted a world trade expansion through the redistribution of this purchasing power to a select group of allied and client states and through the adoption by these same states of the inflated US consumption norm. It sustained the expansion through a speed-up of the transfer of primary inputs from third to first world countries by multinational corporations. And it attained its limits in the great inflation of protection and production costs of the late 1960s and early 1970s. It was this that led to the rise of the East Asian capitalist archipelago and to the proliferation of the labor-seeking investment flows that linked the main island of the archipelago to the lesser islands, and all islands to the submerged laboring masses of the entire region. These masses were, and for the most part remain, excluded from the extravagant consumption norm of the US regime, a norm that became unsustainable as soon as it was generalized to 10 to 15% of the world's labor force. The parsimony and industriousness of these laboring masses constitute the single most important foundation of the emergent East Asian regime of accumulation. Whereas the US regime rose to prominence through a fundamental inflation of reproduction costs, the East Asian regime has emerged through a fundamental deflation of these same costs. Under the US regime, protection costs have been a major component of reproduction costs. Here lies another strength of the East Asian regime. Historically, we have argued, the upward mobility of the Japanese economy in the value-added hierarchy of the capitalist world economy was based on a relationship of political exchange that enabled the Japanese capitalist class to externalize protection costs and to specialize in the pursuit of profit through the provisioning of the U.S. welfare warfare state with cheap manufactures. The terms at which the United States enabled Japan to externalize protection costs at home and to have privileged access to U.S. purchasing power remained magnanimous only as long as the U.S. war with Asia lasted. As soon as the United States decided to pull out of Vietnam and to seek a rapprochement with China, the supply price of U.S. protection for Japan began to rise and then escalate. Through most of the Reagan era, Japan by and large complied with U.S. requests. Thus, during the Second Cold War of the early and mid-1980s it deployed an enormous amount of capital to support the U.S. external account deficits and the internal fiscal imbalance. In addition, it gave large amounts of its growing bilateral aid to countries, such as Turkey, Pakistan, Sudan, and Egypt, deemed important for U.S. strategic needs. At the same time, Japan did nothing to upset U.S. dominance in high finance. When U.S. competition for loanable funds in world financial markets provoked the near bankruptcy of several Latin American countries, Japanese banks followed U.S. guidelines for handling the ensuing debt crisis, in B. Stallings's words, even more closely than the U.S. banks themselves. And when the U.S. government decided to bolster the IMF and the World Bank to handle the crisis, Japan readily agreed to increase its contributions to these organizations in ways that did not significantly alter their voting structure. Japan's compliance with U.S. requests is fully understandable in the light of its still fundamental dependence, not so much on U.S. military protection, the limits of which had been laid bare in Vietnam, as on U.S. and other core markets for the profitability of its business. Should the old regime collapse for lack of Japanese financial support, Japanese business might be the first to suffer. These fears were vented by Suzuki Yoshio of the Bank of Japan in an article published on the eve of the crash of 1987. The sentiments expressed are in many ways reminiscent of the internationalist exhortations of Norman Davis on the eve of the crash of 1929. History teaches us that whenever a newly risen, asset-rich nation refuses to open its markets to other countries or fails to effectively channel its financial resources to the development of the world economy, the result is growing conflict between the old order and the new. In the past, these conflicts have led to war, and to the division of the world economy into blocks demarcated by protectionism. Today's intensifying international economic frictions and the mounting protectionism in the United States are both warning signs that the world is once again faced with just such a crisis. Fears of setting off a crisis of historic proportion, however, worked only up to a point in ensuring Japanese support for the U.S. regime. As anticipated in the introduction, in 1987, before and after the October crash, the huge losses inflicted on Japanese capital by the sharp devaluation of the US dollar led to a reversal of the flow of Japanese investment to the United States. In 1988, the reversal was followed by an increasingly acrimonious US-Japanese dispute over the issue of Third World debt. More importantly, in 1989 the new governor of the Bank of Japan, Yasushi Mino, reversed the loose monetary policies pursued since 1985, thereby strengthening the ongoing tendency of Japanese capital to withdraw from the United States both directly by raising interest rates in Japan, and indirectly by bursting Japan's own financial bubble and thus forcing Japanese financial institutions to cover their domestic reserve positions. The following year Japan pushed successfully against initial U.S. opposition to raise to second place its voting share in the IMF. And whereas in the early 1980s Japan had yielded to U.S. pressure to channel its bilateral aid to countries deemed important for U.S. strategic needs, in 1991 it took a strong public stance against US-sponsored strategic debt write-downs for countries such as Poland and Egypt. The U.S. response to Japanese criticisms was a resentful dismissal followed by increasingly extravagant requests that Japan put up the money needed to sort out the global mess left behind by the Belle Époque of the Reagan era. Whereas under Reagan the assistance of Japanese capital for the power pursuits of the U.S. government was sought through borrowing and the alienation of U.S. assets and future incomes, under Bush it was sought through outright donations as during and after the Gulf War. At the same time, no longer content with Japanese voluntary restrictions on exports to the United States, and in glaring contradiction of the free trade, laissez-faire doctrine it preached to the rest of the world, the Bush administration began to press the Japanese government to promote administratively a reduction of its trade surplus with the United States. And yet, even under the US-friendly LDP regime, Japan found fewer and fewer reasons to comply with U.S. commands. Even when it did comply, the substance of the Japanese-U.S. relationship after 1987 was that Japanese investment was progressively redirected from the United States to Asia. Having lost enormous amounts of money in the United States, Japanese capital finally discovered that the largest profits were not to be made in a futile attempt to take over U.S. technology and culture or in financing the US increasingly irresponsible military Keynesianism. Rather, they were to be made in pursuing more thoroughly and extensively the exploitation of Asian labor resources. The revaluation of the yen relative to the US dollar forced on Japan at the 1985 Plaza meeting of the Group of Seven had inflicted heavy losses on Japanese capital invested in US dollars. Unwittingly, however, it also boosted the power of Japanese capital to thrust its roots more deeply and widely in East and Southeast Asia. As figures E.3 and E.4 show, it was after 1985 that Japanese direct foreign investment experienced a new acceleration and the second round of regional industrial expansion began. The more Japanese capital moved in this direction, the more it freed itself from addiction to U.S. protection and purchasing power. As previously noted, the East Asian market became the most dynamic zone of expansion in an overall stagnant and increasingly depressed world economy. More importantly, the two new rounds of regional industrial expansion generated by the redirection closer to home of the transnational expansion of Japanese capital, have spun old enemies of the Cold War era into a dense and extensive commercial web of mutual interdependence. As a result, protection costs in the region have decreased sharply, and the competitive advantages of East Asia as the new workshop of the world have increased correspondingly. It is still too early to tell what the final outcome of this process of emancipation of the emergent East Asian regime of accumulation from the old regime is going to be. The withdrawal of Japanese financial support for U.S. deficit spending has accentuated the tendency for the overaccumulation crisis of the 1970s to turn into an overproduction crisis. In the 1970s, profits were driven down primarily by the growing mass of surplus capital that sought reinvestment in trade and production. In the 1980s, they have been driven down primarily by worldwide cuts in governmental and business expenditures. These cuts make an increasing number and variety of production and trade facilities redundant relative to purchasing power in circulation, and thereby provoke new rounds of cuts in expenditures in an endless downward spiral. By 1993, this downward spiral seemed to have caught up with Japan too. Nevertheless, there has been as yet little evidence of an escalation of great power conflicts or of a division of the world economy into protectionist blocs as envisaged by Suzuki Yoshio on the eve of the crash of 1987. Hot wars have indeed proliferated since 1987. But they have done so mostly in the form of local feuds over increasing material or pecuniary scarcities. Moreover, this escalation of violence has tended to unite militarily the dominant capitalist states in joint police or punitive actions rather than divide them in antagonistic blocs. As for protectionist sentiments, their rise both in the United States and in Western Europe has been strikingly ineffective in stopping the ongoing march of governments towards the further liberalization of their foreign trade, as witnessed by the ratification of the North American Free Trade Agreement by the U.S. Congress and the successful conclusion of the Uruguay round of GATT negotiations. The main reason why the scenario envisaged by Suzuki Yoshio has not, and in all likelihood will not, materialize is that the lessons of history to which he referred are those of the transition from the British to the U.S. regime of accumulation, from a regime based primarily on the opening up of the domestic market of the asset-rich nation to a regime based primarily on the channeling of the financial resources of the newly risen asset-rich nation to the upgrading of select national economies. Today, however, it is the U.S. regime itself that is being superseded, and the relationship between the newly risen, asset-rich nation and the dominant nation of the old order is radically different from the U.S.-UK relationship in the first half of the 20th century. As Fred Bergston asked, can the world's largest debtor nation remain the world's leading power? Can a small island nation that is now militarily insignificant and far removed from the traditional power centers provide at least some of the needed global leadership? These two questions point to the peculiar configuration of world power that has emerged at the end of the U.S. systemic cycle of accumulation. On the one hand, the United States retains a near monopoly of the legitimate use of violence on a world scale, a near monopoly which has tightened since 1987 with the collapse of the USSR. But its financial indebtedness is such that it can continue to do so only with the consent of the organizations that control world liquidity. On the other hand, Japan and lesser islands of the East Asian capitalist archipelago have gained a near monopoly of world liquidity, a near monopoly which has also tightened since 1987 with the waning of West Germany's financial power after the takeover of East Germany. But their military defenselessness is such that they can continue to exercise that near monopoly only with the consent of the organizations that control the legitimate use of violence on a world scale. This peculiar configuration of world power seems to be eminently suited to the formation of yet another of those memorable alliances between the power of the gun and the power of money that have propelled forward in space and time the capitalist world economy since the latter 15th century. All these memorable alliances except the first, the Geno-Siberian, were alliances between governmental and business groups that belonged to the same state, the United Provinces, the United Kingdom, and the United States. As previously noted, throughout the U.S. cycle of accumulation the relationship of political exchange that has linked the Japanese pursuit of profit to the U.S. pursuit of power already resembled the Geno-Siberian relationship of the 16th century. Now that the U.S. regime is approaching or, perhaps, has entered its terminal crisis, what prevents this relationship from being renewed in order to promote and organize a new material expansion of the capitalist world economy? The answer to this question depends on what weight we attach to Bergston's observation that Japan is far removed from the traditional power centers. This is, indeed, another fundamental difference between the present configuration of world power and that obtaining in previous transitions, not just from the British to the US regime but also from the Genos to the Dutch and from the Dutch to the British. For the first time since the earliest origins of the capitalist world economy, the power of money seems to be slipping or to have slipped from Western hands. To be sure, Japan has long been an honorary member of the West. But this honorary membership has always been conditional on a subordinate role in the power pursuits of truly Western states. As Cummings remarks, at the turn of the 20th century Japan was a wunderkind to the British but a yellow peril to the Germans. In the 1930s, it was a wunderkind to the Germans and Italians but an industrial monster to the British, and in the 1980s, it became a wunderkind to U.S. internationalists but a monster to U.S. protectionists. Generally speaking, Japan has been invited by Westerners to do well but not so well as to threaten them, because at that point you move from miracle to menace. What is new in the present configuration of power is that Japan has done so well by specializing in the pursuit of profit in the East Asian region and letting the United States specialize in the pursuit of world power as to wrest from the West one of the two most important ingredients of its fortunes over the preceding 500 years, control over surplus capital. For each of the successive systemic cycles of accumulation that made the fortunes of the West has been premised on the formation of ever more powerful territorialist capitalist blocks of governmental and business organizations endowed with greater capabilities than the preceding block to widen or deepen the spatial and functional scope of the capitalist world economy. The situation today seems to be such that this evolutionary process has reached, or is about to reach, its limits. On the one hand, the state and war-making capabilities of the traditional power centers of the capitalist West have gone so far that they can increase further only through the formation of a truly global world empire. With the collapse of the USSR and the revitalization of the UN Security Council as global monopolist of the legitimate use of violence in response to increasing systemic chaos, it is possible that over the next half-century or so such a world empire will actually be realized. What the substantive nature of this world empire will be, saving the planet from ecological self-destruction, regulating the poor of the world so as to keep them in their place, creating the conditions of a more equitable use of the world's resources, and so on, is a question to which the research agenda of this study cannot give any meaningful answer. But whatever the substantive nature of the world empire, its realization requires control over the most prolific sources of world surplus capital, sources which are now located in East Asia. On the other hand, it is not at all clear by what means the traditional power centers of the West can acquire and retain this control. They may, of course, attempt to re-establish control over surplus capital by following in the path of development of East Asian capitalism. This they have already done, both by stepping up their own investments in East Asia and by seeking to incorporate more thoroughly and extensively reserves of cheap labor closer at home, as the United States and Canada are trying to do with NAFTA. Nevertheless, these attempts escalate further the global intercapitalist struggle at a time when the West's previous gifts of geography and history have turned into handicaps both absolutely and, above all, relative to East Asia. At best, this further escalation of global competitive pressures will undermine the profitability and liquidity of East Asian capital without enhancing those of North American capital. At worst, by disrupting the social cohesion on which the state and war-making capabilities of the traditional power centers of the West have come to rest, it may well destroy the greatest residual source of strength of these centers. Why not seek a way out of this self-destructive competitive struggle through a renegotiation of the terms of the political exchange that has linked East Asian capitalism to the global military Keynesianism of the United States throughout the Cold War era? Why not acknowledge the fundamental limits that the shift of the epicenter of systemic processes of capital accumulation to East Asia puts on the state and war-making capabilities of the West, regardless of how unprecedented and unparalleled these capabilities may seem and actually are? Why not, in other words, let East Asian capital dictate the conditions under which it would assist the West to power? Is not this kind of deal what historical capitalism has been all about? Again, the limited research agenda of this study enables us to raise these questions but not answer them meaningfully. Such answers must be sought primarily at the level of the underlying structures of market economy and material life which have been excluded from our investigation. We can nonetheless bring our story to a conclusion by pointing to the implications for capitalism as a world system of the three possible outcomes of the ongoing crisis of the U.S. regime of accumulation. First, the old centers may succeed in halting the course of capitalist history. The course of capitalist history over the last 500 years has been a succession of financial expansions during which there occurred a change of guard at the commanding heights of the capitalist world economy. This outcome is also present at the level of tendency in the current financial expansion. But this tendency is countered by the very extent of the state and war-making capabilities of the old guard, which may well be in a position to appropriate through force, cunning, or persuasion the surplus capital that accumulates in the new centers and thereby terminate capitalist history through the formation of a truly global world empire. Second, the old guard may fail to stop the course of capitalist history, and East Asian capital may come to occupy a commanding position in systemic processes of capital accumulation. Capitalist history would then continue, but under conditions that depart radically from what they have been since the formation of the modern interstate system. The new guard at the commanding heights of the capitalist world economy would lack the state and war-making capabilities that, historically, have been associated with the enlarged reproduction of a capitalist layer on top of the market layer of the world economy. If Adam Smith and Fernand Braudel were right in their contentions that capitalism would not survive such a disassociation, then capitalist history would not be brought to an end by the conscious actions of a particular agency as in the first outcome, but it would come to an end as a result of the unintended consequences of processes of world market formation. Capitalism would wither away with the state power that has made its fortunes in the modern era, and the underlying layer of the market economy would revert to some kind of anarchic order. Finally, to paraphrase Schumpeter, before humanity chokes in the dungeon of a post-capitalist world empire or of a post-capitalist world market society, it may well burn up in the horrors of the escalating violence that has accompanied the liquidation of the Cold War world order. In this case, capitalist history would also come to an end, but by reverting permanently to the systemic chaos from which it began 600 years ago and which has been reproduced on an ever-increasing scale with each transition. Whether this would mean the end just of capitalist history or of all human history, it is impossible to tell. Postscript to the second edition of the Long 20th Century. The first edition of the Long 20th Century, published in 1994, advanced three main propositions. The purpose of this postscript is to clarify the meaning of these three propositions and assess their usefulness in monitoring the evolving situation of the global political economy over the 15 years since they were first advanced. The first proposition is that the financial expansion that came to characterize the global economy in the closing decades of the 20th century was not a new phenomenon but a recurrent tendency of historical capitalism from its earliest beginnings. If past tendencies are any guide to the present and future, we could expect that the financial expansion would temporarily restore the fortunes of the leading capitalist agency of the epoch, the United States, but would eventually result in a change of leadership in the center of capital accumulation on a world scale. Borrowing expressions from Gerhard Manch, I designated the beginning of each financial expansion as the signal crisis, and the end of each financial expansion as the terminal crisis of the dominant regime of accumulation. In the way I used these expressions, the signal crisis, that is, the switch from trade and production to financial intermediation and speculation, is a sign that the possibility of continuing to profit from the reinvestment of capital in the material expansion of the world economy has reached its limits. Although financialization enables its promoters and organizers to prolong their leadership in the world economy, historically it has always been the prelude to the terminal crisis of the dominant regime of accumulation, that is, to its collapse and supersession by a new regime. The second proposition is that financial expansions are not merely recurrent phenomena but also moments of fundamental reorganization of the regime of accumulation. Through successive reorganizations of this kind, capitalism moved to global dominion and progressively gained in reach and penetration. Financial expansions, in other words, have been accompanied by the emergence of agencies of capital accumulation on a world scale more powerful than their predecessors, both financially and militarily. The third proposition is that the dynamic of world capitalism has not only changed over time but has made the financial expansion of the late 20th century anomalous in key respects. A critical anomaly is the unprecedented bifurcation of financial and military power, which, I argued, could develop in one of three directions: the formation of a world empire, the formation of a non-capitalist world economy, or a situation of endless systemic chaos. The logic of financial expansions. In the conceptualization of financial expansions advanced in the long 20th century, material expansions eventually lead to an overaccumulation of capital, which in turn leads capitalist organizations to invade one another's spheres of operation. The division of labor that previously defined the terms of their mutual cooperation breaks down, and increasingly, competition turns from a positive sum into a zero-sum game. By accentuating the overall tendency of profit margins in trade and production to fall, cutthroat competition strengthens the disposition of capitalist agencies to keep in liquid form a growing proportion of their incoming cash flow. It thereby consolidates what we may call the supply conditions of financial expansions. Thus, as Greta Krippner has shown, not only had the share of total U.S. corporate profits accounted for by finance, insurance, and real estate in the 1980s nearly caught up with, and in the 1990s, surpassed the share accounted for by manufacturing. More important, non-financial firms themselves had sharply increased their investment in financial assets relative to those in plant and equipment. Sustained financial expansions materialize only when the capitalist agency's preference for greater liquidity is matched by adequate demand conditions. Historically, the crucial factor in creating the demand conditions of financial expansions has been an intensification of interstate competition for mobile capital, a competition that Max Weber has called the world historical distinctiveness of era. The occurrence of financial expansions in periods of particularly intense interstate competition for mobile capital is no historical accident. Rather, it can be traced to the tendency of territorial organizations to respond to the tighter budget constraints that ensue from the slowdown in the expansion of trade and production by competing intensely with one another for the capital that accumulates in financial markets. This tendency brings about massive, system-wide redistributions of income and wealth from all kinds of communities to the agencies that control mobile capital, thereby inflating and sustaining the profitability of financial deals largely divorced from trade and production. All the Belles Époques of finance capitalism, from Renaissance Florence to the Reagan and Clinton eras, have been characterized by redistributions of this kind. The concept of financial expansions developed in the long 20th century builds on Braudle's observation that financial expansions are a sign of maturity of a particular phase of capitalist development. In discussing the withdrawal of the Dutch from commerce around 1740 to become the bankers of Europe, Braudle suggests that this withdrawal is a recurrent world systemic tendency. The same tendency had already been in evidence in 15th century Italy, and again around 1560, when the leading groups of the Genoese business diaspora gradually withdrew from commerce to exercise a 70-year rule over European finances that was so discreet and sophisticated that historians for a long time failed to notice it. After the Dutch, the English replicated the tendency during and after the Great Depression of 1873 to 96, when the end of the fantastic venture of the Industrial Revolution created an overabundance of money capital. I argued that the late 20th century rebirth of finance capital, that followed the equally fantastic venture of so-called Fordism Keynesianism, was yet another instance of that recurrent reversal to eclecticism, which in the past had been associated with the maturity of a major capitalist development. I combined Braudle's observations on financial expansions with Marx's observation that the credit system has been a key instrument for the transfer of surplus capital from declining to rising centers of capitalist trade and production. Since Marx's core argument in Capital abstracts from the role of states in processes of capital accumulation, national debts, and the alienation of the assets and future revenues of states are dealt with under the rubric of primitive accumulation, that is, an accumulation not the result of the capitalist mode of production, but its starting point. This conceptualization prevented Marx from appreciating, as Weber did, the continuing significance of national debts in a capitalist system embedded in states continually competing with one another for mobile capital. Nevertheless, Marx was aware of the recurrent role played by national debts in starting capital accumulation over and over again across the space-time of world capitalism from its inception through his own days. Thus Marx observed a historical sequence starting with Venice, which in her decadence lent large sums of money to Holland, followed by Holland lending out enormous amounts of capital, especially to its great rival England when the former ceased to be the nation preponderant in commerce and industry, and finally England, which was doing the same vis-a-vis the United States in Marx's own day. Marx never developed the theoretical implications of this historical observation. In spite of the considerable space dedicated to money-dealing capital in the third volume of Capital, he never rescued national debts and the alienation of the state from their confinement to the mechanisms of an accumulation that is not the result of the capitalist mode of production but its starting point. And yet, in his own historical observation, what appears as a starting point in one center is at the same time the end point of long periods of capital accumulation in previously established centers. To use Braudle's imagery, each and every financial expansion is simultaneously the autumn of a capitalist development of world historical significance that has reached its limits in one place and the spring of a development of even greater significance that is beginning in another place. A similar tendency has been in evidence over the last 15 years. However, as I noted in the introduction, quoting Joel Kotkin and Yoriko Kishimoto, in a stunning reversal of Marx's dictum, the United States is not following the pattern of other capital exporting empires, but now is attracting a new wave of overseas investment. Once China displaced Japan as the leader of the East Asian economic expansion in the 1990s and 2000s, the reversal became less marked, because U.S. corporations have invested in China to a far greater extent than they ever did in Japan. It remains nonetheless true that the flows of capital from the rising to the declining centers of capital accumulation continue to exceed the flows going in the opposite direction, an anomaly of the latest financial expansion that we will return to in the following pages. Cyclical and evolutionary patterns of historical capitalism. The similarities among systemic cycles of accumulation, each consisting of the emergence of a new regime in the course of the financial expansion of an old regime, has led some readers to attribute to the long 20th century a strictly cyclical argument in which, in the words of Michael Hart and Antonio Negri, it is impossible to recognize a rupture of the system, a paradigm shift, an event. Instead, everything must always return, and the history of capitalism thus becomes the eternal return of the same. In reality, the book's emphasis on the recurrence of financial expansions neither prevents us from recognizing systemic ruptures and paradigm shifts, nor is it meant to depict the history of capitalism as an eternal return of the same. On the contrary, it is meant to show that fundamental reorganizations of the system occur precisely when the same appears to return. Indeed, the book's comparison of successive systemic cycles of accumulation showed that the agencies, strategies, and structures of the successive cycles are different. Moreover, their sequence describes an evolutionary pattern towards regimes of increasing size, scope, and complexity. Figure P.1 sums up this historical pattern of evolution, focusing on the containers of power that have housed the headquarters of the leading capitalist agencies of the successive regimes, the Republic of Genoa, the United Provinces, the United Kingdom, and the United States. P.1 Evolutionary Patterns of World Capitalism. At the time of the rise and full expansion of the Genoese regime, the Republic of Genoa was a city-state. It was small in size, simple in organization, deeply divided socially, rather defenseless militarily, and by most criteria a weak state in comparison with all the great powers of the time. The United Provinces, in contrast, was a larger and far more complex organization than the Republic of Genoa. At the time of the rise and full expansion of the Dutch regime of accumulation, it was powerful enough to win independence from Imperial Spain, to carve out a highly profitable empire of commercial outposts, and to keep at bay military challenges from England and France. The Dutch capitalist class, like the Genoese before them, was able to turn interstate competition for mobile capital into an engine for the expansion of its own capital. But the Dutch were able to do so without having to buy protection from territorial states, as the Genoese had done through a relationship of political exchange with Iberian rulers. The Dutch regime, in other words, internalized the protection costs that the Genoese had externalized, as figure P.1 shows. At the time of the rise and full expansion of the British regime of accumulation, the United Kingdom was a fully developed national state with a world-encompassing commercial and territorial empire that gave its ruling groups and its capitalist class an unprecedented command over the world's human and natural resources. Like the Dutch, the British capitalist class did not need to rely on foreign powers for protection, but it also did not need to rely on others for most of the agro-industrial production on which the profitability of its commercial activities rested. If the Dutch regime relative to the Genoese had internalized protection costs, the British regime relative to the Dutch had internalized production costs as well. Finally, the United States was a continental military-industrial complex with the power to provide effective protection for itself and its allies and to make credible threats of economic strangulation or military annihilation towards its enemies. This power, combined with the size, insularity, and natural wealth of the United States, enabled its capitalist class to internalize not just protection and production costs, as the British capitalist class had already done, but transaction costs as well, that is to say, the markets on which the self-expansion of its capital depended. This steady increase in the size, scope, and complexity of successive regimes of capital accumulation on a world scale is somewhat obscured by another feature of the historical sequence of these regimes. As shown in figure P.1, there has been a pendulum-like swing back and forth between extensive and intensive regimes of accumulation, with a corresponding alternation between cosmopolitan imperial and corporate national organizational structures. Each step forward in the process of internalization of costs by a new regime of accumulation involved a revival of governmental and business strategies and structures that had been superseded by the preceding regime. Thus, the internalization of protection costs by the Dutch regime in comparison with the Genoese regime occurred through a revival of the strategies and structures of Venetian state monopoly capitalism that the Genoese regime had superseded. Similarly, the internalization of production costs by the British regime in comparison with the Dutch regime occurred through a revival in new and more complex forms of the strategies and structures of Genoese cosmopolitan capitalism and Iberian global territorialism. And the same pattern recurred once again with the rise and full expansion of the U.S. regime, which internalized transaction costs by reviving in new and more complex forms the strategies and structures of Dutch corporate capitalism. A third element of the evolutionary pattern identified in the long 20th century is a successive shortening of the duration of each systemic cycle of accumulation. While the governmental and business organizations leading each cycle have become more powerful and complex, the life cycles of the regimes of accumulation have become shorter. The time that it has taken for each regime to emerge out of the crisis of the preceding dominant regime, to become itself dominant, and to attain its limits was less than half, both in the case of the British regime relative to the Genoese and in the case of the US regime relative to the Dutch. This pattern of capitalist development whereby an increase in the power of regimes of accumulation is associated with a decrease in their duration, calls to mind Marx's contention that the real barrier of capitalist production is capital itself and that capitalist production continually overcomes its immanent barriers only by means which again place these barriers in its way on a more formidable scale. I argued that this contradiction should be reformulated in more general terms. For Marx applied it only to capitalism as a mode of production, that is, with the internalization of production costs in the British stage of development. And yet, the principle that the real barrier of capitalist development is capital itself was clearly at work already in the Genoese and Dutch stages of development. In both the Genoese and Dutch stages, the starting and closing point of the expansion of world trade and production was the pursuit of profit as an end in itself on the part of a particular capitalist agency. In the first stage, the great discoveries, the organization of long-distance trade within and across the boundaries of the far-flung Iberian Empire, and the creation of an embryonic world market in Antwerp, Lyons, and Seville were to Geno's capital mere means of its own self-expansion. And when around 1560 these means no longer served this purpose, Geno's capital promptly pulled out of trade to specialize in high finance. Likewise, the undertaking of carrying trade among separate and often distant political jurisdictions, the centralization of entrepot trade in Amsterdam and of high value-added industries in Holland, the creation of a worldwide network of commercial outposts and exchanges, and the production of whatever protection was required by all these activities, were to Dutch capital mere means of its own self-expansion. And again, when around 1740 these means no longer served this purpose, Dutch capital abandoned them in favor of a more thorough specialization in high finance. From this angle of vision, in the 19th century British capital simply repeated a pattern that had been established long before historical capitalism as mode of accumulation had become also a mode of production. The only difference was that, in addition to carrying, entrepot, and other kinds of long-distance and short-distance trade and related protection and production activities, in the British cycle extractive and manufacturing activities, that is, what we may call production in a narrow sense, had become critical means of the self-expansion of capital. But around 1870, when production and related trade activities no longer served this purpose, British capital moved towards specialization in financial speculation and intermediation, as fast as Dutch capital had done 130 years earlier and Geno's capital 310 years earlier, and US capital would do 100 years later. The essence of the contradiction is that in all instances the expansion of world trade and production is a mere means in endeavors aimed primarily at increasing the value of capital, and yet, over time, it tends to drive down the rate of profit and thereby curtail the value of capital. Thanks to their continuing centrality in networks of high finance, the established organizing centers are best positioned to turn the intensifying competition for mobile capital to their advantage, and thereby restore their profits and power at the expense of the rest of the system. From this point of view, the restoration of U.S. profits and power in the 1990s follows a pattern that has been typical of world capitalism from its earliest beginnings. The question that remains open is whether this restoration will be followed, as it has been in the past, by the replacement of the still dominant regime by another regime. The bifurcation of financial and military power. If the future of world capitalism were fully inscribed in the patterns summarized in the previous pages, the task of forecasting what to expect would be straightforward. First, within half a century or so after its signal crisis of the early 1970s, the US regime would experience its terminal crisis. Second, over time the crisis would be superseded by the formation of a new regime capable of sustaining a new material expansion of the world economy. Third, the leading governmental organization of this new regime would approximate the features of a world state more closely than the United States already has. Fourth, unlike the US regime, the new regime would be of the extensive rather than of the intensive variety. Finally, and most important, the new regime would internalize the costs of reproducing both human life and nature, which the US regime has tended to externalize. We cannot rule out that some of these expectations will actually be fulfilled. Indeed, in Adam Smith in Beijing, I have argued that the first has already materialized and the second may be in the process of doing so. The unraveling of the neoconservative project for a new American century has for all practical purposes resulted in the terminal crisis of US hegemony, that is, in its transformation into mere domination. At the same time, the most important unintended consequence of the Iraq adventure has been the consolidation of the tendency towards the recentering of the global economy on East Asia, and within East Asia, on China. While this geographical shift has yet to create the conditions of a new material expansion of the world economy, we cannot rule out that sooner or later it will. Transitions from one regime to another, however, are not fully inscribed in previously established patterns. Established patterns of recurrence and evolution show that the succession of developmental paths that over the centuries has propelled the expansion of world capitalism to its present, all-encompassing global dimensions, has not been a random process. But the emergence of a new developmental path in the course of each and every transition has been contingent upon, and thoroughly shaped by, a range of historical and geographical factors that were themselves transformed and recombined by the competition and struggles that underlie financial expansions. The patterns that we observe ex post, in other words, are as much the outcome of geographical and historical contingencies as they are of historical necessity. In speculating ex ante about future outcomes of the present transition, therefore, we must pay equal attention to phenomena that fit into past patterns of recurrence and evolution and to phenomena that do not, that is, to significant anomalies that can be expected to make future outcomes deviate from past patterns. A critical anomaly of the present conjuncture is the unprecedented bifurcation of financial and military power. As I argued in the epilogue, although the collapse of the Soviet Union left the United States as the sole military superpower, the waning of Soviet power was accompanied by the waxing of what Bruce Cummings has called the capitalist archipelago of East Asia. Japan was by far the biggest among the islands of this archipelago. The most important among the other islands were the city-states of Singapore and Hong Kong, the garrison state of Taiwan, and the half-national state of South Korea. None of these states were powerful by conventional standards. While Hong Kong and Taiwan were not even sovereign states, the two bigger states, Japan and South Korea, were wholly dependent on the United States not just for military protection but also for much of their energy and food supplies, as well as for the profitable disposal of their manufactures. Contrary to what some reviewers have maintained, I did not suggest that any of these states were poised to replace the United States as the hegemonic power. Nevertheless, the collective economic power of the archipelago as the new workshop and cash box of the world was forcing the traditional centers of capitalist power, Western Europe and North America, to restructure and reorganize their own industries, their own economies, and their own ways of life. When I wrote the first edition of this book, I was not fully aware of the extent and implications of the resurgence of China at the center of the East Asian political economy. I did realize that the resurgence reduced, without eliminating, the bifurcation between military power and financial power. And yet, I argued then and still think today, that the kind of bifurcation between military power and economic power that we can observe since the 1980s has no precedent in the annals of capitalist history. It has deprived the West of one of the two most important ingredients of its fortunes over the preceding 500 years, control over surplus capital. Equally important, if China or East Asia were to become hegemonic in the future, it would be a very different type of hegemony than the Western type of the past 500 years. Each of the successive systemic cycles of accumulation has been premised on the formation of ever more powerful blocks of governmental and business organizations endowed with greater capabilities than their preceding blocks to increase the spatial and functional scope of world capitalism. As I argued in the epilogue, this evolutionary process was reaching its limits because the state and war-making capabilities of the traditional power centers of the capitalist West have gone so far that they can increase further only through the formation of a truly global world empire. And yet, the realization requires control over the most prolific sources of world surplus capital, sources which are now located in East Asia. It was not clear to me then by what means the traditional power centers of the West acquire and retain this control. I therefore concluded the first edition of this book by sketching not one but three quite different scenarios as possible outcomes of the ongoing crisis of the U.S. regime of accumulation. The United States and its European allies might attempt to use their military superiority to extract a protection payment from the emerging capitalist centers of East Asia. If the attempt succeeded, the first truly global empire in world history might come into existence. If no such attempt was made, or if it was made but did not succeed, over time East Asia might have become the center of a world market society buttressed, not by superior military power as in the past, but by the mutual respect of the world's cultures and civilizations. It was nonetheless also possible that the bifurcation would result in endless worldwide chaos. As I put it then, paraphrasing Joseph Schumpeter, before humanity chokes in the dungeon of a Western-centered global empire or of an East Asian-centered world market society, it might well burn up in the horrors of the escalating violence that has accompanied the liquidation of the Cold War world order. The crisis of U.S. hegemony and the rise of China. All three of the scenarios sketched out in the epilogue remain possible alternative historical outcomes to the terminal crisis of U.S. hegemony. The bifurcation of military and financial power globally as well as the economic rise of East Asia both continue apace. In a co-authored book published in 1999 entitled Chaos and Governance in the Modern World System, Beverly Silver and I argued that the inability of the Japanese economy to recover from the crash of 1990-92 and the East Asian financial crisis of 1997-98 in themselves did not support the conclusion that the rise of East Asia had been a mirage. We noted that in previous hegemonic transitions it was the newly emerging centers of capital accumulation on a world scale that experienced the deepest financial crises, as their financial prowess outstripped their institutional capacity to regulate the massive flows of mobile capital entering and exiting their jurisdictions. This was true of England in the late 18th century and even more of the United States in the 1930s. No one would use the Wall Street crash of 1929-31 and the subsequent depression to argue that the epicenter of global processes of capital accumulation had not been shifting from the United Kingdom to the United States in the first half of the 20th century. No analogous conclusion should be drawn from the East Asian financial crises of the 1990s. It does not follow, of course, that incumbent financial centers cannot themselves experience financial crises. From this standpoint, no generalization seems possible. In the transition from British to U.S. hegemony, the United Kingdom did not experience a financial crisis comparable to that of the United States. In the present transition, by contrast, in 2000, 01 and again in 2008, 09 the United States has experienced crises at least as serious as the East Asian crises of the 1990s. Throughout the crises of the 1990s and early 2000s, the economic expansion of China continued at rates without parallel or precedent for a territory of comparable demographic size. In Adam Smith in Beijing, I argued that China's rapid ascent had deep roots, not just in the social and political reconstitution of China in the Cold War era under communism, but also in the achievements of imperial China in state and national economy making prior to its subordinate incorporation into the European-centered interstate system. More specifically, I argued that China and the overseas Chinese diaspora played an increasingly pivotal role in promoting the region's economic integration and expansion. In doing so, they built upon a long-standing East Asian practice dating back to imperial times, that is, a heavy reliance on trade and markets to regulate relations among sovereigns and between sovereigns and subjects. By the mid-19th century, it became clear that this long-standing practice was ill-suited to prevent the forcible subordination of the China-centered regional system within the European-centered system. In the late 20th century, however, this historical reliance on trade and markets became the foundation of a renewed competitiveness in the highly integrated global market that emerged under U.S. hegemony. The growing centrality of China in the global economy has two important implications for the prospective outcome of the ongoing crisis of U.S. hegemony. First, to the extent that this growing centrality is rooted in the region's historical heritage, it can be expected to remain far more robust and exclusive than if it were mainly the result of policies and behavior that could be replicated in other regions of the world economy. Second, given China's demographic size, its economic expansion is far more subversive of the global hierarchy of wealth than all the previous East Asian economic miracles put together. For all these miracles were instances of upward mobility within a fundamentally stable hierarchy. The hierarchy could and did accommodate the upward mobility of a handful of East Asian states accounting for about 1/20th of the world population. But accommodating the upward mobility of a state that by itself accounts for about 1/5 of the world population is an altogether different matter. It implies a fundamental subversion of the very pyramidal structure of the hierarchy. Indeed, to the extent that recent research on world income inequality has detected a statistical trend towards declining inter-country inequality since 1980, this is due entirely to the rapid economic growth of China. Having noted the structurally subversive nature of the continuing economic expansion of China in chaos and governance, we pointed out two major obstacles to a non-catastrophic transition to a more equitable world order. The first obstacle was U.S. resistance to adjustment and accommodation. Paraphrasing David Kallio, we noted that the Dutch and the British-centered world systems had broken down under the impact of two tendencies, the emergence of aggressive new powers, and the attempt of the declining hegemonic power to avoid adjustment and accommodation by cementing its slipping preeminence into an exploitative domination. Writing in 1999, we maintained, "There are no credible aggressive new powers that can provoke the breakdown of the US-centered world system, but the United States has even greater capabilities than Britain did a century ago to convert its declining hegemony into an exploitative domination. If the system eventually breaks down, it will be primarily because of U.S. resistance to adjustment and accommodation. And conversely, U.S. adjustment and accommodation to the rising economic power of the East Asian region is an essential condition for a non-catastrophic transition to a new world order." As noted below, the election of Barack Obama to the U.S. presidency and the attendant redirection of U.S. foreign policy may reduce the severity of this first obstacle to a non-catastrophic transition. Less immediate but equally important, however, is a second obstacle, the still unverified capacity of the agencies of the East Asian economic expansion to open up a new path of development for themselves and for the world that departs radically from the one that is now at a dead end. This would require a fundamental departure from the socially and ecologically unsustainable path of Western development, in which the costs for the reproduction of humans and nature have been largely externalized, in important measure by excluding the majority of the world's population from the benefits of economic development. This is an imposing task whose trajectory will in large part be shaped by pressure from movements of protest and self-protection from below. In past hegemonic transitions, dominant groups successfully took on the task of fashioning a new world order only after coming under intense pressure from movements of protest and self-protection from below. This pressure from below has widened and deepened from transition to transition, leading to enlarged social blocs with each new hegemony. Thus, we can expect social contradictions to play a far more decisive role than ever before in shaping both the unfolding transition and whatever new world order eventually emerges out of the impending systemic chaos. 1 year after this was written, the US-centered new economy bubble burst. Shortly afterwards came the shock of September 11, 2001. For a brief moment, it seemed that the United States could preserve its hegemonic role by mobilizing a vast array of governmental and non-governmental forces in the war on terror. Soon, however, the United States found itself almost completely isolated in waging a war on Iraq that was generally perceived as having little to do with the war on terror, while defying generally accepted rules and norms of interstate relations. As the long 20th century and chaos and governance had both foreseen, the U.S. Belle Epoque came to an end and U.S. world hegemony entered what in all likelihood is its terminal crisis. Although the United States remains by far the world's most powerful state, its relationship to the rest of the world is now best described as one of domination without hegemony. This transformation has been brought about not by the emergence of aggressive new powers but by U.S. resistance to adjustment and accommodation. U.S. attempts to depict Saddam Hussein's Iraq as an aggressive new power never had much credibility, whereas the national security strategy adopted by the Bush administration in response to September 11 was a far more extreme form of U.S. resistance to adjustment and accommodation than anything envisioned in the long 20th century or in chaos and governance. Indeed, to a far greater extent than in previous hegemonic transitions, the terminal crisis of U.S. hegemony, if that is what we are observing, as I think we are, has been a case of great power suicide. Even before the financial meltdown of 2008, I thus interpreted the bursting of the new economy bubble in 2001, in combination with the failure of the neoconservative response to September 11, as marking the terminal crisis of U.S. hegemony. The meltdown of 2008 simply confirmed the validity of this interpretation. It is not clear what the Obama administration can do to slow down, let alone reverse, the crisis. Although Obama may be as capable a president as Franklin Roosevelt, there is a fundamental difference between the situations faced by their respective administrations. While under Roosevelt the United States had become the world's leading creditor nation, Obama has inherited a situation in which the United States has become the world's leading debtor nation. This difference imposes constraints on the capacity of the Obama administration to pursue Keynesian policies at home or hegemonic policies abroad that are far more stringent than anything experienced by the Roosevelt administration. Notwithstanding these developments, the three post-US hegemony scenarios sketched in the epilogue of this book all remain historical possibilities. Although the project for a new American century adopted by the Bush administration has failed utterly, this is not the project of world empire envisioned in the long 20th century. The world empire envisioned in the long 20th century as a possible post-US hegemony scenario was a collective Western project. The idea that the United States would embark on a project of world empire virtually alone was deemed too foolish to be worth considering. The failure of this course of action, of course, does not rule out the possibility that a reconstituted Western alliance will engage in a more realistic multilateral imperial project. Indeed, the very failure of the U.S. unilateral project may create more favorable conditions for the emergence of a collective Western project. While a Western-dominated universal empire remains a possibility, an East Asian-centered world market society appears today a far more likely outcome of present transformations of the global political economy than it did 15 years ago. As I have argued in Adam Smith in Beijing, China has emerged as an increasingly credible alternative to U.S. leadership in the East Asia region and beyond. While the U.S. was bogged down in Iraq, China continued to grow at a rapid pace, acquiring financial reserves and friends throughout the world as quickly as the United States was losing them. Although key sectors of the Chinese economy still depend heavily on exports to the U.S. market, the dependence of U.S. wealth and power on the import of cheap Chinese commodities and Chinese purchases of U.S. Treasury bonds is just as great if not greater. More important, China has begun replacing the United States as the main driving force of commercial and economic expansion in East Asia and beyond. The growing economic weight of China in the global political economy does not in itself guarantee the emergence of an East Asia-centered world market society based on the mutual respect of the world's cultures and civilizations. As noted above, such an outcome presupposes a radically different model of development that, among other things, is socially and ecologically sustainable and that provides the global South with a more equitable alternative to continuing Western domination. All previous hegemonic transitions were characterized by long periods of systemic chaos, and this remains a possible alternative outcome. Which of the alternative future scenarios set out in the long 20th century will materialize remains an open question whose answer will be determined by our collective human agency. Giovanni Arrighi. March 2009. I wish to thank Beverly J. Silver for her extensive suggestions and comments on this postscript as well as the students in our 2008-9 graduate seminars at Johns Hopkins in which drafts of the postscript were discussed.